Hello.
Next bus from Sandipan. Sandipan team.
Yeah,
I think we can wait for one. So. Which means so. Okay. It seems the bus is not coming on time. We'll start. A very good morning to everyone. This is, yeah, sort of. Please come forward. Come forward because I think this session on land, I think the Dalit land rights is it talks, it will go into the social issues and also land issues, access to resources, the livelihoods, what's happening in the field. We'll be sharing. This session will run to 75 minutes. Please, please, sir, please. This session will run to I think 75 minutes, and we have four eminent experienced I think, panelists: Mr. Adi Lalit Babar, Mr. Adi Nicholas, Mr. Adi Raghunandan, Mr. Adi Ramesh Sharma. Or the four. I'm not going to take much time introducing each one of them. I think they will have an opportunity to introduce themselves for half a minute at the beginning of the sessions. We would like this to be an interactive session so that it's kind of more I think sharing of experiences, what you observe, all those things. This session will be moderated by Father John Kumar. He is here. I think that he's been working among the Dalits for the last 40 years, 45 years. I think full of I think Tamil Nadu and in I think South India. So without much introduction, them talking, let me hand it over to Father Kumar, and then he will take it over from me. So we are now at 9:15. Let's go up to 9:10:45. I think 10:30, 10:40. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the speakers. You are given 7 to 8 minutes to give your first installment of information or sharing and analytical perspectives you would like to share. May exceed to 10 minutes, not more than 10 minutes each. Then after everybody shares, we will ask for some questions, critical questions, and open the floor for questions from the audience. Okay. Who would like to go first? Dalit? Yes. Dalit starts.
Can you want to show the slides? Okay. Huh? You can either sit here and talk or you want to talk.
Whichever is convenient to you.
Language.
मैं थोड़ा क्षमा चाहूँगा कि मैं पूरा इंग्लिश नहीं बात कर सकता हूँ, क्योंकि वो प्रैक्टिस ज़्यादा नहीं है इंग्लिश में बात करने का। लेकिन मिक्स में हिंदी और इंग्लिश थोड़ा रहेगा। शायद कई लोगों को वो दिक्कत आ जाएगी, तो जिनको हिंदी नहीं आती वो। फर्स्ट में, what is the difference of land right and Dalit land right? तो ओके, हाँ, इट्स गुड। तो हम पहले लैंड राइट में दलित लैंड राइट अलग क्यों, ये सवाल तो बहुत सारे लोग पूछते हैं कि तो लैंड राइट, तो हम ये मानते हैं कि लैंड राइट जो ज़मीन हमारी है उसको बचाने के लिए जो आंदोलन, बहुत सारे आंदोलन होते हैं, उसमें लैंड राइट आंदोलन, जैसे एसीजेड बन रहा है, कोई हाईवेज बन रहा है, या कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स, अलग प्रोजेक्ट बन रहे हैं, तो इसमें जिनकी ज़मीन जा रही है वो एक साथ में आके उसको एक लैंड राइट की मूवमेंट से बहुत सारे हमारे कंट्री में इस तरह के आंदोलन होते हैं। कुछ कॉमन लैंड राइट के लिए, मतलब वो जंगल बचाना है या कुछ, ये इस तरह के भी लैंड राइट के आंदोलन लैंड राइट में हो जाते हैं। लेकिन दलित लैंड राइट में हमारे पर्सपेक्टिव से 3 कारणों से दलित लैंड राइट जो है कि फर्स्ट, वो लाइवलीहुड के लिए वो लैंडलेस है। टोटल अपने देश में 34% लैंडलेस लोग हैं, टोटल पॉपुलेशन, उसमें से 70% दलित और नोमैडिक ट्राइब्स के लोग हैं, उसमें 70% के इसमें। और लाइवलीहुड के लिए वो खेत मजदूरी करते हैं, लेकिन उसको ज़मीन नहीं है। खेती करने का अनुभव है उनको, रोज करते हैं खेती के इसके ऊपर काम, लेकिन उनकी खुद की ज़मीन नहीं है। तो ये एक पहला। दूसरा ये है कि दलित के बारे में, जो घर बनाने के लिए या मकान बनाने के लिए जो भी उनको जगह नहीं है, हम देखते हैं कि फुटपाथ पे कुछ लोग शहरों में आके रहते हैं, या कुछ अनऑथराइज झोपड़पट्टी, जिसको स्लम बोलते हैं, वहाँ पे निवास करते हैं, उनको इशू है हाउसिंग, निवासी के लिए लैंड नहीं है, ज़मीन नहीं है। और तीसरा जो मुद्दा बहुत सारे लोगों को शायद मालूम नहीं होगा कि मरने के बाद अंतिम संस्कार करने के लिए भी दलितों को प्रॉब्लम है। कई गांव में 2-2 दिन डेड बॉडी रखनी पड़ती है, जलाने के लिए लोग विरोध करते हैं या दफनाने के लिए विरोध करते हैं, तो उनकी खुद की ज़मीन नहीं है। तो ऐसे कई गांव महाराष्ट्र में हैं, आंध्र में हैं, कई कई राज्यों में हमने देखा है। तो ये कारणों से दलितों के लिए लैंड ये महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा बनता है। करना है ट्रांसलेट?
I think summarize. I think some of the data you said were, I think, presented here in English, if you want to see that. And he said, I think the Dalit rights are different from this, I think, land rights that you need to understand. So the Dalit rights come from the problem of the, I think, I think social issues. Okay. He is also talking about the andolans, the, I think, movements, federations, I think, networks to promote, to protect the rights of the Dalits. And he also talked about the landlessness among Dalits. You will see that I think this 71% of the Dalits lack land ownership, highlighting the significant problem in land access. Also, the, I think, rural ownership data it's about, I think, 58% of Dalit souls in the rural areas do not own land. Actually, a new data set has come, which he did not refer. I'm just referring that I think post, I think, pandemic, 21% of, I think, the Dalits, more Dalits have lost land, which means their whole life is, I think, so vulnerable. He also highlighted about how they are dependent for their livelihoods and survival on land. Yes, sir.
हाँ, तो थोड़ा बहुत महाराष्ट्र के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में मैं जिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में काम करता हूँ, डॉक्टर अंबेडकर एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट, तो उसके साथ 37 ईयर से मैं पहले बैंक में काम करता था, लेकिन मेरे गांव में सोशल बाइकआउट हुआ दलितों के ऊपर। तो जो अपर कास्ट के लोग हैं उन्होंने सोशल बाइकआउट किया, दलित को रोजगार नहीं देना है, कुछ करना है। तो उसके बाद में वहाँ पे 90 एकड़ दलितों की महार वतन लैंड थी, जो ब्रिटिश पीरियड में कुछ जाति को लैंड अवार्ड किया गया था। जैसे अपर कास्ट में भी पाटिल, कुलकर्णी, देशमुख इस तरह से अवार्ड दिए थे, वैसे लोअर कास्ट में 2 कास्ट को ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट ने लैंड दिया था। एक महार, जो वो कम्युनिटी शेड्यूल कास्ट में है, वो गांव में जो भी सरकारी के प्रतिनिधि आते हैं तो उनकी देखभाल करना और कुछ काम गांव की सेवा करने का काम उस कम्युनिटी को दिया था। तो उसके लिए उनको एक अवार्ड दिया था। तो महाराष्ट्र में करीब 5,28,000 एकड़ लैंड उत्तर महाराष्ट्र और कर्नाटक बाउंड्री में, जितने उत्तर कर्नाटक के कुछ जिले हैं, बेलगांव, विजापुर और इस जिले में वो लैंड है। दूसरा कम्युनिटी था रामोसी। वो गांव की रखवाली करने के ड्यूटी थी उनकी। पूरे गांव को अभी सिक्योरिटी गार्ड जैसे एक रोल होता है, उसी टाइम पुराने ज़माने में था। तो उस कम्युनिटी को भी अवार्ड दिया, लैंड अवार्ड, तो उसको रामोसी वतन बोलते हैं। तो ये महाराष्ट्र में वो कम्युनिटी है नोमैडिक ट्राइब में, और ये महार है एससी में। तो दोनों कम्युनिटी की लैंड के बारे में हमने एसवीएसएस, जो मेरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, उसने काम करना शुरू किया बैंक का जॉब छोड़ के। तो एक गांव में जहां सोशल बाइकआउट किया था, वहां पे 90 एकड़ लैंड का एक्सपेरिमेंट एक बनाने का काम अभी भी चल रहा है, जो एक मॉडल के तौर पर कैसे पर्यावरण हो या सोशल और कम्युनिटी फार्मिंग, जिसको कलेक्टिव फार्मिंग हम बोलते हैं। तो इंडिविजुअली लैंड होल्डिंग बहुत कम है, तो इस कम्युनिटी को एक साथ में आके ही लैंड कल्टीवेशन का से आगे बढ़ सकता है, इसके लिए एक्सपेरिमेंट किया गया है। तो वो महारवतन लैंड के ऊपर हम काम करते हैं। हाँ,
Oh, sorry, sort of. And he also went to the history that I think British have, I think, kind of, they allocated some land for the different social groups, and those lands were kind of under, I think, threat. They were also, I think, grabbed a bit. That's what he was saying. Then he was also talking about, I think, recent work on I think community farming cooperatives to overcome these social boycotts. I think the 90 acres they are doing some experiments. Okay, I just tried, I think, summarize. If I do some mistakes, please.
शॉर्ट में मैं एक 2 मिनट में ये काम करते समय हमने बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स को पॉलिसी में लाने का कोशिश किया है। जैसे नेचुरल डिजास्टर में ड्राउटपूर्ण स्थिति में लाइवलीहुड्स का जो गरीब के पास जो जानवर है उसको कैसे सस्टेन हो सकता है, वो उसके बारे में हमने काम किया, वो पॉलिसी में लाया। ये अनलीगल ट्रांसफ़र लैंड हुआ है, उसके बारे में एक कमेटी महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने नियुक्त किया था, वो रिपोर्ट पब्लिश करने में किया है। इसमें बहुत सारे नाम जो है कास्ट के नाम थे लैंड रिकॉर्ड में, तो लैंड रिकॉर्ड के कास्ट के नाम हटा के उनके सरनेम ला के वो काम एएसवीएसएस ने किया। बहुत सारे पॉलिसी बन गई है हमारे काम करने के इसमें, और महाराष्ट्र में कई लाखों लोगों को उसका फायदा हो चुका है। अभी हम ग्रुप फार्मिंग की एक मॉडल बना के महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट को दे रहे हैं कि कैसे दलित लोग स्मॉल लैंड होल्डिंग में भी सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर को कैसे लाइवलीहुड सस्टेन कर सकते हैं, तो इसके ऊपर हमारा काम चल रहा है। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Your information and analytical perspective of your reality, especially based on Maharashtra and all India level, will help us to understand and follow. And who will go next? Ramesh? Thank you, sir. Dalit, sir.
Okay, you want to stand there?
Now, Nicholas from Tamil Nadu will be talking to us. Nicholas from Tamil Nadu, he has a movement called Dalit Mannurimai Koottamaippu, Dalit Land Rights Movement for last more than 15, 20 years, two decades. And he has identified Panchama land given in 1892 by Truman Hire, famous British collector, who saw the plight of the Dalits, and land alone will give them a kind of edge over the others to compete in the social battlefield. And land and education, and consequently he saw the growth of those people, and he said, this is the way to liberate them. So he identified those lands have gone to other people over the decades. And Nicholas identified in his district and the neighborhood districts, and helped them to get back, the Dalits get back their lands, or their progeny getting the lands. Now, Nicholas.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As Father Kumar had introduced, I am from Tamil Nadu. I work with the Dalits. First, I started to work with the Dalits in order to address the issue of discrimination. When I was a student at the university, I studied at St. Joseph's Trichy, where I was actively involved in the students' movement during that time. Since I myself was discriminated in my own villages, since I come from a Dalit background, I really started to work with the Dalits immediately after I left my university. And you might have heard about the organized attacks on the Dalits in many areas, including the Kilvenmani incident, in which in 1968, 44 Dalit agricultural laborers were burned down by the landlords. And it was in 1978, in the town where I live at present, Viluppuram. There was an organized attack on the Dalits. And the whole night I happened to be an eyewitness to the attack, in which 12 Dalits were burnt down and 2,000 of their houses were burnt down, huts were burnt down. Only in the morning, when we walked out of the railway station to catch a bus to my village, I saw the dead bodies and the burnt down huts, which made me that I should work for the discrimination of the Dalit against Dalits. And I really formed a group of young people to come together first to address the issue of discrimination. It is how we started our work in 1978. When we started to address the issue of discrimination, when we stood collectively, we were able to really face the discrimination. And it was a kind of successful thing. It was in this context, when we were working, we found out that landlessness of the Dalits is the basic cause for all this kind of discrimination. And I can also share my own story itself, but I didn't want to, maybe later on. So it was in this context. We were searching for the land which can be acquired by the Dalits, because there was Land Ceiling Act and many other acts were there, and we were really looking whether we can try to get some land for the Dalits. It was how we started. It was in this context the issue of Panchami lands came up to the fore in 1994 on October 10th, when a group of Dalits marched to get back the lost Panchami lands. 2 young Dalits were shot down, and this became in Chingalpet town near Chennai, and it became a kind of emotional issue for all the Dalits. And it was at that time we came to know about Panchami land, and which is also called the depressed class land, and we went to really study the history behind that. It was at that time we found out that in 1891, because of the pressure of few Dalit leaders at that time in Tamil Nadu, one of the district collectors in Chingalpet, he made a very brief study on the socio-economic and educational situation of the Dalits, and he came out with a report that they are near slaves. They are near slaves, they do not have education, no housing facilities, and they have to be given land. That was his recommendation in 1891 to the British Parliament. And in 1892, the British Parliament came up with a decision that the Dalits should be given land. And in 1892, after the Parliament resolution in London, there was this Queen Victoria's proclamation saying that the Dalits have to be distributed land in the erstwhile old Madras Presidency, and with a condition that this land can never be used by other caste people, only it can be used by Dalits. It's also called as depressed class land or Panchami land. Panchami is the land given to the 5th caste. At that time, 1.2 million acres of land were given to the Dalits by the British in the old Madras Presidency, which includes Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, and some part of Kerala except Malabar and Trivandrum Kingdom, and most part of Karnataka except the Mysore, and also in Andhra Pradesh except this Hyderabad Nizam's region. In all the place, this depressed class of land was given, and in Tamil Nadu alone, 300,000 acres were given to the Dalits. We found out, and we were organizing struggles and demonstrations, and it was at that time we noticed that struggles and demonstration will never work, because you have to approach this issue very systematically, and we decided to form a federation of organizations working on this issue, and we named it Dalit Land Rights Federation in the northern districts of Tamil Nadu. And first we started to identify the Panchami lands, available Panchami lands in our area. And in the beginning it was very difficult, but with the introduction of the RTA, we were able to collect all the details. And finally, after collecting and training our people, especially the young women, we started to really petition for land. And when we started to petition for land, we decided that only the Dalit women should get land. Not other than that, because in the history we found out it was grabbed by the caste Hindus from the men. Because though the lands which were in the name of the Dalit women are still with the Dalits, then we understood the women have a very strong linkages with the land. They do not care about ownership. They are linked to the land. So it is in this context we mobilize the Dalit women to petition for land. And in the northern districts of Tamil Nadu alone, 92,000 women have filed individual petitions to them and also participated in the annual land tribunals to really negotiate with the officials. But finally, we had received only 3,000 women had received, and Shejo, who is sitting in front of me, she knows because she used to come there very often. And only 300,000 women were able to get. It was at that time we understood, because through RTA we had collected the details and handed over to the government, and the government has planned to grab this land to set up industries. Get it from the caste Hindus and set up industries. That was because it was at that time this whole issue of special economic zones erupted, 2006. After that, the only agenda of the state is to grab the lands and commons and hand it over to the private interest to make profit, not to distribute. So it is in this context we understood that land distribution is not the priority of the state, and it is the people who have to. That is why from 2009 we have decided to occupy the land peacefully, because legally it is owned by the Dalits. All the court judgments, starting from the judgment, lower court judgment 1968 in Palakot in Dharmaburi, and up to Justice Chandru's judgment in 2008, November 7th, all judgments are in favor of the thing. All the government standing orders are in favor of the Dalits. Everything is in favor. Why should we ask for titles? Then we decided no titles. Because titles are meant for only selling and buying. The Dalit women want to use the land to really develop their children, develop the community, and satisfy their food needs and things like that. That is how we have started. And unfortunately, there was this COVID. After that, they said social distancing. I do not know what social distancing means. They were together, but they had made the people to get away. So then again we have planned from the October 10th this year, because it is the 30th death anniversary of these two young people who were shot down by the police. And we cannot wait for 30 years. And the coming years, we are going to collect, we are preparing our women to collectively use the land. Because we feel land is food, land is employment, land is education, land is health, and land is everything. That is what our feeling is. Because it is from my father I learnt all this. Because he was a bonded laborer for 16 years. And after that, after 16 years, he was admitted to he went, after completing 5th standard, he was a bonded laborer after the sudden loss of his father and mother. In order to protect his sisters, he was a bonded laborer. And after 16 years, he was put up in the British Army. The first thing he did was to buy land and to educate his children. And it was, whenever he was on holidays, he used to share his stories. And he was telling me, land is food, land is employment, land is everything. Buy land and get educated. That is what he was telling me. That is under this thing. We are mobilizing the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. A beautiful narrative, bit analytical, and also throwing some light into the bare realities of Dalits and their relation with the land. Now, Mr. Raghunandan.
Very good morning. Let me introduce myself. I am Raghunandan. I stay in Mumbai, and basically I am a researcher and I study people, forest, people, natural resources, interactions, and that's been I've been doing for over last 25 years. And in the same context, I got into touch with this, whatever you are seeing here, in Marathwada region of Maharashtra, that is central part of Maharashtra. There is a couple, husband and wife, Shantaram Bapu Pandare, whose work I'm going to share with you, and my learnings, which I have learned from, in turn from him. And over last, from since 2008, I've been interacting with Shantaram Bapu and his wife, Mangal Tai. We call them Tai and Bapu. So let me share his work in brief and policy implications especially, and whatever our friend here he shared, all of them I will not repeat. All of them have been experienced by, obviously, by Dalits of Maharashtra, and it's almost the similar situation. At times they were killed, burned, massacred and whatnot. I mean, it was very sorry situation, and it still happens, and lots of discrimination still it's existing. And in all negative environment, this work is taking place. And yeah, let me share. Just to make you familiar with the location, in India, Maharashtra, and this is Aurangabad district. Recently, it's renamed Sambhajinagar district. And almost all blocks in Aurangabad, Bapu and Tai, they work. All over actually Maharashtra, central part of Maharashtra, they work, but their focused work, especially land rights and getting titles, ownership, I would say, not titles, ownership, like he said. They want to cultivate it, their livelihood, their sustenance, their own existence, their identity, everything is land. Unless they get land, they are no one. I mean, that's the thing I've seen there. Let me share some about Bapu and Mangaltai. Since 1971, he was also a student volunteer in Ukraine, the Yuvak Kranti Dal in Maharashtra. It was a kind of a student movement. Bapu is product of Yukranda and Bharatiya Republican Party. I mean, Dalit movement is product of. In 1971, he started working with along with Mangaltai. Mangaltai comes from a reasonably good family of traders. Both of them started working. Mangaltai is journalist, and then she started working as faculty in Marathwada University. But my point in sharing all these things is that I would like to differentiate between work of people like Bapu and Mangaltai and NGOs, so-called NGOs with grants and financial support and all that. That's what very important. This work is, I would say, that's my personal thing. I mean, personally, individually, I say that this is organic. They come from Dalit community. They are there, and they are in their younger days when it was quite hectic and all fights and discriminations and police cases and all that. In that time, these Dalit communities, which is a really actually heterogeneous group, there are Bauddhas, which were earlier called Mahar, Mang, Charmakar, and whatnot. There are at least 30 communities. They come together, they are grouped as Dalit, they are Panchams, like in caste hierarchy, they are Panchams. In Maharashtra, there are around 30, 40, they are now scheduled caste, SCs. They supported Bapu and Mangaltai. They collected funds. Their sustenance, their daily food and travel was supported, and that's the way the work has taken shape. That's my point first. And so that's the thing. So why Bapu and Mangalta I'm sharing? First thing, my interaction with them, my association with them, and this organic work, not NGO supported work, that's also important, but that has its own limitation. Once you get through with your funding and it's time bound work in 3 years or 4 years or 9 years of 3 years blocks and like that, I have seen that in Marathwada that has happened. I'm not qualifying, please note. This is Bapu, one with white hair, and just yesterday I received photos from him and his colleagues. Okay, let me go to directly to the points. Two important government resolutions of government Maharashtra are important in its work, 1978 and in 1991, through which Dalit so-called encroachments, they call it encroachment, but for Dalit communities, they are not encroachments, they are their rights. I mean, they are rightfully entitled to cultivate those lands, and I subscribe to that, and 100% that is the approach. So encroachments in this 1991, which is the latest, from certain period 1971 to 1991, these were regularized, but with conditions that no more than 2 hectares of land. For what, we don't know. People had more lands like 10 acres, which is around 4 hectares and more. They were limited to 2 hectares land, and then cultivated until 14th of April of 1991. Government had certain these conditions and should be living within periphery of 5 kilometers. That's in 1991, and more or less these are the gists I'm saying, and there are so many, a little bit more of conditions. Within these conditions, they received, Bapu and Mangaltai and his colleagues' work has resulted in 1,200 families receiving, that's clear title. Clear is important, without any conditions. Now these 1,200 families, maybe for some, it is a smaller number, but for those people in those areas, 9 blocks of Aurangabad district, it's something, and 6,500 hectares of land, and work is going on. It runs around 84,000 families, and in 5 digits of, thousands and thousands of hectares of land, still work needs, and it's under process, but there are difficulties. He works in those 9 blocks. I mean, his, whatever I'm referring to is in those 9 blocks. Let me share some implication. It's not in encroachment per se, whatever I said. In World War II, during World War II period, Britishers, like our friend said, British as well as Nizam, this area was in British, under British regulation, and a part under Nizam regulation. Both these states had given this land for food, for land for cultivation, and they encourage. So they were entitled. I mean, they were not they are not encroachers, and that these documents are there. And whatever you say, I mean, if it's not on document as such on paper, but people have their memories, and that is these days they are also, if you document that and register that, I mean, people wait that, then it becomes a document, I mean, a legal evidence. Second thing is, these are my implications or whatever understanding, learnings I'm sharing, a bit patchy. It's not in continuation. It will take time, but I'm just sharing with you because this session is about Dalit land rights, their claim over lands, and implications for further work. Mostly in Maharashtra, whatever I'm referring to, these soils are, I mean, these lands are really inferior. None of these lands have, often they are without any water source. They are all stony or on plateaus and with very less soil. So, I mean, you understand, even if you have land, it takes, I mean, at least 13, 14, 15 years to develop soil layer on it and make it productive. And obviously, Dalit communities, their their characteristics is lack of resources, socially disadvantaged, and all this, they are at mercy of whatever, I mean, they are at the, always, all the time, they are at the receiving end. That's my point. And this is atrocities. Landed communities, irrespective of their higher Brahmin, Kshatriya, or whatever, all 4 castes always discriminate these atrocities. These Dalit community or Dalit friends, they face atrocities, and that this is, I mean, it's still going on. In 87, I remember, like whatever he referred in 68, in one village, which is Limboni in Jalna district, which was earlier Aurangabad district, Dalit women were burnt when they were cultivating their fields. I mean, in the morning when they were in the fields, people grabbed them, landed community youths, they grabbed them and burnt them. I mean, that was, I mean, really horrible. I mean, still it's happening. My point is, yeah, and for some more, two or four, 2, 3 more points. Even if this 78 and 91 GR and you have documents, there are things that while this GR 1991 was passed, government uh, procedure to give you title, when they check documents, whatever documentation is in government office, that is only the uh, that is only referred, and not whatever you have. That's most often that's what happens. So what it results in, you getting very less land, because even if you are cultivating 10 acres, in government documents, you are entitled to just 2.5 acres or whatever. So on an average, out of these 1200 families, I mean 10 guntha to 2.5 acres. That's the only, on an average, people have got title over that much land, and they are still struggling. Another point of Dalit land rights movement is, what I observed is, it's a heterogeneous group. Dalit community, though we are saying it's a heterogeneous group, and within Dalits there are quite not, what you say, there is no consensus. So community at large or state at large, I mean state, they take benefit, I mean they take advantage, I mean it's used, and they are discriminated against one another. I mean they are put one against one another. I mean that's the thing. So we have to look into that while giving policy suggestions, and we have to look into that, because in Maharashtra there is I mean government set up with good intentions. Whatever is written over there, it's good intention, but if you read between the lines, there is a corporation for economics and socio-economic development of a particular community. It's Anna Bhau Sathe Mahamandal, it's corporation. Then there are so many corporations. For a general person, it's like for that particular community, government has set up a corporation which gives them education, which helps them in land rights and all that. But if you read between the lines, it's discrimination. One community against the other. Within a particular, there are 2, 3 communities, and one is applying for a particular scheme, another is applying for another scheme. Then there become conflicts and all that. So is internal conflicts, it develops internal conflicts, and very subtly ruling, whoever it is, ruling parties, politicians have created this situation. I mean, it's becoming difficult. And for Dalit land rights, it becomes really difficult. I mean, first you have to iron out your differences within. And it started, especially in Mangaltai and Bapu's area, they did this thing. But now with all these things coming out, again they have to rework on it. So, I mean, my point is, I'm pointing out the difficulties. Another thing was social forestry was launched in Maharashtra. Just 2 minutes, 2 points. Social forestry was launched, and on these Dalit lands only this social forestry was land, because he mentioned that they are not going for titles, claiming titles, cultivating it. In that case, social forestry was imposed. The land was handed over to forest department. So Dalit lands only were put under social forestry. So some of these points point out to the difficulties, and we have to look into all these points and iron them out, and then only we have to give policy suggestions. Bapu and Mangaltai have prepared a particular guidelines, and whatever based we have prepared documents to guide whoever is working in that area, which documents to collect, whom to approach, how to collect maps and all that in Marathi. And we call it Vaijapur pattern, and district collector of Aurangabad appreciated it, and now they have officially taken up this Vaijapur pattern document as giving it to Dalit land rights, whoever wishes to get into that, whoever wishes to claim to that. Yeah, thank you very much for time being. Even if you have questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Raghunandan. He has given details of getting the title and ownership, and through that empowerment. And now comes Ramesh, who will be looking into futuristic way of the implications and policy interventions.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Kumarji. And thanks to Lalitji, Nicholas Bhai, and Raghunandanji. Very interesting presentation. I really enjoyed the whole presentation, especially Nicholas Bhai, your long story. So let me come to the point. I mean, I don't want to tell the story of Dalit land rights because you have already heard a lot of things. But what are the future pathways for us? How to look the whole Dalit land agenda in the futuristic perspective? But before, I would like to start with a story of two very interesting estates. The two state of India, which is known as one of the richest state in terms of the agrarian economy. And you can name Punjab is a one, and second is a Bengal. In Punjab, and why these two states are extremely important with the perspective of Dalit land rights, I would like to highlight that issue. The Punjab, which is known as one of the highest producer of wheat and second in the rice. So it's mainly because of their contribution and because of the huge investment on the Green Revolution in the 60s and in the 70s. But Punjab is also known for one of the highest percentage of Dalit population. 34% of the population is Dalit population. Where, as Nicholas ji said, there is a land, Shamlat land, which is actually reserved for the Dalit community. When I go deeper, when we did research with the Jai Singh ji and the NFDRLM, we find that 90%, believe me, more than 90% of the Dalit population in Punjab are still landless and homeless poor. I'm talking about the state, which is known for its agrarian prosperity, where the situation of Dalit, 34% Dalit population, and absolute landlessness among the Dalit communities. The second example is a Bengal, and Bengal is also known for another reason, one of the best model of land reforms in the country. I have my own different opinion about whether it's a good model or bad model, but let me bring only one figure, which is very shocking. The second highest Dalit population in India is a Bengal, to close to 27% of the population. If you go deeper, if you really find the socio-economic caste census data of 2015, you may shock that 88% of the Dalit population in Bengal are still landless and homeless. Two richest agrarian state, situation of Dalit in terms of their highest percentage proportional population, and you can see the reality. So this actually provoked me to study the whole basic concept of Dalit land rights. And I particularly find the whole idea of Dr. Ambedkar, coincidentally, Nicholas ji, which was presented on 10th October 1927 in Bombay Legislative Assembly, a revolutionary proposition for the nationalization of agriculture. And why it's important in today's context, I'll bring some of my argument, and you may disagree or agree or disagree, it's your choice. So there are three very interesting ideas which actually bring in this particular note. He was a strong believer, Dr. Ambedkar was a strong believer of state socialism. And why? Because a very specific line from his note, by taking over the uncultivated land or unused land, agricultural land, and giving to the landless laborers. And why it's important in today's context? Because if you see the all so-called unused land, who are the biggest owner of so-called unused land? Definitely it's the government of India, but who are the biggest client of unused land? Imagine, carbon market, right? So you have choice whether you want to actually give it to the Dalit community, the real cultivator, or whether you want to open for the global market. So that's why this proposition, the state socialism idea of the nationalization of agriculture or nationalization of land is extremely important in today's context. The second idea was the leasing out the land to the group of cultivators. And that's actually encouraged to start with a cooperative model. If you look the whole China model of land reforms, you can simply see that they were the starting point, one of the basic nucleus of the agrarian reforms and the land reforms in the China was the collectivization. So his idea was absolutely perfect in that way, to follow the line which actually China has adopted long back. I mean, today the situation is very different in China. We cannot compare the same China after 60 years, but this could be a one interesting starting point. And the third is the nationalization of land by collectivization of agriculture. Agriculture as a state-run industry. Why not? Because if you look that India is also known for one of the worst track record, the highest number of farmer suicide in India, then why not the agriculture is a responsibility of the state? Because the state is responsible to provoking the farmers to commit the suicide. So this three basic idea from the larger political theorem of Dr. Ambedkar is very important. The fourth and very important argument, if you look in India, in Indian context, that the first generation of reforms we call is the socialist era of India. The whole of tenancy legislation and the land ceiling legislation was the product of the mid-60s and the early 60s, and Jamindari Abolition Act, etc., etc. This called first generation of reforms. If you look the all policy document, the second generation of reforms, if you look the terminology called second generation of reforms, you can find three words in the second generation of reforms in the policy document of the Planning Commission of India: liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Just contrary, right? So I personally would like to propose this idea, the whole political theorem of Dr. Ambedkar about the nationalization of land and nationalization of agriculture could be seen as a third generation of real reforms. So this is one idea. And why it's important, let me bring sharp 8 or 10 points. I would like to prefer to finish in my time. So the first very basic idea, the first component, I mean, I try to read and try to compare some of these ideas with the ground realities. The first and very important, the democratization of the land governance. Because today the whole land governance system is not democratic. The Nicholas Bhai's example, Dalit Bhai's example, Raghunandanji's example is a clear way to look that the land governance is very much a revenue-centric and admin-centric. It's not a community-centric legislation. The land reforms in India is not at all a community-centric legislation. Where is the alignment of the mainstream revenue land legislation with the panchayat legislation? The one of the most revolutionary thought from our constitution is the Panchayat Act. Where is the alignment between the land revenue legislation or the land laws and the panchayat legislation? You may find absolute zero correlation, right? So this could be a one very interesting point, because what Ambedkar said, that the collectivization to allow the community to decide. And this could be the starting point, because the whole collectivization process could be start from the panchayat legislation. The second, the abolition of the colonial land law, because still we inherit the colonial land legislation in India. The larger part, the 80% part of the land legislation is a colonial legislation, which was brought by the Britishers. There is need to shift from the revenue-centric mentality to the livelihood and dignity-centric mentality, what actually Nicholas Bhai is arguing. Because it's still the whole idea is a revenue. It's not about the dignity. It's not about the livelihood. Forget about the livelihood and dignity and identity. It's all revenue. Because they call the revenue officers. The collector is called, collector itself is a word which actually collect the revenue. So it's a very shocking fact. And to brought the whole issue of agrarian economy or the agrarian reforms as a state obligation. The state is obliged to do that. We cannot simply say that it's state choice to bring this law, that law, this policy or that policy. The third important aspect of this particular theorem is the security of land tenure. Today, if you look the larger geography of the Dalit land rights issue, we can simply find that there is a lack of security over land tenure. And this could be resolved through the whole idea of nationalization of land and nationalization of agriculture. The fourth part is a representative land ownership. As Nicholas Bhai said, it's a very important representative land ownership. Today we need to talk about the representative land ownership. If we compare the 34% of the Dalit population in Punjab, why not 34% of Punjab land belongs to the Dalit community? As simple, right? So this could be a one lesson we can draw from the political theorem of Dr. Ambedkar. Land to the tillers, again very important area. The whole socialization of the agrarian reforms, as I said, and control over the means of production. Because today the whole market is actually governed the means of production for the agrarian community. So how you make the state more accountable and responsible to look after all these issues. The sixth very important aspect, and I'm very happy that both of the speakers have covered this, the gender justice to the women farmers. Respect the feminization of agriculture, because it's a phenomena which is happening on the ground. If you look the whole the process of feminization in agriculture, I think it's a high time to look this issue and the whole collectivization process, what Nicholas Bhai has actually started in Tamil Nadu or in other parts of Maharashtra. We can take the lessons from that and to bring the new argument, a fresh argument along with the nationalization. The next is go beyond the complexities of the land ceiling, because land ceiling is one of the worst legislation. I was the part of National Land Reforms Commission in 2007 to 2009 and then in the 2011 to 2013. We've gone through with the various data, and you may simply shock. If you see the efficacy of Land Ceiling Act, the real implementation success of the Land Ceiling Act in India is close to 12%. Why? There is only one single reason which I concluded, and I written in my report, that believe me, in the tribal land alienation cases, Jacinta, it's shocking. The close to 98% cases related with the tribal land alienation is went against the tribal community. This is recorded in the government report. If you look the Dalit situation, close to 85% cases actually went against the Dalit community. So that's why it's very, very important to understand this judicial loopholes. I call this a fault line in Indian judiciary. So we need to understand the whole fault line of the Indian judiciary here and to make it completely revolutionary and in completely different format. Go beyond the land alienation, as I said, just to minimize the land conflict. Today, why the land conflict is important. Coincidentally, our next session is a land conflict. Whosoever is interested can join us in the reading room, where we are going to present some of the idea, because the whole, if you see the amount of land conflict which is pending in the High Courts and Supreme Court of India, close to 5 crores cases. And if you look the whole document of the Planning Commission of India, it may take more than 400 years, believe me, more than 400 years to resolve the land conflict. So here we need some kind of a very different system to understand those conflicts. I mean, the conflict which was started, as Nicholas said, 30 years is already gone. Where is the result? Where is the result from the Indian judiciary? Where are the responses? Last 2 points, that agrarian-based development. Today it's very, very important. We need to understand the whole potential of agrarian-based economy. Just very shocking example, and one of my favorite example. If you look the history of China, that China land reforms, when the China got their independence and the communism, they started the land reforms process and they redistributed close to 44% of the land to the landless poor. Please record, close to 44% of land is actually given to the landless, homeless, and the agrarian community, the agrarian laborers. Japan, 37% redistributed to the landless poor. Taiwan and Korea, close to 35% and 32%. What about India? Guess? Less than 2%. Less than 2% land is actually redistributed to the poor people in the last 75 years. And this is the example when one side we claim that we are the Vishwaguru, we are nowhere in the Vishwaguru position even in the next 400 years, because we are far behind on the basic question of identity, dignity, and livelihood like land. So this is the one clear example where we need a big shift in the whole agrarian thinking of this country. And that's why the nationalization idea of Ambedkar is a very revolutionary, I particularly find. My last point is the intergenerational justice. I mean, today there is absolutely no choice to think for the future generation of farmers, to focus on the young people, because this particularly place is actually very important to allow us to discuss some of the core issue of the future of the farming community and why India is so important for us. We are the richest in the food systems in the world. We are richest in terms of biodiversity. We are richest in terms of the land productivity. We are richest in terms of the human capital engaged on the land issue. So that's why this whole idea is very, very important. And if we, as I said, if we take the reference of Dr. Ambedkar's of the nationalization of agriculture and land, probably we could reach up to a very logical end, and probably we'll be able to resolve some of the issues of the generational justice, because land is no more an issue of rights. I would say it's an issue of generational justice, and we need to do this generational justice now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh. Thank you. True to the title, the title given, you have covered both with data and other information, the reality, and also the way forward, like a roadmap. What could, with policy implications, what could open up the new reality, liberating and empowering Dalits. Now, open to the floor, asking clarifications, questions. Okay.
Mike, sir. Yeah.
There is mic on the table itself. You just press the button. If it is green, then you can ask questions.
Yes.
Okay. You can start with Manu. Okay.
It's not working, sir.
Working.
My name is Madhu, sir. I'm a revenue inspector in Government of Andhra Pradesh, and I would like to share some points on this panel. As sir said already, those points are already covered, and you are all aware of these points as well. And sir said in India there is no assignments to the poor people, but since 1960, 1970s, so many states, and particularly in Telugu states like AP and Telangana, we were distributed so many assigned lands to poor people. And at that time, poor people means 2.5 acres for wetland and 5 acres of dry land. Who are having less than that, those are considered as poor people. And so many lands were assigned to SC, ST people as well. But the actually scenario, what's happening is if any person is sold to their land, means that revenue officials will resume that land and give it back to the SC people. They have a right. But other than those people who have given to the purchased land to the other people, the government have a right to resume that land, and it can be utilized for some other purpose. That is the one point I just want to.
Okay, that is reality in Andhra.
No, not in Andhra, sir. It's entire country.
Okay.
But another one point I just want to inform that as per SC/ST Act, Prevention of Atrocities Act, and victims of atrocity can receive compensation. I think how many people are aware of this? That compensation is also up to 2 to 8 lakhs. That is on installment basis. When that atrocity case was filed in the FIR stage, 25% was given to the victim. And on that, if charge sheet is proved, another 50% is given to that person. And if it is concluded that finalized that case, means they can get 100% of that compensation. They are giving, sir. So many.
Confine only to land. And
but no people are aware of these things. But it's happening, and government of India and state governments are paying amount to them.
Okay.
Thank you for giving this.
Person here from Ethiopia.
Once again, let me introduce myself. I'm from Ethiopia. My name is Dalit. Currently, I'm working on Regional Land Bureau as a land use planning. My question is about the land rights in India and similar with compared to Ethiopia land right, because we as scholars, we do have many experiences. We came from different backgrounds. Some of us from the crop production, pastoral area, or semi-pastoral, coffee growing, and others. But it's painful when we see I'm impressed by the finding, and I like it. I'm comparing with my country. In Ethiopia, similar to India, there is imperial period. During the imperial period, the land tillers, or they call it, at that time they call it tenants, they are evicted from their land, no right. But in 1974, the government is changed. What we call military government declared to distribute land for tenants, for tillers. The first thing, when the military came to power, the first activity or duty the military government made is distributing the land taken from the landlords to the tenants or the farmers or the tillers. And then once the military government solved the issue of land ownership or the right of the land. And then after some years, the government tried to make improved farming, coffee growing, and the pastoralist livelihood. Currently, there is no eviction from the land. Once distributed, we are exercising tenure security now. But some problems may arise in some areas because of public purpose, but still we are solving these problems by formulating the different laws to benefit the farmers. I want to know from your experience, you as scholars, still you have many experiences in India. What do you think to solve these problems by formulating laws to make it binding to improve the livelihood of the farmers? The other thing is individual right. Individual right is a crucial because certifying, making ownership is very, very, very important. A very big challenge is similar to India. In Ethiopia, the land right or access to land for young people. Once land is distributed during the military government, the young farmers or the young men do not have their own land. They depend on their families. No distribution of land in Ethiopia now, but they are accessing from their families. When they get married, they are going to access the land from their families. So how do you solve the livelihood of the young people? Still, we are exercising to improve the livelihood of the women, putting in the land law, because they are very marginalized group because of their marriage from one place to different place. They are marginalized, but we are improving. So what do you think about the young people and the right of the woman to access the land, the land right? Thank you very much.
Maybe Ramesh could. Yeah. Few more questions we'll take. Okay.
Yes, I will be very brief. Thank you very much. I am also from Ethiopia. So I was Googling about this Dalit, what Dalit mean, what Dalit society mean. So I was reading on Google, and actually this is a kind of thing that requires reform. So I want to know if there is any reform, ongoing reform by the government in terms of making the laws inclusive for the Dalit society, for all the Indians. That is number one. Because I was also reading the laws, and I found that some of the laws are back from, there are laws in 19 something, 1902, 18 something. So I want to know if there are reforms.
Yeah, some of them are British laws. So they will
Yes.
also answer. Constitutional provisions are there.
Okay. So is there any reform, ongoing reform? That's my question.
Hi, my name is Kashif Kakwi. I'm a journalist from Madhya Pradesh. So one of the panelists was talking about that how Dalit women were burned by the upper caste men during in the British era and
Little louder.
after independence. So this is not very far. In 2021, a Dalit woman in Guna has been burned alive because she got a possession of the land the government has given her in 1990, and after 30 years of legal battle she managed to get it from the court, and when finally she was granted that possession, the man who was holding that land for so many years had burned her alive. So this happened in 2021 in Madhya Pradesh. And when I dig deeper into this, I found that there are many cases that in 1990, between late 1990s, the Digvijay Singh government of Congress in Madhya Pradesh has given plenty of lands to the tribals and Dalits, the landless tribe, but they haven't got possession even after 30 years. And I spoke to the Digvijay Singh was the chief minister then. He said, the rights we have given.
Okay, one more question we'll take.
Thank you very much. I'm Zalam Bakala from Ethiopia. My short question, I'm sure you have read and you are a witness that history is transferred through generation. I believe you have to feel guilty. In this modern India, India doesn't deserve to use the term landlord. Most revolutions of the 1950s, 1960s are about a resource, be it feudalism or capitalism, wherever in Africa, in Latin America, revolutions were for resource. The typical resource is land. I'm sure your heroes of the 1930s or 1940s struggled to free your ancestors to use for the resource, no more. By now, as far as my knowledge is concerned, the last free country in Africa is Namibia. Namibia negotiated with the then colonialists to transfer the land from the colonialists to the farmers very peacefully. There is no any hostile condition in Namibia to transfer all the land, agricultural land and pastoral land to the Namibians. It was peaceful, no hostility. Why in India, with the same people, why you are not able to solve this tenancy?
Okay, basically this caste is also among the Dalits, there are subcategories.
Hello, sir. A quick question. As part of essential pathways, currently we have discussed Dalit land rights in relation to agriculture. How Dalit land rights could be made a part of education and as well as environmental laws. What could be the essential pathways that this as a subject is not restricted to agriculture, but as part of empowerment which we are seeking should be made part of education, academia, as well as environmental laws that promotes environmental and ecological justice.
Thank you. Okay, now the people will answer. We'll go for another set of questions. So we'll come back again.
So first about the compensation thing, because your question, yeah. I know the model. I have been visited Andhra Telangana thing. Yeah. So, but see, the larger argument is a rights or compensation. And if you ask each of these speakers, because they have more than 50 years of experiences, and when you say that, okay, even if there is atrocity, even if there is a kind of a land alienation, government is ready to compensate. There is a very famous poet sitting here next to us, Jacinta. She wrote a lot of very interesting poetry on the compensation and the whole politics of compensation and the land. One unknown poet, I don't remember his name, he said very interesting thing. I just say it in Hindi. जो मुआवजा लेकर अपनी जमीन छोड़ रहे हैं वो एक दिन देश भी छोड़ देंगे मुआवजा लेकर, है ना? If you are ready to accept the compensation and to leave your land today, maybe tomorrow you can accept the compensation and leave the country. So we are not talking, this is not the fight about those people who actually wish for compensation. This is the fight for those people who need their identity and dignity back, which is there in the law. It's not about beyond, we are not going beyond the law. Second, about one interesting example of Gambia, as you said, that the military regime had did a lot of mistakes in the past, but there is a very interesting story of Indian company who actually grabbed a huge tracts of land in Gambia region. The Karturi is a one Bangalore stock exchange registered company which brought close to 800,000 hectares of land for producing rose. So this is the insult of some of those people who are dependent on the land. So there are all bad examples, but there are good examples too. Coming back to another question of the land rights in education, very interesting question. I'm very happy to that you raised this question. Few years back, we actually gone through with this study that all the law for which we are struggling today, whether it's related with the tribal land rights or the Dalit land rights, whether it's really taught in the law universities or not. So we've gone through with the entire course curriculum of all the NLUs. We did this exercise in 2016, 2017. Shocking. None of these legislation related to the land rights for the Dalits and tribals is actually taught in any law university in India, any law university. So you can see the whole judicial system is very patriarchal, very caste-centric, very bureaucratic, very colonial. There is absolutely no space. So I think we need to revolutionize those education system also, because they are the future generation. So I fully agree with your sentiments, but there is a huge gap. The last point, it's all about the land alienation cases you bring. About the land and property alienation, the whole question of land and property alienation. See, this is the very interesting debate in the LFD-RLM. I remember a few years back. So there is a two choice. Suppose if I am a tribal or Dalit, if my land is actually been alienated, so in normal course, people go to the land courts, which is a revenue court. And the average time, I would say, with full responsibility, the average time to resolve one single case which is related with the land revenue takes not less than 25 to 30 years. Is example, right? So why to go to the revenue court? The second very interesting provision, the ST provision of Atrocities Act, actually allow you and empower you to register your complaint under this particular legislation, not to fall in the trap of the revenue court. So I think it's a choice with us to educate the people to go for the SC/ST, take the advantage of ST/ST Atrocities Act. So these are the 4 points I would like to cover. Thank you.
Regarding this. Regarding this, taking the land issues to the court. In our Dalit Land Rights Federation, we never take this issue to the court. For the simple reason that there are already court judgments and standing laws which are in support of your claim. In this case, we always used to tell them that taking this issue to the court is taking that particular person to the burial ground. That is what Ramesh had pointed out. And we would like to respect the court judgments and the laws. That is one of the reasons why we are mobilizing them to use the land. And secondly, about this depressed class land. You said that once it is sold to the other caste persons, it becomes illegal. No, because the seller himself loses the legal right. The government has to acquire the land and has to distribute it to the Dalits. It is the law. But the government always tries to take that land and consolidating them to be handed over to the private interests. I can give you many examples in Tamil Nadu, Panapakkam near Arakkonam, Sri Perumbudur industrial estate near Chennai, near Kanjivaram, and in my own district, Viluppuram industrial estate, and Tuticorin, and also in Perundurai. Wherever you have industrial estates, there are more number of Panchami lands, because without any compensation, you grab the land and you hand it over to the companies, and maybe in the underground you get some more money when you hand it over to them, and you use this money. That is what is happening in reality. That is why we are saying that if we don't
go to the land and start using it. In another 5 years, it will be under the companies. That is what is being done. In reality, it is. I can give you many number of examples with documentary evidences. It is what is happening. So it is in this context, there is a need that you make use of the law, existing law and the court judgment and start using it. That is why we are moving in this direction. Okay.
Okay, one or two questions, then we finish. Bhargavi and Suranj. Okay, there is a mic there. Okay. Bhargavi, you can start.
Okay.
Just
Hello?
a minute.
Okay. One of the question is already clear, but one more just clarification to Sarah. You have mentioned about this India, China, Japan, and the difference between the derivations or before, no? The land rating. So now we have been now discussing here. This is the land conference representing the whole state of India. So what step, what actions should we take up to increase this percentage? This
Okay.
is my question.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Bhargavi.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I resonate with everything that Nicholas said. I recently returned from a field study in Kanchipuram district, Parandur airport area. Again, it is the same problem that the large chunk of villages where the land is being taken, it is, Pachimi lands and the Dalit lands. My question was actually in the context of this whole digitalization of records and ownership. Don't you think that is really tilted in terms of, given that language barriers exist, technology barriers exist, bureaucratic barriers exist, this will further marginalize, ownership aspects of Dalits.
Accuracy about it.
No, actually it is a deliberate attempt,
Yes.
deliberate initiative to alienate the people.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what's happening. Because you see, after this whole concept of land bank, the government is very proud to say that so many thousands of acres of lands are available with our state government, you come and invest. That is the only slogan, which is in this context, this digitalization on the all the other, this kind of ways are very, very clear way of really supporting the corporates. Thank you.
The last question, please go ahead.
So a lot of states have recently brought out legislations which dilute a lot of the provisions to safeguard the rights of scheduled caste and scheduled tribe communities. This is of course for serving the same interests that you're speaking about. So in that context, I want to also ask that, because considering the differences within communities in different states, is it a central level kind of policy that will be more useful, or should it be at a state level? I mean, because it's a state subject anyway, land. So how should the strategy going forward be? How do we structure our policies?
Very quickly, coming back to your question about whether the land should be a state subject or the national subject, what is the appropriate? I would say the both are bogus. There's a choice of bad and worse, right? Who is bad, who is worse, it's your choice to define. But the panchayat should be a decision maker of the land issue. So why not? That's why my basic question, if Ambedkar's theorem is very clear, then why not there is a alienation, the whole alignment of the existing land revenue legislation with the panchayat legislation? Absolutely. See, there are all bogus committee which is there. The irrigation committee, education committee, health committee, security committee, that committee, that committee. Why not on the land committee? Not a single committee on panchayat on the land issue. So I think this new argument need to be brought in the public discourse. Yeah.
And that's a very pertinent question and an answer to that. I think we will finish it because the next session people are waiting. Thank you to Lalit, Mr. Nicholas, Raghunandan, and Ramesh Sharma for their input. and some of the questions, intelligent questions that have come, which has expanded further the thoughts and the policy implications about Dalits and land rights. Land is not an asset for a Dalit, it's an identity. Land is not simply merely a title, it's a self-respect, dignity. Land is not just piece of land, strength, hope, and empowerment. Thank you very much for everybody here.
So thank you everyone. At 10:45 there is a session on land conflict in I think the reading room. I think please follow him. And he is going there. I think please follow him. Please. The one more announcement. Whatever was the presented information will be put on the I think the website. So can you will get all the information. Notes, paper.
we'll be talking about digitization innovations of Maharashtra and good practices, those are being followed. As we all know, Maharashtra is a leading state in digitization of land records. And the level of digitization that we have achieved is around 99% so far. We started in 97 for the first meeting. I was there in NIC where we talked about standardization of land records, and there are n number of problems with the existing manual land records. Now from that, the journey started, and it took around more than 27 years now to have almost 99% digitization in Maharashtra. Maharashtra, that way, is leading among all the states of the country. Right now, we have Land Excellence Center for Western India in Yashada, and we are now advocating many states over digitization, over vertical property rights, over Swamitva, that is urban land surveys. And these are such aspects which, nowadays no other state is talking about. For example, urban land rights or vertical land property rights. As we know, though the revenue department is around 200 years old, we haven't been able to create uh, vertical property rights so far. City surveys missing in many of the states. Almost one or two states only have city survey. That is urban properties properly mapped. The third basic bottleneck is connecting maps with the digital land records. For the first time, Maharashtra got success in not only digitization of 100% records, but it being linked 100% to the maps. So maps and land record going together is, I think, unique. And in this journey, uh, I think at least 5 settlement commissioners toiled very hard to make it a reality. So for today's session, I've been joined by very seniors in land record department who has helped this journey. First, I will introduce Ms. Sarita Narke. She is senior additional collector. She is also holding both portfolios, one in Yashada Land Center as well as in Land Records Department. We are also joined by Mr. Hatekar. Hatekar deals with, basically, he is Deputy Director Land Records in charge of survey. We are also joined by Mr. Rajendra Gole, who would be talking about best practices in Maharashtra. We are also joined by Mr. Balasaheb Kale, who works with me in the Land Excellence Center. So this would be a full packed session, but this would be almost like a roadmap to the entire country about digitization, whether Satbara would have unique identification number, whether Satbara itself can be fitted with a map so that, both the records go together, the special record as well as digital record. So we'll be taking presentations initially, and then we talk about the nitty-gritties and intricacies. So I would request Sarita to start her presentation on digitization of land records in Maharashtra.
So, good morning, everyone. Thanks, sir, for giving me this opportunity to present what Maharashtra is doing as digitization activity for the revenue department. I have with me land records officials, senior officials, and they will be presenting about the survey section, the land measurements, and urban property rights. I'll be dealing with the record of rights, which are basically for rural areas, and then I will also touch a little bit on how the district magistrates are trying to overview the activity and how we are trying to help the district magistrate do that. So this is the overview of record of rights maintenance. So we have basically three databases. and 2 entry units. So first is Revenue Village Form number 7, and the second is Revenue Village Form number 12. So we are fortunately getting very good support and monitoring by Government of India. Ministry of Rural Development is helping us for 712 computerization, mutation facilitation, citizen facilitation, and increasing the efficiency of product as well as the process. Then Agriculture Ministry is again helping us in Revenue Village Form number 12, which is basically the crop survey area. So we have developed a mobile application, which is digital crop survey application, and e-peak Pahani mobile application, which is now developed into DCS applications. So both these are the basis of a digitization. This is from where the database is generated. This is the overview of what we have done for the whole digitization. So we first did the 712 computerization. So by computerization, what we mean is, so let me just take you all back to the Talathi. You most probably will, all of you know that revenue record is kept at village level by the village accountant. In Maharashtra, he is called Talathi. In northern areas, he is called Patwari, and there are various names, but he basically keeps the record of rights. And in that, there are around, for Maharashtra, there are around 21 forms. Out of them, form number 7 and form number 12 are those forms which are basically database creators. So in the digitization activity, we first started computerization of these 7 and 12. So it is 712 computerization. After that, we integrated various already developed systems like iSarita, which is a registration system, which we integrated with the 712 for getting a updation in the 712. So whenever there is a transaction that has happened in the registration department, it is directly integrated with the 712, and you get a mutation prompt, which we call auto-triggered mutation from iSarita. This is the iSarita integration. Then we have created one eHakka portal. We will go into details of this, but I'm just giving you an overview. Here, all those applications for mutations in the 712 which are not through registered means are entertained. And there is third mutation portal which is coming up, which is called order mutation. So whenever there is a direction from state government or any authority who is capable to have an effect on the 712, then for effecting those mutations, we have created order mutation portal. So for this, after we have created this, we need to have need to make sure that these portals are efficient, and we monitor not only the portals, but we also monitor the users. For that, we have a land dashboard and MIS dashboards, which are basically checking the efficiency of the process. And then ULPIN and API sharing portals. These are the portals which are basically giving the product efficiency, means the record of right data is we are able to share in a very transparent, measurable manner with multiple entities in such a form that it is highly secure and it is most updated. So this is the last, and then we have final aim, which is actually the final aim of the whole digitization activity, that is citizen facilitation. For that, we have created various portals. So first one is Apli Chowdi, in which you can, it is kind of a digital notice board wherein you can see whatever mutations are going to happen in a specific village for a specific survey number, then that mutation is displayed there for any kind of claims and objections. Then you have e-Chowdi, wherein your revenue for the land is calculated and it is presented to you so that you can fill it up. Then we have civil court case status, where you can check if any kind of civil court case is pending for a particular survey number. Then we also have a mutation status for ongoing mutations, wherein you can check whether the mutation is currently in progress or it is completed and there is some result of it. Then we also have DDM Talathi signature portal, which is basically for the villagers who are not having any idea about what digitization activity is ongoing, and they just simply plainly want a paper on which their record of right is written, and there is a signature of Talati which they can produce to those who do not have any idea of the digitization world. And believe me, this is the most used as of now also. In a progressive state like Maharashtra, we are still requiring such things, and we will require such things because we have to reach the last person. So we have kept that. So let me come quickly to the land dashboard. The time which is given to me is a little shorter. So as I just showed that for process efficiency, for increasing the efficiency of whatever we have created. So whatever we have created is basically being used by users who are talatis, circle inspectors, nayab tehsildars, and collectors. So we need to check whether they are able to use these portals, whether they are able to actually perform well or not. If there is any issue, we should understand. If there is any notoriousness, we should understand. For that, we need to have some portal which will have a check on the process efficiency. So we have created this land dashboard for critical supervision, which is basically essential for overseeing numerous IT projects. So if you go to any district magistrate as of now, you might have some friends, you might have some mentors who are currently working at very senior levels in district levels. So they just say that there are multiple things which are happening and I'm not able to control, I'm not able to monitor, I'm not able to overview. So for that purpose, we have created this land dashboard and it has tremendously helped us. If I get time, I can show that to you. Then we also need to give them information access. If I join a new district as a collector, then I need to know certain basic things. So that basic things we have given in a visual form to the collector. Then we have also created this land dashboard for policy making precision. So land dashboard is available not only for the collector, but it is available to the minister, it is available to the additional chief secretary, it is available to the chief secretary, and it will give him accurate aggregated data on land. So how many Devasthan Inam lands are there in government of Maharashtra? This land dashboard can give you an updated figure. So this is how we are trying to help government for policy making precision. Then we have also created digital tool accessibility, which is basically creation of a facility which like MIS, which I have shown in the second table. These are basically available for the person to actually drill down to a particular case wherein he can check whether this case has given a particular effect or not. So that accessibility we have given. So this is the land dashboard and it is active currently. People are using it. All the administrators are using it. As I have already said about it, that you can see currently, I think this is of 1st January 2024 updated when I created this PPT, and it is showing that there are around 2 crore 60 lakh 712s and 78 lakh 23,000 property cards. Left side you can see what all counts are available for the record of rights class 2 lands. Then this is the land dashboard is also giving you information of the revenue officer details. As I just said that the collector, once he joins and or a minister, he has just joined his position and some person comes to him and says that so and so talati and so circle officer is not helping me for getting this done. And if he feels he needs to check it out, then we have given the mobile numbers and email IDs of these people, which is most updated. The person who is currently working, you will be having that data here. Then we have also created graphs and charts which basically help you to visually check which division is performing well, which district is performing well, which taluka is performing well. The bigger column here, a bigger graph here is of average days of mutation disposal, and you can see Konkan is having highest number of days required for disposal of mutation. So as we are discussing, this is for people who are having multiple activities at their hand and they are supposed to be good at everything. For them, they need to have such dashboards which will give them complete idea of what is currently happening in their district and what is the point, what is the alert that should be there so that they can take it ahead and go ahead to take any kind of action. So this is again stage-wise dependency of the mutations. Again, it is in counts, but you can drill down even till the village with in terms of form. You can see for every single green bar, there is one light green bar where you can see the report, wherein you can have actual figures and you can drill down up to the actual mutation number. This is about e-property card information system, and this is about the property card again. Yeah, this is about the most important land measurement. So all these dashboards are currently ready, being used by collectors. Then I will also like to tell you that we have one very important project going on for updation in village form number 12, that is crop survey. For every single season, whatever crops are sown by the farmer, they are noted down by the government so that various policies can be designed, various subsidies can be given to farmers, subsidy on fertilizer, subsidy, then all kinds of subsidies, all kinds of information which is needed for such kind of scheme implementation is collected by revenue department. So we have this e-peak Pahani MIS, which basically monitors how much percentage of work is happening, has happened. We have given authority to the farmer to do the crop survey himself. So that is one very innovative thing which is done by Maharashtra. I think this is first. I think this is the only one in the whole country wherein farmer is given the authority to register his own crop survey. And I'm very happy to say this, that the result which we have got is very good. There are very, very less number of fraud surveys which are registered by the farmers, because it is like give and take. If you register something wrong, then you might get some subsidy, but you might miss on some very important thing. So for that, it is like a social experiment which we are doing, sir, in which the society is getting intelligent. The society is understanding that if they come up and help government, then government will help them back in a right focused manner. So this is our e-peak Pahani project. Then we also have this very important status report of registered documents. Whatever documents are registered, we make sure that those documents are auto-triggered and sent to the e-Fairfar or e-PCIS module wherein the mutation is actually happening. So this MIS basically shows how many documents are registered and how many of them are sent to the mutation portal so that the mutation is effected next after that. Then this is again about our e-Chowdi project, wherein we are trying to create a completely digitized Talati record. We have, as I said, that there are only two basic databases, form number 7 and form number 12. And there is a third database which is created on the basis of this, that is form number 8A, which has collection of revenue. So on the basis of these three dashboards, we have created all 21 village forms, which are basically registries, which are basically registers of forest land, of government-owned lands, and etc. So this record is now 100% getting digitized, and this is a dashboard which, this is a MIS which shows what is the progress in it. I touched upon one e-Hakka portal. This portal is created for as a platform between the Talati of his village and the citizen. A citizen can go and apply for various kinds of mutations through this portal, and this is how a collector can monitor what is happening. Then we have a direct approach for downloading a record of rights and urban record of rights, as well as rural record of rights. This is how it comes. This is 712 mutation application status. This is the map of the whole village, cadastral map. You can see it on the portal. And all this is made available on the land dashboard also. This is one digital notice board which we have created as a portal for common person to check whatever mutations are happening in his village, and he can actually check the mutation also. And this is the effect. So when the land dashboard was not there, or the MIS portals were not there, or this whole digitization activity was not there, the number of days that were required are shown in, you can see it in 2019. This is a division wise, and now it has come down to very less number, sir. uh, Let me just, yeah. So this is for the whole all four types. And this is, so average we have brought it down from around 100 days to 26 days. And this is, sir, yesterday we were having the Department of Land Resources meeting, and they were telling only about the cyber tehsils, wherein they could bring it down to around 20 days. The whole Maharashtra, all mutations, record of right mutations in rural area, all of them are affected in average 26 days now. And this is an average which is coming down but has never gone above 30 days, maybe since 2023. So that's all. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Sarita. We can take quick one or two questions. Meanwhile, we are also joined by Shri Parmar, who has been very instrumental in doing Samitva survey. He belongs to Survey of India. Very proud to be joined by Shri Parmar. Thank you, Sarita. We can quickly take one or two questions related to digitization. Now, they say 1 to 3% of GDP it has got stuck up in the land records. Unless we modernize our land records, this 3% GDP will not be practically released from the clutches of the complex land laws and land records. Ironically, one positive thing has happened after digitization. Maharashtra government last year earned 65 crores by just downloading the 712 extracts. Can you imagine? And the greatest user is the bank, not the consumers, not the farmers. Who is using the 712 extracts? The banks for giving loans. Now they don't have to move out of the branch office to search the revenue records. They can easily get it searched through this digitization process. So they are the biggest downloaders of 712 extracts, we can say. And it is very intelligently priced also. You can view your property extract online, but if you want to download with a sign, then you have to pay 15 rupees for that. So,
For any kind of legal usage, you use a downloaded copy. If you just want to view, it is free. So this is how we have created the portal.
Any
and
quick
facility.
questions, or otherwise we move to the next presentation? Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Myself, Madhu. I'm
Wow, very nice.
digitization of records. What it means? It means that after purification of land records, you are digitized that records on that, or after taken any resurvey process, you have.
No. So Andhra Pradesh is actually going ahead with some survey. Maharashtra has already field measurement books, so we have not gone ahead with any kind of resurvey. This is about record of rights. So record of rights were there in the Talati village accountant's record, and they were digitized using data entry. So official data entry in each column of the record of right was done. This process started it around 2014, and it officially ended in 2019. So it was a huge period wherein the record of rights were basically data entered. So there was a time in Maharashtra when you were having digitized records also and manual records also. So step by step, every district decided now we have done a complete digitization. And during this period, whatever mutations were happening, those mutations were physically converted into computerized record. This phase was around there for around 5 years, because Maharashtra is a huge state and we have high level of urbanization. So this process was done from 2014 to 2019 actively, and passively it is going on since 2002, because land modernization information system in Maharashtra is going on since 2002. So in 2019, Maharashtra government declared that now we will not be allowing manual usage, usage of manual record of rights.
But as per our ROR Act, the person is in possession and he is having any document and he is on the revenue records. When these three is that person is holding, then only we will call it as he is having a ownership on that.
See what happened as against many other states. Maharashtra had very strong land records department parallelly. And so within revenue department, there were two streams. One was land records, another was revenue. So we digitized initially the record of rights and the maps were later on connected. Actually, many of the states are lying behind only to avoid measurements of the lands. We also avoided re-measurement or survey of the land and still could achieve 100%.
No, I'm talking here ownership, sir.
Yes.
So
I'm not.
So let me
Sorry.
just clear that.
Basically ownership or occupancy.
But the person who is having the document, he is on the possession.
Yes.
There is record of right holder is holding that land as per our record of right. If there is some person who is having some claim and objection, we have a process for that.
Yeah, we will forward with our claims and
Yes.
all. But as you mentioned,
The revenue system of India says he is occupier
Yes.
or occupant and not owner. No, owner word is never used.
disputes are very less, or you said is
So
that.
this I believe.
No, I didn't say the disputes are less. I said
So-
the mutation disposal days have reduced.
Yes.
The mutation disposal days have reduced.
Earlier used to
It
take
used to take
100, 130 days. Now it is taking 26 days because there is close monitoring because of the dashboard.
So,
Notice period is 15 days.
15 days, that is kept same.
Yes.
so thank you, madam, for your presentation. I'm Dhiren. I'm a doctoral candidate. I just wanted to know what kind of challenges, like key two challenges that you face at most. What litigation happen? What is the mechanism that you sort of have built to sort of solve it?
Okay, so I'll first explain you. So there, the challenge which we now also feel that needs to be addressed is the data entry. So that's why when we have done the new project of e-Chowdi, we made sure that the data entry is done by an authority and not a person who is not aware about the sensitivity of the record of rights. So that is the first lesson which we have learned. And the second very important thing is, as sir rightly said, that the what to come first, whether the map or the record of right. That question is there in the whole country, not only the country, in the whole world. So whether you should first mark the territory and give a name, or just give a name and let that person be unless and until he has a dispute. So that question is always going to be there. So that is the second challenge which the whole nation is trying to find a solution for. The second question was?
What is the mechanism to sort of you have to litigation?
Basically, manual record was not standardized.
Huh.
Any Maharashtra village, you will find 10 Balasaheb Patil.
Okay.
It is either Patil Balasaheb, Patil Balu, Balasaheb Patil, something like that.
All right.
So standardization of the existing manual record took many years, and later on then we could.
Like how many years, sir? Like how many years? Like it's a evolved
We
over.
started in 97. Now we are nearing 100% digitized.
Okay.
So 27 years.
Thank you.
Yeah, true.
We can move on.
Last one we'll take. Yeah, please.
Sorry. My question is about sentiment. People are attached to paper documents, right? And they have this preference for paper documents. Like common citizens, they want something tactile that they can hold. So in a way, that kind of defeats the purpose of digitization. If people are continuing to want paper records, or so.
No.
How do you
Actually, this
deal
is the
with-
solution which we have given. So we do not want the person to be buried anytime at all. That's why we have made the 712 or the property card available for him to see anytime he wants freely. It is a most updated form. There is no change. So first emotion of having that insecurity in your mind that what is happening to my land is gone, because we have made sure that it is available. As sir rightly said, sir, you quoted a lesser amount. I think we have crossed 100 crore last year only. by just allowing people to download the data. And we do not keep the count of how many are viewing the data, because it is in multiples of crores. So we don't want to say that this is the number of people who have seen, but I'm very sure that most of the people who are having some knowledge about land administration go on the website called, all of you can write www.mahabhumi, mahabhumi.gov.in, wherein you will find various citizen facilitation tools. You can use View 712 8A tab, and you can just download whatever number of Satbara or 8A you want.
Yes, thank you, Sarita. Thanks for the nice presentation. We will now listen to Mr. Hattekar about practicalities of the land survey.
Namaste, good morning. Myself, Kamlakar Hattekar, working as Deputy Director, Land Records Survey in Settlement Commissioner Office, Pune. I will be presenting the advances in survey, resurvey and DLRMP in Maharashtra since last 10 years. As you know, first survey and settlement in India has been done from 1890 to 1930. The maps and RORs first were created in Maharashtra in India using great trigonometric survey, which was carried out in British regime. Since then, there was no any development in maps as regards to updation and creation of digital forms and all that. Integration of maps and ROR was also a basic question since last 50 years in India. Digital land records modernization scheme was taken in 2002-03 in India. From that, the issue was raised about the updation of cadastral maps as per ROR. That was the first, we can say, the first step to be taken in that DILR-MP. But to reach that page, we have to go through the scanning, digitization and updation of all cadastral maps which are available in all our offices and all that. So first in 2007-08, project was taken digitization of cadastral maps in Maharashtra and also across all over India. And then this project was completed in 2017-18. All survey number cadastral maps were scanned, digitized, and a database was created. Now it is available on Mahabhunaksha. Please share that Mahabhunaksha site. You can see all the maps of Maharashtra on Mahabhunaksha site that is created by Settlement Commissioner and Land Records Department in collaboration with Mahabhunaksha NIC Delhi. Which in last 3 years we have updated all the maps that is in Maharashtra. There are 43,700 villages which we have updated all the villages and linked it with RORs, Satbara, which are available on Mahabhumi portal. This is our site Mahabhunaksha. You can log in here. You can create login and see any of the villages in Maharashtra, and you can see the digital map of any of the village. दुसरं काढ अकोल्याचं वगैरे काढ.
Circle Officer Andhra, I can note because this would be useful.
This is what the main purpose and main aim of this project, or I can say, you might have been studied the Union Budget 2024-25, in which there are two main key features are there. Integration of each parcel or each subdivision that has been created on Satbara to map that requires the prerequisite of the same fulfillment is creation of a clear digital database, geo-referenced database, map database, which is available today, so that we can go further. You can see the polygon number 233 is having such a number of subdivisions which are showing on the left side. That is our main challenge and main task, to integrate and to create the individual unique parcels in cadastral map. That is our main challenge. We are working on it since last 6 months, how to go further digitally and how to go using modern digital technologies, modern survey technologies for the same purpose. We are trying to utilize and we are trying to integrate remote sensing and GIS applications for the same. This you can see, the subdivisions which are seeing on the Satbar are maybe multiple, that is 10, 15 or something more than that. But in the map you can see only one polygon is there. So to do all the activities to upgrade the map as per Satbara, there are many fragments, many subdivisions are created on map, but not on polygon. The government of India is seeing the updation of map according to Satbara also. So Bhu-Adhar, the concept of Bhu-Adhar is same, creation of Alpine number for individual parcel. That will give certainty to the farmer regarding his 4 boundaries. That is the main issue in India now, to ascertain the 4 boundaries legally on the ground. We can get any mutation to be done on record of right Satbara by sale purchase, by virtue of, we can say, will, or by virtue of any transaction methods. We can get the name as A replaced by B, B replaced by C. We can get mutation to be done on Satbara. But it is difficult to get the mutation on map. It is very difficult. This is the main challenge of our forthcoming generations also, I can see. And this is the main issue which we are facing. In civil court, there are 50% cases regarding this disputes regarding ownership and boundaries pending in all India, across India. So, the basically Land Records Department has done to digitize all the maps and present all the maps on portal, that is Mahabhunaksha portal. Now, then next step we are working on georeferencing of cadastral maps. First georeferencing of cadastral maps was done in 2002-03 in Maharashtra through Maharashtra Remote Sensing Satellite Application Center, in which there was a 5.8 meter resolution image. Then available technology image was used to georeference the cadastral maps of Maharashtra. But since 15 years have been gone, we have got now in last year 50 centimeter resolution, satellite resolution image, on which we are re-georeferencing all the cadastral maps in Maharashtra up to May 2025. We are completing the same project up to May 2025. That will make available 50 centimeter resolution maps to all public, that is all the stakeholders and publics. This is the georeferencing. Simply, you might all know, georeferencing process of conversion of digital paper-based maps to digital map, that is giving spatial coordinate system to each and every vertex. We are collecting GCP. We have formalized a method of georeferencing by working, since we are working last 2 years, we have formulated a method for georeferencing also, and we are working on it. Then the model stops here. Not only the creation of data, that is survey data, is the main component of our department, that is surveying. We are working and we are giving services to boundary and about boundary and demarcation to all the concerned stakeholders in Maharashtra. This is the image I will show. This is the image I will show, scanned map and digitized map you can see. It was a very old map which was created in 1950 and 1940. It is converted in digital format, which is a dynamic format. We can use any layer of it. We can use simply dynamic scaling, all facilities, you know it, are available in the digitized map. And it is used as a base input for georeferencing of cadastral maps. Next. Since in Maharashtra, the Land Records Department deals with the measurement of individual boundary and boundary marks, creation of boundary and boundary marks for individual purpose, that is called Mojni process. In Maharashtra, applicant applies for Mojni or boundary demarcation of his parcel according to Satbara or his parcel on the map, cadastral map, to Land Record Department, and we carry the measurement. Basically, previously measurement was carried out through using plane table techniques. Then new methods are available today, that is electronic total station machine, then DGPS, then we are today working on GNSS rovers, that is giving coordinates to our maps. But only using GNSS rovers for the measurement doesn't solve the problem. The main purpose of using surveying is to create a database or coordinates database for further use or for further processing of spatial data. That is the main purpose of this coordinate-based GIS measurement system. Previously, in before 2021, we are using a e-Mojni software, e-measurement or e-survey software, which was only, we can say, partial online software. There in that software, the only availability of Mojni application or survey application, online survey application was only available, but other part, that is surveying part and demarcation part, was totally offline. But in 2021, we have created a software that is called eMojni version 2, that is GIS-based software, which is totally online process from end to end, that is start to end. Applicant can apply online in this Mojni software. You can see it is available on eMahabhumi portal also, I will show it. Then payment is also online through GRAS. Then scheduling of Mojni and application, surveyor application, that is applicant gets measurement date on the same day when his applicant is accepted in the system. At the same time, SMS goes to the applicant regarding measurement date and who surveyor is coming for the measurement. Then measurement is done only using rovers, only GNSS rovers, that is coordinates using geographical coordinates. Then processing of the data, rover data is processed in QGIS or ArcGIS software only. We are not using CAD software anymore because this data can't be processed for further any application. So we have stopped using CAD software. We are using only QGIS and ArcGIS software. Then finalization of result, that is measurement copy. It is also, we are giving measurement copy directly to the login of the applicant. He is not come to office, not visit to office to get, and also it is published in portal also, GIS portal. I will show you GIS portal shortly. This is what we are done in eMojni version 2, that is citizen user ID creation. This is the first page of our site. You can visit it on eMahabhumi. You can note down eMahabhumi, in which you will see the eMojni version 2. This is the चला ठीक है पुढे घ्या. This is the login part. Then next. This is the citizen login part, which is live in Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, out of 358 talukas, it is active in 345 talukas now. We have received 1,10,000 applications in last year, and we have completed around 50,000 application online delivery of corporate and online measurement. This is the application and in which Satbara is also fetched directly from the Satbara database to the applicant. Next. Next, measurement fees, scheduling, all is available in the same or Emojni software. Next. Next. Applicants' information to be filled by applicants, stakeholders about adjacent holders and all that. Next. This is the document upload page which is given to the applicant side for the purpose if he wants to upload any document. There is no necessity to upload any document, only ID proof and requirement is there, but there is no any document required. Next, next, next. The nicety of this software is our GIS part, which I will present shortly within 2-3 minutes. GIS च घ्या.
100 or more, 150 years, we talked about boundary marks, and now for the first time we have GIS coordinates. So you can just walk with a mobile and you can find out the exact boundary of your land parcel. That's the beauty of this.
Dynamic mapping, that is dynamic mapping, digital mapping. We are working in the world of dynamic mapping. You can see the coordinates and our results in the same. नहीं हे करना कपरत करना डाउनलोड हाँ. This is also available on e-Mahabhumi portal, you can see. नाही आता काय दोन मिनिट. हाँ बताइए. Yes, that is what I am showing you. We have digitized all cadastral maps. We have geo-referenced all cadastral maps, and our surveyor is using field measurement books and all the maps which are available in the record room in digital form to resolve the disputes on the field. He is taking, primarily he is giving notice to all the adjoining holders, then he is taking the possession boundaries of all the holders with, by using GNSS rovers. Then he is superimposing the present record which is in digital format, that is field measurement book or subdivision measurement book or using cadastral map itself. Then he again went to field to determine the boundaries according to the legacy map, legacy cadastral map. That is the process of our resolution of boundary disputes. नाही झालं, यस झालं. GIS मॅप काढणार.
So I have a question as well. So what are the quality parameters when you're digitizing?
There are 3 quality parameters. First is the area of forward. The second one is shift, percentage of shift. And third one is the perimeter of the input and output. That is the ratio, percentage, area difference. I will show it also. Firstly, I will show you the map output. This is the map output. This is the firm line is showing the records. Layer suru kar tikadche. Firm line is showing the records and the dotted line is his possession. So this is the 30 centimeter MRSAC satellite image. This is the points which are taken. You can see the highlighted bullet points which are boundary marks, newly created boundary marks, and the possession is shown in dotted line itself on the ground. Then what are what madam has asked? Layers are chalu kar dusra. This is the output of our map, and this is the image. We have given 3 choices here: OSM, that is open source map layer, which is created by Survey of India. Then we have given Google Maps also. We are getting Google services also, but Google services are 1 meter resolution images. Then we have introduced the MRSAC images, which are 50 centimeter resolution images. खाली जा अजून थोडा.
They are putting layer over layer. So
layer,
that
yes. You can see एक layer close करून दाखव. OSM आणि हे.
Even wrong crop entered in the 712 extract by himself can be identified.
Yes, that can be. This is the fair image, what we can see. This is the digital format. This is the available on portal. The image which or any survey which is carried out by Land Record Department is uploaded on our GIS portal, which is available on Mahabhumi. You can see any case, you can see village-wise case, you can see any MRN case or any case, and you can assess it. Within 2 minutes, I will complete, sir. Output we are giving the coordinates also to the farmers in his map. This is the coordinate system which we are giving in the map itself. This is our GIS-based system which will create further GCP database or control point database for georeferencing also. This is a main utility of this our GIS-based survey system.
Sorry to interrupt. Just a small announcement. The session is scheduled to end at 12, but we can extend by 12:15 at max. But the questions will have to be asked after this.
This is and challenges. I can say within 2 minutes. I can share with you the challenges. Also, there is main challenge is integration of records of all types. That is, different departments are creating different records. That is. Town planning department is creating record, land record department is creating record, MIDC is creating record, and all the departments are creating record. But integration is the main issue in this digitization process that we are facing. Thank you very much. If any question, you can ask.
Thank you, Atekarji, for the wonderful presentation. We quickly move to the next
Thank you, sir.
presentation
Thank
by
you.
Sri Rajendraji Gode on best practices in Swamitwa, both and an urban Swamitwa.
Good morning to you all. We're moving on to afternoon. So much of legal jargon, but to keep it simple, I'll just explain it to you. I'm Rajendra Goye, Deputy Director of Land Records at the Settlement Commissionerate for City Survey. Now, basically, what's the difference between city survey and survey? In a common parlance language, I would say the CT scanned image is survey and MRI image is a city survey. So let us move out to the city survey, basically Swamitwa. Swamitwa is an abbreviation of Survey and Village of Abadi with improvised technology application in village areas. Maharashtra was the pioneer, started in Saswad Tehsil, Sonori village in 2019, rather 2018, and after that Government of India adopted it across the entire nation. Now, what does Swamitwa lead to? Basically, it is enhancing the tax module of the Gram Panchayat as well as enhancing the financial stability of a village or a village habitant. And apart from that, it reduces the property dispute cases. Now, this is just a brief flow. I wouldn't go into the details of it. It is just the notification to the preparation of the property card. Now, if you look at the Gauthan, the village site, what happened in the survey was the entire land parcel was mapped for revenue during the British's time. And the area which did not fetch any revenue was left idle. That was a village township area called as a Gauthan. It is a traditionally revenue-free area for a residential purpose. Now, don't these hutment or don't these inhabitants of these villages have a right for a record of right? Obviously. So, the purpose of city survey came into existence, wherein you measure that individual parcel of land and give the villagers their property cards. Now, property cards, if you get a legal validity, because Gram Panchayat or a tax assessment register doesn't fetch you any financial stability or any legal validity. Now, moving on to the Swamitwa, this is just a brief how we proceeded to Swamitwa. First was the boundary demarcation, then the village meeting, property demarcation, drone flying. Then it was the digitization of property, then inquiry. Inquiry is the actual village, every property was visited, their boundaries were demarcated, and the record of right, the ownership was given to the individual owner in the form of sanad and property card. And this is the digitized map. This is the ORI, the auto-rectified map. This is of a normal drone image. This is the digitized copy of the map, a digital parcel, what you get of the entire village. And this is a geo-reference map. Now, every parcel of land in Swamitwa would be geo-reference. This is the process of inquiry, and this is the property card which you normally get, and the sanad. And this is with the coordinates. Now, every parcel of land will have coordinates. Now, looking at the financial aspect, Swamitwa now, roughly there were 30,000 villages. Drone flying has been completed. Just look at this point number 3. Inquiry completed is 83%. So only 5,000 villages are remaining. And property card generation is almost 15,000. So 47, 48%. Every parcel of land is measured and the property has been given. Now, if you look at the mutations, this is the right side. If you look at it, these were all virgin lands. These were untouched lands which had no potential. And now these are the entries. Gahan Nundi, Gahan Katacha Nundi is the mortgage deeds. These are the mortgage deeds which have been registered in the auto trigger one. A person goes to the sub-registrar's office, he registers a mortgage deeds, and automatically it comes to the survey or city survey department, and they effect the mutation. So these are the number of mortgage deeds which have been effected on property card. And the first column is the sale deed. So sale deed and mortgage deeds have been in consonance, and they have now been effected on property cards. Now, if you look at the immense value, how much value it has created, SLBCs have been given the instructions, and the DLBCs have been given the instructions to include these properties, because basically any bank or any financial institution has an apprehension that whether this property is included in the SURFACE Act, which is the recovery part of it. Now, if you look at the monetization, how much we have created, this is it. The average household would be somewhere around about 5 lakhs, the house along with the hutment or the land. 100 households are having, one village as having 100 households average. So 5 crore is the valuation of one village. We've got 30,000 villages. Look at the valuation, 1.5 lakh crore. This is huge. This is only for the state of Maharashtra. Just imagine the potential, how much we have across the entire nation. This is the untapped one, because basically if you look at the US market, they have got 96% of land monetization. India, we've got only 4 to 5%. Why? Because our textual record doesn't match with the special record. This anomaly has been done away with in Swamitwa, in city survey. Now we move on to, this was only for the periphery of a Gauthan village. We move on to the new scheme which Government of India has just announced, called as a National Geospatial Knowledge-Based Land Survey of Urban Habitats. So what Swamitwa was for rural habitat, this is for the urban habitat. It would be more or less the same one. See, city survey, this is the image of Pune, Kharadi. This is not any other image of any Western nation. It is our own Pune's image. This is the city survey, how we carry out. There is one more enhancement in the Swamitwa, for urban Swamitwa. Every flat owner will also have the property card. Now this is one step ahead, because in the periphery or the peri-urban areas, we are going to have n number of properties which are going to be have in a vertical format. So we are going to have this type also in property cards. Same would be the flow, georeferencing, drone survey, and now in Swamitwa, door-to-door survey was conducted, and manually the georeferencing was done. Here it would be done in the software. Apart from that, there's one more important thing is, first of all, just look at this slide. First, the promulgation of road open spaces would be done. This would be the first step, because we are going to have the sanctity of the road and open spaces maintained in any survey first. Then it would be the promulgation of the open spaces. This would be the sanctioned layouts, the layouts which have been sanctioned by the urban planning bodies. And this is the most important thing, the georeferencing of sewage line, drainage lines, and water supply line, electricity line. Because what happens is the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing in the government sector. Every department works in silos, whereas this would be having a base reference wherein every department would talk to each other, and all layers would be shown on the map. So we will have a cohesive layer like what we have in Gati Shakti. So this and the objection redressal mechanism would be here. Now this objection and the property card would be generated. This is just a reference and how layouts would be superimposed and how transition has happened. And now we move on to the last sector, like what is the mechanism for redressal of the queries. We are going to have a EQJ court system. E is e-quasi-judicial court system, wherein how the courts function, they have got the online application of redressal of mechanism. We are going to have the same mechanism here in Swamitwa and urban Swamitwa, as well as in Tehsil, as well as in LR, as Gaikwad sir explained. And we're going to have the live board as well, wherein the hearings would be taken in a live manner, and this would be the interface. And the most important thing is that you will not have to come personally to present your case. It would be in an e-court format wherein the notices would be generated. This is the parameter for all 4 departments, and the module-wise development would be advocate registration to the case filing and the schedule, as well as Roznama, as well as the decision, and this would be the dashboard. E-filing would be done. All cases status and dashboard would be maintained at the district level and the state level, and these would be the hearing notice, digital signature, online payment, status tracking, live board contract and conference. This all would be conducted. We are already in the last stage of development. We are planning to launch it by 15th of December. We've already done the UAT for 6 districts, and we are going to have this. And that is all. Wonderful.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you. Big applause for Rajendra Goleji. Looking to the time constraint, I would request VC Parmarji for quick remarks. And then Mr. Kale for this presentation. No. Parmar is not presenting, so he'll just talk. 12:15, we should be able to finish off this session.
Yeah, the timelines has been given to me. So, very good morning. In fact, it's time to say the good afternoon to the chair, the dignitaries, and all present here. My name is Bhupendra Parmar, and I belongs to Survey of India, basically working as a technical officer, office surveyor, based at Pune. So basically, this is a topic, and I'm more related to the ground. In fact, the technical terms which you are hearing, the resolutions and all. So we work in the ground actually as Survey of India. And before I start, I would like to express my sincere thanks to ILDC organizers to give me opportunity to speak on this forum in front of all of you. To give just in context, in fact, the Maharashtra is about 3,07,000 square kilometers, a huge area, and it is the 3rd largest state in terms of the area, geographical area in India, consisting of 9.36% of the whole India statistics. So you can imagine that how we are talking about the land developments and the challenges and all the surveys and this putting into all the portal, how difficult it is, how challenging it is. In fact, we have the wings here in Pune from 1970s. Survey of India, in fact, started in 1767 by the Britishers, but later on, see the offices, the parties, and then now the directorates has come to point in Pune in 1970. Earlier we were in Koregaon, now in Phulanagar. In fact, we are based at. And our directorate is responsible for Maharashtra and Goa states here. So basically, in terms of the topo sheets, if we talk about, we have 418 sheets, topo sheets on a 1:50,000 scale, which completes the Maharashtra. So this 418 sheets, maybe further maybe divided in the lads and longs. Basically, if we talk about the mapping, which we are related to, in fact, see, historically, Survey of India was doing the surveys in terms of the plane tabling, which was the core, and then later on the theodolites, which was, we are provided the backbone of the whole trigonometric survey, the great trigonometric survey, across from north to south and east to west. And later on, when the total stations and the GNSS devices came into the market, and yes, the technological innovations, and today when we are talking about drone and lidars, actually, that has facilitated us to provide the more efficient and accurate maps to the people for the different land administrations. See, if we talk in terms of the remote sensing, particularly as sir has just shown the Maxar 30 centimeter resolution satellite, that's the best available today in the world. Below that, you cannot go with the satellite imageries. You have to rely on the lidar or either on the maybe drone surveys. That's providing you into the within further finer centimeter resolutions. Satellite imageries is available up to only 30 centimeters where you can work on. But in fact, yes, if we look back 20 years or maybe further back, yes, we have the aerial photographs and maybe we have the more coarser photographs and satellite imageries. But today we have these technological innovations which are helping us in mapping. I'll just go fast. In fact, just a brief of the topographical features, how we do it. something which is above the earth, we categorized into the different categories like buildings, land covers, hydrography, hypsography, which is related to the elevations, vital installations, which is civil and military installations we have above the earth, which are a part of the map. Now, basically, when we talk about these different categories and the urban development and infrastructure planning, see, there are different projects which Survey of India has done maybe in the past. Yeah, I will not go into the back of it, and the time will not allow us. In fact, right from the 250 years of vintage.
We can show
So,
them the 10-minute film later on.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So, Survey of India in close collaboration with the Department of Land Records has been instrumental in maintaining the land records over the years, in fact. But we came closer more when the Swamitva came into existence in 2019, as Sir has rightly told. Earlier, it was named as large-scale mapping, which was renamed later as Swamitva, actually. And I must say, first of all, maybe I say that yes, Survey of India and definitely the Land Records Maharashtra has a phenomenal success in achieving this 30,000 villages, about 37,000 villages of mapping using the drone. That was the first vast experience even for the surveyors of Survey of India to on such a large scale, and throughout the country, if I talk about, it's around 6 lakhs villages which Survey of India is flying and getting the maps of it. So this is a phenomenal success, which I must congratulate. Definitely, I should appreciate, in fact, the Land Records Department, the government of Maharashtra, who has really coordinated well with us, and in sync, we are able to achieve. Today, we are about to close. In fact, I think possibly in the next year, we will about to close this project, completing the whole Maharashtra. So this is a phenomenal success. And basically, when we talk about the recent other initiatives of Survey of India, what they did, in fact, one of the projects called as ICZM, that was a project Survey of India has done, that is an integrated coastal zone management project to delineate and mapping the coastal hazard line, the whole coast of India, in fact. It's about 75,000 means linear kilometer in terms of measurement, and Survey of India has provided on 1:10,000 scale with a 0.5 meter elevation contour maps to the country for hazard management, and that was mainly funded by the World Bank, and yes, National Disaster Agency of India is using those statistics, means that particular contour maps. Another project we did it as a national hydrology project. In fact, that's also on the close. Next year we are about to close it, where we have prepared the distal elevation models along the river basins, and we started with the river Ganga, in fact, and we are provided with a 0.5 meter, 5 meter, and a 10 meter distal elevation models, maybe again on the either side of the river Ganga, and we are planning to have means extension for this particular project with the other rivers, major rivers of India, in fact. Another project I can say is a Central Mine Planning and Designing Institute, CMPDI, which we did in Maharashtra and other states also, but yes, in Maharashtra we did for the Nagpur and Chandrapur districts for the mining sector, in fact. Coal India Limited in association with, we did the project. I think most of the people, those who are related to the surveying fraternity here, they are aware of the National Geospatial Policy 2022, which government has released, and now this is open for all, means the people with the private sectors or maybe the public-private partnerships and the government agencies, as rightly Sir has told, that they have to integrate their self, come forward and prepare the maps, which is meaningful for the people actually. We are not just preparing the maps for ourselves, we are preparing this data for the people, how it will be meaningful for the people and they can use it. So in aligning in that, we have an administrative boundary database, which the Survey of India is doing from the day one, but now again, we are recounseling it, and means we are resurveying and preparing the administrative boundary database of the country. And there again, we have an association with the government of Maharashtra and in the other states also, the other land record departments. In fact, I will just quote one of the case studies. I was associated with the ground, and there is a creek called as in 30-35 nautical miles from the Gujarat, there is a creek called as Sar Creek, which is basically a boundary of India and Pakistan. And I was a part of it in 2008 when we went to Indo-Pak joint survey for that Sar Creek. The middle of the creek is assumed to be the boundary of India and Pakistan. every 5 years, periodically, in fact, we do the surveys for it. And so I'm just telling you how complex it is to grow in, means to go into the areas where the orders are that shite and shoot. If somebody sees you and then they shoot you because it's an international border, but with an maybe joint surveys with the governments, how complex terrains you have to move. It's not just a simple line which you are looking at the map, how complex it is to survey on that, on the ground actually. So basically I was a part of it, and we did the survey, and it's periodically has been done. So similarly, we have the several other cases. In fact, in Maharashtra, in one place, I'm not just remembering the place, where there is an encroachment of mangroves. The people came and then they have approached the court, even the Supreme Court. It went to the Supreme Court that somebody is encroached commercially that mangrove place. Then Survey of India intervened, and maybe with the drone survey we have resolved that dispute, in fact, and we have to move out. That means the court has given the orders to that commercial place. So this is how the problems or challenges are always there. Another project which is now we are doing in Maharashtra is Dronagiri, and 2 of the districts the government has taken up. In fact, it has to be finalized further. Washim and Amravati, where the corporates, they have to put their demands, like the banking sector or the other corporates, and based on that demands, we'll provide them the data, GIS data, so that the further development in those maybe underdeveloped districts can be further done. I think, yes, I have to talk about another project which Sir has told about, the Naksha, which is an upcoming project, and it's a very ambitious project for the urban Swamitva, where 8 districts of Maharashtra has been taken up on pilot basis. And to further elaborate, I will tell you that these 8 districts will be surveyed in the 3 different methods of the drone, integrated with the nadir and maybe simple 3D mapping and all, maybe the simple cameras also. So 3 different ways how we'll prepare the maps, and finally we'll have a goal to prepare the 3D maps, because it's very difficult in the urban areas to get the vertical floor information, that yes, it's not like a rural where you have some roof and you just a square or a rectangular shape. Yes. So this is again a project which we had taken up, Survey of India, in the 8 districts of Maharashtra. And the last but not least, in fact, I would like to inform you that we have continuously operating reference system in Maharashtra with 77 stations. To the surveying fraternity, those who require the accuracies in the centimeters in their coordinates in the horizontal and vertical, they can use this CORS network. And this is the first time in India, Survey of India has introduced this system, which is already existing in some of the advanced Western countries. Now in India, we have that network throughout the country, and in Maharashtra, we have CORS. The government agencies, they can register with us, they can use it free of cost. For the private agencies, there is a very minimum amount which we are charging to use these services. So wherever they are, they can use this particular network. They need not to find a particular benchmark or a reference station. They can use this CORS network to find their position accurately in terms of centimeters, within the centimeters, in fact.
Thank you.
So this is one thing which I would like to talk about. Now, the way forward, in fact, some of the, despite and successes, we have some challenges also. Always the challenges are there. So definitely data acquisition is one of the challenges. Land encroachments, yes, definitely. We did some of the surveys where we faced these challenges, and we have to overcome this somehow. I'd like to just talk about this Swamitva one instance, if sir allow me, in fact. Yes, on the ground, when people go to fly the drone surveys, how they are facing the problems in Gadchiroli and the hilly terrains like Konkan areas. In Gadchiroli, the Naxalite areas, when the people goes there to fly drone, they have difficulties. But yes, the last instance, some of our surveyors, they made friendship with that Naxalite and used their network only to fly the drones. This is a ground truth. In fact, this is not a case study, but this is something practical problems the people are facing. And yes, I think I should move forward in this. And I'd like to talk about maybe some of the suggestions which I think, yes, we should all, as a surveying fraternity, we should I'll close in 1 minute, sir. In fact, the Maharashtra has made significant strides in the field of land administration over the years, particularly in mapping, data accessibility, and modernization of land records. However, there are always areas for continued improvement, which I like to suggest. And as a professional in surveying and mapping domain, Survey of India, we are committed to ensuring a fully transparent, accessible, and reliable administration, which is only possible when all the stakeholders, whether private, whether government, they will come together. Still, we are facing when, as a central government department, see, when we ask for the data, the sharing of data still is a problem. And people are doing the very redundant work. Maybe somebody is preparing the national highways, the another department is again preparing a national highway. We are also preparing the national highway, but we don't come together and share. So redundant work is a big problem. Reluctance in sharing the data is still I think it's some reserves, which I think now over the years will come up, people will come up and share, and we as a country, we as a society will come together. So this is the last message which I like to convey from the behalf of my senior and my director here. In fact, my director was not able to come, so Survey of India remains dedicated to advancing geospatial knowledge and expertise to further enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of land administration in the state, and we are open for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Parmaji. Looking to the time constraint, I would request Kale Saab to just finish in 2-3 minutes his last presentation.
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to everyone. Namaste. Myself Bala Saab Kale, Deputy Director Land Record, retired, now working as a land record officer in यशदा. हमारे साथ यहाँ पे अग्रवाल साहब हैं जिन्होंने कंप्यूटराइजेशन और लैंड रिकॉर्ड की इंडिया में न्यू रखी थी, फाउंडेशन रखा था. वो सुन रहे, उनके सामने बोलना बड़ी दिक्कत वाली बात है. सर, मैं आपको नमस्ते करता हूँ एंड फिर से सबको मैं नमस्ते करता हूँ. मैं हिंदी में बात करूँगा बिकॉज माई इंग्लिश इज सो एंड सो. महाराष्ट्र में जो प्रोजेक्ट चल रहे हैं उसमें से 3 इम्पोर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में मैं बात करूंगा. पहला जो है DILRMP, डिजिटल इंडिया लैंड रिकॉर्ड मॉडर्नाइजेशन प्रोग्राम, सारे भारत में चल रहा है. उसमें जो मेन कंपोनेंट है वो कंप्यूटेशन एंड डिजिटाइजेशन ऑफ रूरल अर्बन आर. दूसरा जो है डिजिटाइजेशन एंड जियो रेफरेंसिंग ऑफ कैडेस्ट्रल मैप्स. तीसरा ऑनलाइन म्यूटेशन, ई मोजनी, ई क्यूजे कोड, स्वामित्व एंड अर्बन लैंड सर्वे, दैट इज नकाशा. ये जो सारे प्रोजेक्ट हैं, सारे प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में आपने अभी सुना. ये प्रोजेक्ट तभी यशस्वी हो सकते हैं जब प्रोजेक्ट इंप्लीमेंट करने वाले की कर्मचारी अधिकारियों का अच्छे तरह से प्रशिक्षण हो, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हो. तो महाराष्ट्र में कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के ऊपर ज़्यादा ध्यान दिया गया. ये प्रोजेक्ट इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए इतने सारे ऑफिसर्स और स्टाफ को ट्रेन करना था. जैसे कि कंप्यूटेशन एंड डिजिटाइजेशन ऑफ अर्बन आरआर के लिए 700 ऑफिसर्स एंड स्टाफ्स फ्रॉम लैंड रिकॉर्ड डिपार्टमेंट एंड 500 स्टाफ्स फ्रॉम प्राइवेट एजेंसी, इनको ट्रेन करना था जिनको कंप्यूटेशन के बारे में बहुत कुछ नॉलेज था, लेकिन रिकॉर्ड ऑफ राइट क्या है, रिकॉर्ड ऑफ राइट में एंट्री क्या है, ये कुछ भी मालूम नहीं था. तो उनको डाटा एंट्री कैसी करनी है, चेक कैसा करना है, सॉफ्टवेयर यूज कैसा करना है, इस बारे में ट्रेनिंग देनी थी. अर्बन आरआर ऑनलाइन म्यूटेशन, महाराष्ट्र में अर्बन आरआर म्यूटेशन, आरआर मीन्स रिकॉर्ड ऑफ राइट म्यूटेशन जो है पूरा ऑनलाइन है. उसका पूरा प्रोसीजर का ट्रेनिंग 1000 स्टाफ्स एंड ऑफिसर को देना था. डिजिटाइजेशन एंड जियो रेफरेंसिंग ऑफ कैडेस्ट्रल मैप, ई मोजनी जो आपने मिस्टर हटेकर साहब से सुना, बहुत एम्बिशियस प्रोजेक्ट है महाराष्ट्र का. मुझे लगता है कि पूरा इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होने के बाद पूरा इंडिया उसको अपना लेंगे. स्वामित्व के बारे में मिस्टर गौड़े साहब ने आपको बताया, 7000 ऑफिसर्स एंड स्टाफ्स आर रिक्वायर्ड टू बी ट्रेन. इसमें रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट के अधिकारी और कर्मचारी हैं और ग्रामीण विकास विभाग यानी रूरल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के अधिकारी कर्मचारी को प्रशिक्षण करना जरूरी था. अभी इन सब लोगों को ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए ट्रेनिंग फैसिलिटी लैंड रिकॉर्ड डिपार्टमेंट की कितनी है, लैंड रिकॉर्ड के पास कितने ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है? एक ही ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था, एक ही ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है जो छत्रपति संभाजी नगर में है, लैंड रिकॉर्ड ट्रेनिंग एकेडमी उसको के नाम से उनको जानते हैं, उसमें भी कोई इशू थे। पहला तो ट्रेनर्स हैविंग ए नो नॉलेज ऑफ जीएस एंड मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी। स्वामित्व इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए, ई मोजनी वर्जन 2 इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए, 1 इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए जीएस ट्रेन करने वाला कोई आदमी नहीं था, कोई ऑफिसर नहीं था, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अवेलेबल नहीं था, हार्डवेयर एंड सॉफ्टवेयर अवेलेबल नहीं है, लेस मैन पावर, ये इश्यूज थे। तो उनको ओवरकम करने के लिए महाराष्ट्र ने क्या किया, ये मेरे प्रेजेंटेशन का सबसे बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है। हमने पार्टनरशिप विथ एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूट किया। एक ही इंस्टीट्यूट है इसलिए ज़्यादा इंस्टीट्यूट तो चाहिए ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए, तो पार्टनरशिप विथ एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन, फाइंडिंग फाइनेंशियल रिसोर्सेज एंड सैंक्शंस ऑफ फंड्स। अभी आपने सुना कि डिजिटली साइंड आरआर इशू करके हमने 100 करोड़ से ज़्यादा फंड्स प्राप्त किए हैं। यूज ऑफ इंटेलिजेंट एंड स्मार्ट टेक्नो savvy डिपार्टमेंट ऑफिसर्स एंड स्टाफ trained as a master trainer. Use of social media and small villages were created. अभी मैंने बताया कि हमने प्राइवेट एजेंसी या सेमी गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी के साथ कोलैबोरेशन किया था। तो बेसिक जीआईएस ट्रेनिंग कोर्स जो है कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग पुणे में हमने आयोजित किया था। कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग का बड़ा सहयोग मिला। आप सब जानते हैं इट इज़ अ वेरी बिग कॉलेज, रिनोन कॉलेज। वहाँ पे हमने सर्वे ऑफिसर का 14 बार ट्रेनिंग किया। नंबर ऑफ ट्रेनिंग टेकन 14, नंबर ऑफ पार्टिसिपेंट 372। वीएनआईटी नागपुर में भी हमने ट्रेनिंग किया, बेसिक जीआईएस ट्रेनिंग। नंबर ऑफ ट्रेनिंग 14 एंड नंबर ऑफ पार्टिसिपेंट्स आर 540। ये लोग जो हैं ये इन्होंने अच्छी तरह से काम किया। लीगल ट्रेनिंग भी हमने आईएलएस लॉ कॉलेज में दिया है। अर्बन और कंप्यूटरेशन के लिए हेल्प डेस्क स्टेट लेवल पे क्रिएट किया, डिविजनल लेवल ट्रेनर, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल ट्रेनर, तालुका लेवल ट्रेनर्स एंड ऑनलाइन ग्रीवेंस रिटेंशन सिस्टम, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप, गूगल मीट, शॉर्ट सब्जेक्ट बेस्ड वीडियोस। ये ऑनलाइन ग्रीवेंस रिटेंशन सिस्टम है। कॉस्ट जो इनकोर हुआ वो बहुत कम है। अचीवमेंट क्या है, तो हमने आर कंप्यूटराइजेशन फुल्ली किया है। ऑनलाइन म्यूटेशन प्रोसेस सक्सेसफुली इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ है। ई मोजनी इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ है और इससे टाइम से हुआ है और पब्लिक सेटिस्फेक्शन बढ़ गया है। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, all the panelists, Mr. Kale, Mr. Parmar, Rajendra ji Gole, Hatekar ji, or Srimati Sarita Narke ma'am. We had wonderful and very action-packed session. Thank you so much for attending and participating and making know what Maharashtra is doing in digitization of land records. Thank you so much. I'll just for this particular movie on YouTube, it is available. The great work done by Survey of India can be seen by this.
पॉइंटर मिल गया, एक पॉइंटर। हाँ ये इधर अभी चल रहा है।
we have a very rich menu of presentations on the implementation and the evaluation related aspects of land governance policies. So we have 4 presenters with us. Richa Joshi, who's with Landstack, will be presenting with Mehboob Basha, who's a research associate here at Flame University. There is also a presentation by Haricharan Bhera sir, who's from the Indian Statistical Institute, and Omkar Modak, also from Landstack, which is a land governance specializing think tank based in Odisha. He will be presenting on Swamitva. And there is also a presentation by, excuse me if I pronounce your name incorrectly, sir, it's by Mengistu Mekonnen, sir, who's joining us from Ethiopia, right? Yeah. Okay. So first presenters, yeah, I'll please request all presenters to keep their remarks aligned with the time, and so that we can also entertain some questions from the audience. First set of presenters, Richa and Mehboob, yes.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Today, we are Flame and Landstack have did this study on DLRMP and Swamitva. So now we are going to look at the evaluation of citizen perception on awareness and their evaluation of the accessibility of the digital DLRMP scheme and the outcomes and output. I will be presenting the outcomes and process, and Richa will be presenting on outputs. So Digital India Land Records Modernization Program, it was launched in 2016, and the main focus of the scheme was to minimize the scope of land and property disputes, and to modernize the management of land records, and to enhance the transparency in the land records maintenance system. And it was a program, national level program. It was earlier known as NLRMP, National Land Records Modernization Program, in 2018. After that, in 2016, it was transformed as DLRMP. So there are eight objectives of the DLRMP. One is to improve the real-time information on land. So whatever the information that we have on land is scattered and it's not correct, and reduce the land disputes and benefit both landowners and prospectors. So a good data on land may assist in policy and planning also, and to enable the sharing of information with various organizations and agencies. As in the earlier presentation also, Settlement Commissioner sir was saying ki the departments work in silos and they don't share and they don't talk in between. So the data sharing is also issue in between these departments, and to also to check fraudulent transactions and to reduce this issue. And as he was also saying, the obvious need of physical visits to revenue departments and in register offices. So the one of the main motive of the digitizing this is to that we can access anywhere and at any time. And the 8 major components of DLRMP are one is the computerization of land records. So under this thing, these are the activities that will be done, and computerization of registration and survey and resurvey will be there, and modern record rooms will be prepared, and training and capacity building will be there, and project management unit will be prepared to provide human resource and other infrastructure services, and computerization of revenue code and management system will be created, and to link other record of rights. This will be the ultimate thing of this DLRMP scheme. So our objectives and methodology are like that. we will be evaluate, like we try to evaluate the citizen accessibility of the DLRMP service in terms of land records and mutation processes. And we have did this survey in both Maharashtra and Odisha state. And another thing is like to evaluate the citizen awareness on the DLRMP scheme also. So the study focused on Odisha and Maharashtra, and the districts we have selected in Maharashtra are 4: Pune, Sindhudurg, Hingoli, Gadchiroli, and in Odisha, Anugul, Balasore, Cuttack, and Koraput. So this district selection was done based on using consolidated convenient sampling methods. And like we have tried to look at four categories. One is urban, peri-urban, tribal, and irrigated areas. So we have we did in each district we try to maintain 40 households, and we have done, this is the data that number of IDIs and FGDs we have conducted. So coming to the graphs and findings. So on awareness level, so when we asked about awareness of the online records, so here 71.9% of the people said that they are aware of the online records. And in each the clarification of the in each districts it is it can be clearly shown that in Pune most number of people are aware due to this urban influence. And in the Sindhudurg a large number of population, almost 42.50 people are unaware of the processes. So this also signifies that like in the qualitative data we have got to know about this, that there are network issues and due to regional differences, and this issue is there. And in Odisha, only 30% of the population were aware, and rest of the population were not aware. This is also an issue here. And when it comes to accessibility of the Maharashtra, so so there is some significance pattern here. So when people are to some extent aware of the schemes and services and anything, when it comes to accessibility, this further reduce. Here we can clearly see that when we asked about whether the people have accessed or checked their online records or not, so only 57.9% of the people said that they have accessed, and 42.1% of the people said no. So when it comes to awareness and accessibility part, so this is further reduced. And the same follows in Odisha also. So almost 61% of the population said they have accessed and they have checked the online records, and only 38% of the people said no. And if we see the like Anul, 52.38% of the population were not didn't check their land records, and Balasore and Cuttack, for example, Cuttack and Balasore are districts that are industrial areas and capital past capital cities. Still, we can see that like these districts are performing well here, and the other districts, for example, rural and peri-urban areas, like we can see that somewhat to some extent the information gap is there and accessibility issue is there. And this is about awareness about the Bhunaksha in Maharashtra. So we have a portal called Bhunaksha to check online records and all these things. So especially in general, when we asked about the awareness on online portals, it was somewhat more. But especially when we asked about Bhunaksha, it was just further reduced. It was only 40% of the population said that they are aware of the Bhunaksha. And when we asked about the checking and downloading of cadastral maps, so this further reduced. For example, awareness and accessibility is there, but when we asked about how many people are using this, for example, are you downloading or not, only 20.61% of the respondents tried to checking their cadastral maps. So that was like there are two types of maps, sorry, records, you know, right? Textual and spatial records. So when we asked about the spatial records, it's further reduced. Only 20% of the population have checked. Of these 20% of the population, 61.8% of the population have tried to download the records. So here the population is only 35, and out of 165 people, 35 people try to check, and out of this 35, only 61.8% of the population try to download in Maharashtra. And in Odisha, it's also same, like almost 20% of the population only try to check the cadastral maps, and after that, only 36% of the population try to download. So to some extent, Maharashtra is performing really well in terms of awareness, accessibility, and downloading than Odisha. And application of mutation and its accessibility. So this is output information. So when we asked about like have you tried to apply for updation of the mutation in last 4 or 5 years, only 11.52% of the population said that they tried to apply for the mutation, and in Maharashtra, and 5.7% of the population said that they tried to do in Odisha. And but like out of this thing also, only 21.5% of the population checked their status on online. There is some huge information gap here. The people are not tending towards usage of the online portals or something here. And when we asked about the land use conversion in Maharashtra also, so in the last 4 or 5 years, out of our population, in our survey population, 4.3% of the population tried to apply for land use conversion. And their mode of mode of application was 29% of the population said that they used common citizen service center, and 43% said that they through revenue offices, and other 29% people said that with the help of intermediary agents. So that they are most number of population are tending towards using the traditional practices. For example, going back to the revenue offices. Yeah, even though the online services are there, common service citizen service center are there. So it's just 29% of the population tried to check our application through these things. And this is the Odisha data. So 70% of the population tried to apply for the land use conversion, and the same is also here. So through only revenue and offices, 73% of the population tried to access through these. So we can clearly see that to some extent, population are tending more practicing the same traditional practices. For example, going back to the offices and all these things. Even though the DLRMP main motto was to obviate this physical access and all these things. And when we try to ask about the mode of accessibility of online records also, we can clearly see that 16.49% of the population tried to check on their own via mobile, yeah, PC or tablets or something. And large number of population tried to check from 43% of the population tried from common citizen service center, and 35% tried to do it from revenue offices, and through village panchayat and all those things, 4% of the population. And this further in Odisha, so by yourself, like own pay, like this further reduced. Only 14% of the population tried to download, check, and 76.81% of the population used CSCs. And here we can see clearly see that through family and through revenue office, it is further reduced. So here what we can see is that the informality still exists. People are trying to use the traditional things rather than going for the modern things. And in terms of digital access and citizen awareness and etc., Maharashtra is performing really better than Odisha. To some extent, this is because Maharashtra government has tried to accept this digital signature thing, and Odisha it didn't happen. That's why to some extent Maharashtra people are somewhat better using or accessing better than Odisha, and more data needs to be collected or better understanding of the partner, because like this is a preliminary understanding of the data, and we are still this is the first first kind of observation, and with this observation we are going again back to the field to validate our findings and all these things. So more data will be collected, and we will try to evaluate this thing. And accessibility issues often outweigh awareness challenges, as we see that pattern. To some extent, people are aware, but they are not able to access. Even if they are able to access, they may be not downloading the services. Thank you. Now, Richa will talk about outcomes.
Thank you, Mehboob, for setting the context, and also as Mehboob, have spoken about the part of the process and then the impact. I'll be mainly talking about in terms of outcomes. As we have seen in the awareness to access, the percentage has consistently it was dropping. So we'll be seeing further in the outcomes how in the different states the outcomes are it varies in the two different states. And also here I'm not making any conclusion because the study is ongoing and we are yet to collect the more data. Sorry for the delay. So I'll present, okay. So mainly when I'm talking about the outcomes of, DLRMP, this is mainly from the community insights. talking about it, if you see, this will be the presentation overview. So I'll be, well, most of the part has been done by Mehboob about the scheme, the approach and the methodology that was followed in the study. I'll be mainly talking about the findings in the, mainly in terms of, outcomes, and then the conclusion, mainly the inferences, yeah. So these are some of the, objectives which is given by the government of India about the DLRMP. And also we did try to, fit how we can, what our research questions for the study is. So basically the process and output part is already been, covered by Mehboob. I'll be mainly covering about the outcomes. And in the outcomes, I'll be talking about what the, how to identify and analyze the, broader socioeconomic, legal implications of digitized land records. I'll skip this part. So yeah, so talking about the findings, I'll be mainly talking about the outcomes in three aspects. One is access to financial institutions. Second, access to public entitlements. And third, a very important thing about the trust. So, well, this is again the, questionnaire meta-analysis, how we, approach this study, and the part that will be covered by me. Yeah. So, coming to Odisha here, we would not be, telling, okay. So coming to Odisha, if you talk about, with the digitized land records, are the people or the community, were they able to, get the loans from the financial institution? Has the process been easier? So it's 37%. And if you talk about how many percentage of the community has taken the loans from any formal institution, here we are talking about the formal institution. So it's as of now 22%. And further going to the district wise distribution of within the state of Odisha, we have seen that the urban is highest, of course, because when we are talking about the awareness and access, there is awareness and access is more in the urban spaces, in the urban district, because of the dissemination of the information given to the districts which are more urban. Talking about Maharashtra, so we have seen in the state, like in Maharashtra, it's 52%, that which has, the entire process of, digitization has made it easier, and 38% have taken the loans. And again, this is very interesting when, when I was finding how in the district wise, it's varying. So we have seen that the urban agricultural, so Mehboob has already mentioned the district, but here the anonymity is maintained. So if I see here, so it's kind of equal. So I try to understand why it is equal. So from the from our qualitative data, what we have received, that especially in the district which are which are less urban, so it said that the old system is better. This is a reason the the people don't want to they don't believe in the digitization process. And also there are lot many other challenges which exist in the system. This could be about the community, their own perception about how they take this digitization process, and also the institutional and the infrastructural challenges which already exist. And also when talking about, we see the percentage is very less here. It's well, I would not say less or more, because this is an ongoing study. We are yet to collect more data. But then if you see, they were not interested to mortgage land. They were, as in other session also we are listening this, that it's more, land is more about identity. So they were not very they were reluctant to mortgage land. Hence we see that the loan taken against the land is less. Yeah, so talking about the second component of the outcome, basically talks about infrastructural services. So here we have seen that in the state of Odisha, it's 67%, almost 3/4 sample size says that okay, nothing they could avail from the ROR because they were already existing. And that's again because of the challenges that I have mentioned in the box. Talking about the Maharashtra, again in the Maharashtra, we have seen that, agricultural district was one of the main district where we have seen that how the infrastructural services was, less. The reason being given for this because of the lack of, infrastructural services present in that district. There were, less RIs. Again, there were, a lot many systemic and the, challenges in the district. Yeah. Talking about the government schemes, if you see that more than 50% of the community participants said that they are not able to avail a scheme in Odisha. And if you see the breakdown of the scheme, the highest says the proportion of, I would rather use the word proportion here, which talks about no schemes were availed. because they yet feel that the ROR is now, as of yet, it's being used for the income certificates, residence certificates, and the death certificates. Talking about Maharashtra, we have seen that, again, we have seen in the agricultural district, this was quite, contrasting that why in the agricultural district we are not able to see the, more schemes which are available. The reason given, what we have found in the qualitative data is the villagers are aware of the land documents. However, they could not utilize it because the land is, land had a, joint Satbara in the name of 135 villagers. Hence, they were not able to avail any of these schemes. Talking about the very important component of trust, when we are talking about outcomes, we, as of now, we have spoken about the entitlements given and the loan excess, but here the trust is equally important. So based on the previous two slides, we did try to understand what the relevance of the digitized land records for them. So it was seen that in Odisha they believe less, in Maharashtra it's relatively better than Odisha. The reason given is the online ROR does not have a stamp or signature, whereas the Tehsil ROR does. So this was one of the major reason why it was stated that yeah, they still need to carry their cadastral map even when they have digitized land records, because the sign is required by any Talhati or a ROR or from any revenue officer. So talking also about the after the updation of ROR, has the process been easy? So it was seen that for the Maharashtra it's 47% and for the Odisha it's 24%. So yeah, so basically the study is, yeah, this last year. So basically the study is about, it's an ongoing study. We did just one round of analysis, which was also spoken by Mehboob. So we did try to do the content analysis on, what are the existing challenges, why the results are, potentially low in the outputs. So there were, infrastructural challenges, and then there are, systemic challenges. And here are some of the stated challenges, but we will not be presenting any conclusion in this slide, because the data is yet to gathered, and we yet to analyze the more of the qualitative data here. So thank you.
Thank you, Richa and Mehboob. Behra sir, do you want to go next?
A very good afternoon to all of you. I know it's very difficult pre-launch session to, keep on speaking for more than 15-20 minutes even. This topic is very important, that I'm going to focus especially on land leasing arrangements and performances in both the plain and plateau regions of Eastern Indian region. All of you know that land tenure is linked to food security and sustainable development. I don't want to say much on the literature part. Poor governance in land leasing, discontinuing tenancy reforms, and shifting attention on land policy have increased risk of poverty and distressed migration of small growers and agricultural tenants, especially in Eastern Indian region. The Model Land Leasing Act, and the architects are also, some of them are sitting here, those who were in the Pinniti Payoks, some eminent policymakers. This has not been implemented, this has been barely implemented, as land is a state subject. Agricultural land leasing is inadequately placed and addressed in public policy discourse. Tenancy issues and lack of agricultural efficiency in Eastern Indian region requires some special attentions. The objectives of this research is to understand the nature and functions of land leasing arrangements and contracts in the selected states of Odisha, West Bengal, and Jharkhand, to identify problems and prospects of land leasing arrangements for agricultural development in the Eastern Indian regions. These are just few research questions or hypotheses. There are a few more, but then due to paucity of time, I restricted it to 3. Is there any significant difference in land leasing, as well leasing in, leased in, and leased out, and agricultural productivity between plains and plateaus? This is one of the major key research questions. Second research questions: are the land leasing leased in or leased out? And agricultural productivity is significantly different between districts with higher tribal population and districts with the lower tribal populations. And how does conditions of land leasing influence agricultural production? So we need specific answers to this, some of the specific questions, because we keep on saying this affects, but how much? Is it really, feasible? Is it really affecting? How much it is affecting, especially in the ground context? So I don't want to speak much on the methodology or show the maps. So what I have done, this is the area you can see that, especially in the Eastern Indian regions, I have all the red fonts. You can see that the districts I have selected for the study: Pakud, Giridih, and Dhanbad. In the Dhanbad part, I think it's not showing here. And in this Jharkhand, Nadia and Purulia in West Bengal, and from Odisha we selected Mayurbhanj, Keonjhar, and Balechur districts. So especially this covers the northern plateau regions and a part of coastal plain regions. And you can see that the type of operational land holdings, agricultural operational land holdings, here I have marked especially in red, this one's highlighted because, people, especially in West Bengal, they don't want to reveal their data, all of you know why, because of some legal complications also. And as when I talk about this Odisha and West Jharkhand especially, you see that people, those who fully leased in, this percentage is very few. Only 2.2% people leased in, and people fully owned 70%, around 69%, and 18.6% people both owned and leased in. So ownership is also an important factor which determines the nature of leasing in also. And fully otherwise possessed, basically, here I have mentioned that which is not legally owned without RORs and some kind of things like that. And non-response percentage is higher because people don't want to, especially those who are in tenants, informal tenancy, they don't want to reveal the data, especially in West Bengal because of legal complications. You can see the distribution of land holdings in West Bengal. You see it's very skewed compared to Odisha and Jharkhand here. The distribution is skewed in the sense some people, this distribution is, there are two outliers you can see here, where people's operational land holdings, especially in leased in and leased out cases also, this is higher compared to the states like in Odisha and Jharkhand. Where you can, some homogeneity is at least you can mark from this state of Odisha and Jharkhand. So the homogeneity case is a bit higher in the case of Odisha. And here you can see that here, especially in the right side figure, you can see that leased in and leased out percentage. I've given this one, there's actually this mistake, hurriedly I did it. It's a percentage of households that in Odisha and Jharkhand, those who are leasing in and those who are leasing out this. And here you can see that the leased in, leased out, and leased of irrigated land, leasing in of irrigated land, and leasing in of non-irrigated land percentage. You may be expecting that all of you don't have to do research on it because agricultural land where it is irrigated, the case of leased in is higher compared to the non-irrigated lands. So it's not about only policies, it's about also improving the irrigation, where the land leasing market can be efficient. So focusing adequately on the irrigation part is also essential to boost the process of leasing in and leasing out also. And these types of leased holders, especially this is about the leased in terms. It matters the most, especially in the rural agricultural context. People leasing in terms, there are several types of leasing in terms and conditions. For share of produce, for fixed money, for fixed produce, for share of produce together with other terms, and from relatives with no specific terms. You can see that for share of produce is higher in the context of Odisha and Jharkhand. But in the context of West Bengal, people don't want to respond, and it's to some more extent, people also go for fixed in, and there is another, the produce together with other terms. Both of them share the cost for production, and also some types of, mutual investment is there. But in the case of Odisha and Jharkhand, this case is missing. So basically, the leased in seasons. It's not Kharif. I had an impression that Kharif seasons, especially that induces leasing in and leasing out processes. But in true sense, the empirical findings suggest that it's Rabi seasons because in Jharkhand and Odisha were plateau regions, and even in West Bengal also, potato cultivation is a very significant practice, especially during Rabi season. So this induces the process of leasing in and leasing out. And this is especially on the responses that people about the tenancy insecurities. How do people perceive, especially how do tenants perceive about tenancy insecurities, and how do landowners perceive about tenancy insecurities? So risk perception, especially related to landlord or tenant, is comparatively relatively higher than other perception risks. Dispute over lands, that is also, but compared to people's perception about leasing in and leasing process between them only. These two peer members, they have the highest insecurity with each other. This is a very important part. And there are also land acquisition. I live in here land acquisition. They have a perception of threat from the government also, like they may lose their lands. Immigrants, especially in Jharkhand and Odisha, West Bengal also, some immigrants, they have threats from immigrants. People from outside can come and acquire their lands. These are some of the issues. I don't want to go in detail, but these are some of the questions. I'll just straight away show the results. Is there a significant difference in land leasing between plain and plateaus, and also between plateaus? But you can see, because some of you may not be from statistics, I cannot show you the modeling here, but then you can see that there are differences. Especially the leased out rate is so less compared to your leasing in total, in both Odisha and Jharkhand especially. And you see that coastal and Gangetic plains have relatively higher leasing out compared to the leasing out rates in plateau regions, especially in Odisha and Jharkhand. These are some of the models. You can see these things here. At least you can see the statistical test that we have in fact done here. This one, you can see that how there is a difference between plateau regions or districts in plateau regions and coastal and plain regions and close to plateau districts of Jharkhand. This mean difference itself, you can see here. This is significant and 95% levels. That means there is significant differences, statistically significant differences. Explaining these models will take time, so if anyone wants to know how it was conducted, I can do it later. But these are some of the results that you can see that. And how does land leasing conditions affect agricultural productions? For fixed money, 6.8. For fixed produce, 4.8. You can see that's 11.32 mean. That means quintal in production. Fixed money and for share produce. These terms are very essential compared to fixed produce. If you fix produce, if you have a fixed produce condition for land leasing, it will have negative implications on your agricultural production and productivity process. So when we are formulating certain policy also, we have to see that what should be the terms and conditions for that. Fixed money is ideal, particularly in Gangetic plains and coastal regions. But share of produce, that is an ideal practice which most of the states, especially Jharkhand and Odisha and West Bengal, they do follow this. So this is an ideal practice being followed, especially in this context. So another interpretation, you can see that the terms and conditions, I've already explained that how it is important, especially the share of produce, which is very ideal conditions. So finally, my conclusion, in Jharkhand and Odisha, tenancy is restricted. Terms and conditions, which I have not explained here, that tenancy conditions, terms and conditions are important to determine the effect of agricultural productivity. Especially, we must actually, empathize with people, those who are with, share of produce. I must see that the traditional practices of share of produce as a leasing term is a very ideal type. Sharecropping, which is predominant form of tenancy condition, has been used as a subsistence practice. So now we have to, in order to make it more productive and efficient, then we have to take care of some lease, relaxing leasing in terms and conditions, but with caveat. And then in order to improve efficiency in agricultural productions, addressing, I've already said that addressing poverty, tenancy reforms and land leasing security are both, for both parties are essential because there is a high perception of insecurity even from the owners also. So these things have to be taken care of. And this is what from my end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Behra sir, for a very interesting presentation. Omkar Modak.
There is one question from my side, sir.
Using this, right?
Quick clarification, sir. There will be a separate Q&A after the final presentation.
Hello everyone, I am Omkar Modak. I am here today to present some of the preliminary findings of the ongoing research on land administration being done by Landstack in collaboration with Flame. I'd like to thank everyone who made this research possible. My focus today will be the Swamitwa scheme being implemented in Maharashtra and how the scheme is perceived by the people it is meant for. I'll be taking you through some of the context of the scheme, although I am sure most of you already know about it from Mr. Alok Nagar's talk at the inaugural plenary and the session before us. So I'll just be going briefly. The scheme has 6 major objectives. First, it wants to enable and improve collateral-based credit for Abadi land holdings while also reducing land-related disputes through conclusive land titling. It aims to improve rural planning across multiple government schemes using newly made accurate records. It wants to empower state panchayat raj with data for better property tax assessment while helping panchayats making their development plans. And lastly, it wants to create a comprehensive survey infrastructure that can be used by different departments in the future. Today, we will be focusing predominantly on the actual survey process under the scheme and discuss how its implementation might affect its long-term goals. So 3 agencies are involved in the implementation of the scheme. Ministry of Panchayat Raj is the nodal ministry for scheme implementation at the central level. While at the state level, the Department of Land Records is tasked with conducting the survey and creating the Swamitwa card. So the process starts with the state Panchayat Raj through Gram Panchayats. Gram Panchayat is tasked with sensitizing the villagers about all aspects of the scheme and the participation required from them. This is done through in-person meetings, display of IEC materials like posters and notices, and texts on common WhatsApp groups. Following that, the Gram Sevaks facilitate interactions between land record officers and the villagers during the demarcation of boundaries by limestone powder before survey. A drone is flown by Survey of India, which is the technical partner under this scheme. Following this, a ground truthing of areas demarcated during the drone survey is conducted by the land record officers by checking existing land records and actual possession. A collective map reading process is also organized to enable community members to review the demarcated map and suggest changes. Following this, the document acknowledging the land title can be collected by people by paying a nominal fee. So there is the distribution of sanad that happens, and then there is a distribution of property card. So the sanad is slightly different than the property card, meaning that it is distributed. It is a one-time document, and it is not transferable compared to the property card. Is what we understood in our research. Today, yeah. So coming to the goals of our study, so I just spoke. Coming to the goals of the study, what we wanted to understand was what is the ongoing context under which the scheme was implemented, the unique factors that make the scheme implementation possible or slightly difficult, and how the beneficiaries of the scheme are pursuing its benefits. Today, we will be speaking primarily on the third aspect, which is understanding how beneficiaries are perceiving the scheme and its benefits. So for methods, we see we covered around 4 districts. We did around 160 household surveys. We did around 40 in-depth interviews across community, state officials and panchayat officials. And we did around 18 FGDs. So when it comes to our findings, what we found is when it comes to awareness of the scheme, we saw that 83% of the respondents overall report receiving some form of official communication about the scheme. But in 3 out of 4 districts, households spend 1 day or less learning about the scheme. What is interesting is Sindhudurg, the state with one of the lowest coverage under Swamitva so far, if as you can see on the Swamitva dashboard, has the highest awareness about the scheme. So might be because maybe there's a separate case study about Sindhudurga that might be coming about some best practices that have been following there. Yeah. But as you can see, if I go to the previous graph, 83% of respondents overall report receiving some form of official communication about the scheme. However, when we come to participation in the boundary demarcation, that number drops to 66%. So I have given also some notes and quotes from people in our focus group discussions. So one of the reasons why this drop in participation in boundary demarcation might be that aside from the scheme, what happens, what we learned from talking with Department of Land Records officials is that in a lot of places the boundary marking is being done on the external boundaries of the Gautan, because of which a lot of people may not know that the survey is happening, and because of which they might not be have participated in the boundary demarcation. Secondly, there is also a limited understanding among what we found in our FGDs is there's a limited understanding among people about the basis on which the boundaries were demarcated post drone survey by DOLR. So that might also be an issue. So when we come to the efficiency of communication methods, we saw that 64% of the overall population we studied were informed about said they were informed about the drone survey. 36% of the households overall said that they were present during the actual drone survey. And when we cut it across occupational class, so this is like a juxtaposed graph. So the orange graph is basically the across the different occupations, what was the percentage of people who were informed about the drone survey, and the green is the number of people within those occupations who were present during that drone survey. So we can clearly see that among some people with temporary or self-employment, the participation drops significantly, like with daily wage laborers, with housewives, with self-employed people, with unemployed people, that participation drops, especially during the drone survey. When it comes to public participation in decision making, another thing we saw was that only about 38% people were actually informed about the map reading and correction process in advance, and only 8% ended up actually participating in the map reading and correction. What we saw is that maybe there is a limited support that the panchayat has to organize collective map reading and correction sessions. There might be a knowledge gap among beneficiaries about how to read and correct their maps, because of which they are not participating. And thirdly, beneficiaries, because Maharashtra already has a 8A record that exists, beneficiaries may be not comprehending the importance of the property card and instead preferring their 8A records as more accurate in some capacity. Going to the last mile execution of the scheme, so we see that the Gram Panchayat, in some way, when we ask people if you faced any issues, if you had any questions about the scheme, who would you first go to? So we see that the Gram Panchayat functions as the agency for villagers for any matters related to the scheme. However, Panchayat officials in our interview said that they did not feel very empowered to help people with any kind of disputes relating to boundaries or any kind of questions or issues they might have regarding the scheme. Panchayat officials also said that they lacked systems to communicate to the Department of Land Records about all the issues coming to them, because of which they were sending the people directly to the Department of Land Records, rather than, which made the process slightly longer for everyone. Yeah. And finally, when it comes to findings, so in terms of effectiveness of the schemes, when we asked people about what they felt about the Somitpo card they received, so around 50% of the population that we had surveyed had already received what we see is that in terms of perceptions, the perceptions are pretty positive. People have understood the essence of what the scheme is for. They understand that it is an asset to showcase your ownership. It provides you loan for housing improvements to get mortgage. Into actual use for anything requires time. So in terms of just conclusions, so I have divided into three things: execution, efficiency, and effectiveness. So in terms of execution, we see that, as I said, 50% of respondents in our survey has already received a property card, showing that the scheme is able to execute on its primary promise on creating conclusive land titling for Abadi areas, which was the main goal of Samitwa. In terms of efficiency, we feel that communication of information to beneficiaries could be improved via communication strategies that account for local context and prior knowledge, maybe better IEC material, some form of better communication, videos. I know Somitra dashboard has a bunch of videos, maybe more translatable videos could be helpful. And in terms of effectiveness, we see that while the people understand that the card gives loans, there is maybe a need to incentivize the use of property cards for financial access by bridging the information gap between lenders and property cards holders. So maybe, as sir said, ki Somitwa now they have issued a circular that Somitwa properties can be covered under SARFAESI Act, but maybe the people also need to know about it. Maybe maybe not all banks know about it. So there's a gap there which can be fixed. And yeah, so I just wanted to conclude with that, and I'm really glad that we got to do this research as part of Flame. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Omkar. We have one more presentation to go, and we can then open it up for questions. Mr. Mengistu.
Okay, greeting all, and also good afternoon. This is Mengistu Mokonnen from Ethiopia. I'm a lecturer and a freelance consultant on spatial planning. This is, I want to just say thank you and just send my gratitude, heartfelt gratitude to the ILDC hosting organizers for giving me this chance to present the experience of Ambero technical team on a project named Participatory Integrated Land Use Planning, or PLEP. So this is the technical, Ambero is a consultancy firm which is based in Germany, working in collaboration with GIZ. So I'm going to just present some of our experience, especially the technical team. I've been delegated by the technical team. So we have been working this planning as a collaborative team, because planning is a teamwork. So this is how I want to just outline the presentation. In terms of the overview of or the objectives of the project, Participatory Integrated Land Use Planning 2 has 3 objectives and 3 outputs. The first objective is it's about based on the capacity building, which is usually institutional capacity building of the regional, national, regional, and local-based governments which are working on integrated spatial planning. And also this might be through the mechanism of training and also human capacity development. The other objective and output is the implementation, in which it is tried to strengthen capacity of the public government authorities and other stakeholders, especially in doing the real plan by itself. So it is based on the implementation, and this might be endorsed through approval of integrated land use plan in 5 hotspot areas or 3 regions, which is usually at local level, which is Wareda, that is equivalent to a district. And the other is through establishing integrated land use planning, regulatory review body that can just endorse, just follow the implementation of the plan. The third objective and output is training and education. It is not only based on just producing the plan and also capacitating the institutional capacity of the others, but a continuous training and education is a must in order to endorse for successful implementation of participatory integrated land use planning. So we have tried to develop a curriculum by other institutions, and also we have tried to develop a module by on existing additional on previously existing additional modules for TVET College, which is based in Asosa. So with regard to the methodology, how we have been just managing this project, it is based on 4 general stage, especially there is a preparation and organization stage in which we have inaugurated or launched the program and also established regional technical and regional steering committees, because they are just engaged in the planning process in giving us advice, consultation, and also decision making. These committees are very important, which are working together. And also, it is just setting the work methodology and work plan is one of the detailed activities that have been entertained in this stage. The other is data collection and analysis, in which we have been analyzed the stakeholder mapping and also consultation with Warada level land use committees, which are at Kavali level, which is the lowest unit of government system in Ethiopia, and identification of emerging land use issues from the local communities. The third phase is planning and decision making, in which we have been synthesize the data and also make a draft proposal for the different hotspot areas, and then present again to the local communities, the steering committee, the technical committees, in order to improve, enhance the quality, and also some of the issues that need to be incorporated within based on their sectoral preference and the local community's interest. The other is the validation and plan endorsement. This is the last stage in which we have our drafted plan, and the approved plan should be endorsed. So we need to just have implementation strategies in which we have to show the implementers how these plans get implemented. So in terms of the one of the approach we have followed in this, other than the methodology, is that we have followed MLT level approach, in which we have tried to participate all sectoral institutions and also the different local communities that might be all segments of the society, which are have an interest in this planning process. And also we have tried to incorporate different sectoral plans, sectoral spatial plans. There might be agricultural sectoral spatial plan, or the environment, the urban spatial plans might be existing, but these things have been exercised or done in separate manner. So we need to just integrate in holistic manner to manage this integrated participatory plan. So the other is our planning approach should promote transparency and also participation, which need to be inclusive, and also urges for negotiation process among and between different interest groups, because we are doing plan has, which might be working on land, and land has very huge land claimants. So we need to just at least consider the interest of different people in our planning process. So community engagement and awareness raising is one of the mandatory tasks we have followed as an approach, so that especially we have been facilitated by different CSOs, which are our partners in 3 different regions. So that might be engagement with cavalry representatives, the smallest unit of administration in our case. So in terms of capacity building, the output one, we have give a training a capacity training for 160 individuals in the GIS or in GIS or in participatory integrated land use planning, monitoring and evaluation, communication, and also gender transformative approach and human rights based approach, because this planning approach has endorsed and followed the international human rights based approach, because it should be participatory and it should be inclusive, that can consider the voice of the diverse voices of the communities. So three 1-week events have been held in different hosting area regions. So especially that have been constituted of the national, regional, and also Warada level participants. Regarding the output too, we have, as I have just mentioned, we are doing this project in 3 regions. One is the Benishangul, which is in the western part of, is bordering with Sudan. The other is in the north side in Amara, which is Fagita, Lakuma, and Derra. The other is in Oromia, which is the very largest region, like what are here in India. So in this, we have been successful, especially in Benishangul Gums of Abraham Wareda, which is a district level final product. We have already finalized this project. In Amhara region, still we are waiting for approval. And in Oromia, the process is still at a draft stage. So what was our consideration in a planning process or in drafting our Warada level or district level land integrated participatory land use planning are some of the issues which have been indicated on the PowerPoint are, okay, the the Ministry of Agriculture has developed a database which is named NIRLAS. It is the National Rural Land Administration and Information System, and also we have been doing land registration, and we are in the second stage, which is named second level land certificates. So these are the basis for our drafting. And also there are special data from the commercial agriculture, which is named CAMIS, which is especially focusing on large-scale agricultural investment. And also these things have been tried as a pilot project at the Kabali level. So we have been using that as a base or framework for our planning purpose. There are protected areas, urban spatial plans, and also directives, proclamations, which are give us a framework for planning these things. So these are all issues which might be listed for the time being. So as outputs, this is the Warada level. This is Abraham Warada part of the integrated land use plan. So we have just tried to manage based on the existing situation and also all the frameworks which have been previously listed in the previous slide, so that we have come up with such kind of results. So I'm not going into in detail because time limits me. And this is at a Kabali level. From the Warada level, we have been cascading this spatial plan to the smallest unit of administration, that is Kabali. This is one Kabali of Abrahamo, and also the other is Ambassador Kabali, which is the smallest unit of administration. So this is getting details about the land which have been proposed. In terms of training and education, as I've mentioned, we have the MSc curriculum on integrated spatial planning developed by Ethiopian Institute of Architecture and Building Construction, which is a branch campus of Addis Ababa University in collaboration with University of Munich. So these things have been submitted to Addis Ababa University ABC Senate for ratification in December 2004. By this, it has been ratified. So these are some of the modules that have been incorporated or constituted the curriculum. And also in terms of training and education, there is previously existing Asosa Agricultural TVET College. So on these existing modules, these 4 modules have been added, and so the module have been developed. So this might be help us to continue the training, especially on short-term training for that is based on integrated land use planning or spatial planning. The other achievement might be participating, the essence of participating the communities for this sense of belongingness on to all the plan is a must. So this shows that we have tried to participate in every Kabbalah, especially in different clusters. At the Kabbalah level, we have tried to conduct a community dialogue in which the communities can just say on our planning process, and should be, we are facilitators, we are not planners, we are facilitating their interests, their opinions in order to because they can, how they can just manage their lands. We have been having a big ear in order to listen to the diverse voice of the communities. So as a key finding or constraint and limitation, I'm doing, sorry. There is a security concern, especially in two other hosting regions of Amhara and Oromia. So our planning planning process have been limited by these security issues. But the other concern is lack of coordination and collaboration among government institutions, which is especially in doing this holistic plan, which needs to be integrated and also participatory as well. Lack of reliable and up-to-date spatial data is including from key partners. I was just very jealous of the Indian survey team when they say that the information is available for every individuals. But in my country, this is not true. So always we do have sharing data is a very constraint in doing similar projects. So I was just very interested in the motto the Indian survey are promoting. So the other is notable absence of spatial plans in key sectors, especially agriculture, environment, forestry, and mining. Urban plans, especially in the three regions, are just the cities are growing at expense of prime agricultural lands. They all much the area, the urban limits are exceeding the previous existing one, sometimes 20 times, sometimes 10 times. So these are expanding on registered agricultural lands. So the fate of the local communities, especially the small landholders issue is threatening. So this should be adhered or just enhanced for the future. The other is the delayed access or no access to data because of the reason I have mentioned, and also diverse stakeholders may have competing interests because everybody is claimant of the land, especially as an institution base. The urban administration is claiming the neighboring rural lands, and also the rural lands are trying to hold their holdings. So this has a conflict result. Limited technical skills and knowledge might be one of the issues that should be a critical constraint for our planning process. So lessons we have learned is that by engaging the communities, it is possible to do a plan. So this is because when we are planning, we are participating in the communities, we have been developing sense of ownership, and the community says that this is our plan. So that is is for implementation. The other is flexibility in a planning methodology is a must. We don't have all size fits planning approach and also planning methodologies. It should be in consideration with the local context and also the local community values as well. And there should be clear and continuous communication among stakeholders for successful implementation and also producing or development of such kind of planning. Valuing and incorporating local knowledge should be a must. The communities have their own local indigenous knowledge. Our role should be how we can just incorporate this local indigenous knowledge in our plan. That must be considered. Bringing training and resources to local stakeholders is very essential. High quality, accurate, and up-to-date data is crucial for any planning, especially for participatory integrated land use planning. And as a conclusion, this might be a homework for the government or for other stakeholders who are going to engage or doing the similar projects in future. Especially, enhancing collaboration is a must. Engaging local communities and stakeholders should be very important. Local knowledge integration, commitment to continuous improvement is a must for the success of plan implementation. So as a way forward, a high-level decision is needed to agree on and set quality standard, defines technical process, and guarantees availability of the necessary geospatial and other information needed to regional, Warada, and local level planners. Continuation of SLC means second level land certificate for rural land registration should be proceeded by the Ministry of the Agriculture until 2026, but it should be enhanced in the future. As a key partner in multi-sectoral planning, urban planning institutions at the different regions should be part of the planning process if we just wish to have a successful participatory integrated land use planning. This is all for me. Thank you. አመሰግናለሁ በአማርኛ in Amharic አመሰግናለሁ means thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mengistu. We can open it up now for questions. Sir, you had a question.
Sir, in your first presentation, is there any analysis or study regarding agriculture produce by owner and lease in, lease out lands? Is there any comparison study in India? Because in rural areas, there is a much gap because there is no any infrastructural development in, lease out lands in Maharashtra. And that creates a major effects or affecting on produce, agriculture produce. So any study has been done in at your level? This issue is, I think so, in rural economy, this is the most important issue to be handled.
That is one of the reasons that why I considered for this analysis.
Yes, that is the.
But there could be some papers, but I think in India I don't find much where people are focused on this, our land leasing and land ownerships. I mean, you cooperative sector you are asking for. There is no much study on this part, especially. But maybe some reputable papers, I'm not sure. In economic and political weekly, there could be some papers. Maybe by HR Sharma and
Just I remembered this because of your presentation. I am from rural Maharashtra, and I am seeing this since from my childhood. That the farmer who is owning the land has developed his land and produced much better produces in higher quantities. But who are leasing in, leasing out, the lands are in same scenario. That is, there is no any development happening. So this issue, I think so, may be considered and taken from further study and further planning.
This issue especially has been addressed. In fact, this model land leasing act only reflects these issues. In fact, restriction is one of the problems, like why people are not free to lease out or lease in their lands. This can be addressed. Probably that can positively impact, influence agricultural production. This is one of the reasons. And if you take example of West Bengal, why selected? Because West Bengal, there is some legal flexibility which are recognized under this one, Orgadari Act. So in that context, land leasing market is very efficient.
Yes.
When you have a efficient land leasing market, there people you can see that there is some impact on agricultural production, positive impact. But even in West Bengal also there are some informal form of tenancies because people don't want to get registered because they know that once they get registered means that tenancy is a permanent and inherent structure. Inheritance is there. So there are some complications again. So now it has a lot of discussions need. I mean, it is essential that we must focus that what should be our land leasing and leasing out characteristics.
Yes.
What should be incorporated in the land leasing acts also. Since this is a state subject, so state has to take proactive measures for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the Swamitwa team, I had one question. Regarding the Swamitwa, were there any anomalies reported like area mismatch, boundary mismatch, or a names mismatch? Or probably the names were not taken and the names of the holders who were not there present on the 8A were reported. So, in your study, were these parameters checked? And if yes, what was the finding?
Yeah, sir. So we had some examples of not necessarily of names mismatch, but area mismatch. So what happened is, I think through our interviews we saw कि uh, people's compound, matlab some people had the bigger pattern that we saw was that people had complaints about that post the survey, the common land that was given in some places. That created a kind of contention because people already, they thought they owned the land, but post survey, the previous 8A records, the original 8A records were used. And people didn't really, that's why I said, people maybe don't understand the basis on which this demarcation was happening. And Gram Panchayat wasn't really able to answer a lot of their questions, because of which they thought, oh, our land was taken. Like, basically some of our land was given as common land, but it was our land. So that kind of misconceptions did happen. So we saw.
Also, just to add this thing, like in Sindhudurg, for example, so the type of land was there, it was a community land. So after Swamitwa, they were really happy that, like, rather than this thing community land, they got their individual ownership land. Like they got a sense of this thing that we got a ownership record on our own, and the area and all these things were really well. Matlab they were not having any issues in there. And the example that is shown here is from Pune. So it depends upon the area actually.
Yeah, thank you very much. In terms of this land leasing in and lease out, have you tried to look at the gender dynamics within this general leasing arrangement? That's number one. Number two, what are the requirements for a lease contract to be formal? Is there any requirement for a contract to be formal, like documentation, registration, something like that? Thank you.
Yeah, as far as your first question is concerned, gender, in fact, have not considered this issue primarily because, all of us know that leasing in is a restricted kind of thing, especially the states that I have selected, Odisha and Jharkhand. There is a lot of restrictions in leasing in and leasing out tenancy restriction is there. And as far as even states of Jharkhand and Odisha are concerned, still patriarchy, as yesterday you might have attended several sessions, it's a male-dominated practice. So that is how, the percentage, even if it is there, it could be very, very low. So this is not there. In fact, whatever my observation primarily in Jharkhand, Odisha and West Bengal is concerned. And regarding land leasing acts, there are a lot of, tenancy acts earlier, but it is restricted, especially in the context of Jharkhand and Odisha, and also even West Bengal also. But in West Bengal, there is a Bargadari Act where it allows the tenants, both tenants and landowners, where they have to register, and without that registration process, it is not considered to be legal also. So this is one type, this is one advantage and also one disadvantage because of certain restrictions also in that. Once you get registered as a tenant, then owner is bound to be obligated with the norms. So mostly land leasing is taking place in informal forms, mostly in informal forms.
Any other questions? No? I would like to conclude by thanking our speakers for a stimulating set of presentations. It was a really interesting sort of survey of a variety of last mile implementation related issues, especially for DI, LRMP and Swamitva, and a very interesting insight into land use planning in the Ethiopian context. So thank you so much to all our presenters.
And the theme is extremely important for us to talk, discuss, and brainstorm. So I wish that you will also participate with some of your thought sharing or question answer. I'll try and give you the time. Let me introduce myself. I'm Professor Anjana Vyas. I'm an urban planner and remote sensing and geospatial technology analyst for largely the urban and environmental applications. And I'm associated with several societies, Urban Planning Society, Remote Sensing Society, Geospatial Society, and International Society for Photogrammetry Remote Sensing as a chairperson of Intercommission Working Group. And we are doing a lot of activities with respect to the data and data utilization for the land management, and how the land is getting distributed, utilized, and where are the decision-making processes needs to be involved. So certain level of policy directions. I'm happy to introduce my colleagues with me, Ritika. She will introduce herself when she will make her presentation. I have Rishika and Arshia. And all of us have some or the other level of experience in working with the urban or peri-urban or village settlements in way of natural resource conservation and the socio-cultural aspects of the people. Today's our symposia is talking about rural-urban transition. We are knowing that probably this word is almost millions times has been used, that urbanization is taking place at a very rapid rate of growth, and today it is 57% of urban people living in urban areas, and in 2050 it is World Bank is estimating that almost 67% will be urban residents. That means from now to 2050, there are 3 billion people are going to add to the population. And the statistics mentions that they are largely going to in Africa and Asian continents. Having this thing known about the kind of process and progress happening about the urban areas, we see that there are manifold issues are generating. I'm not talking about due to urbanization, but on the peri-urban areas. The peri-urban areas are getting used, encroached, or been having some kind of utilization of a different nature than it was supposed to happening till date as a cultural or social or economic aspects of those. When we talk about commons, basically what we concentrate on the land, water body, grassland, forest land, and other areas which are commonly used for the human mankind for the purposes of those. There are tangible commons and non-tangible commons. Tangible commons, what I've talked about is water body or farmland, grassland, etc. Wherein intangible commons are basically culture, heritage, and the knowledge of the people. We can talk about a lot. Given time, we should be restricting about what we are talking in terms of this ecological, economic, and social purposes or the aspects of the use of this particular land or the areas. Now, suburban expansion is mounting the issues and problems of rural planning. Essentially, we talk urban or suburban is just the neighboring land, neighboring area. which we mean that the administrative boundary and beyond. But what is happening to the other area which has a main core understanding about the value, land prices. And due to those land prices, the transactions are taking place for different purposes, and it goes to the private sector. We see that those are all farmhouses or golf course or such kind of activity. Where are those we try to figure out are the lower income group housing? Are we also looking from that perspective or not? Is also a point to be understood. In India, in urban planning, we are making master plan for the cities, but urban development authorities across India also preparing their master plan, which consists of urban and regional places. Now, when we talk about those places, it consists of the smaller towns as well as the villages. The villages, when we talk about, are captured, or the land is being sold or procured for these townships and other aspects. They are not having the knowledge when they get huge amount of money, what to do with that. And then it just gets spent in shorter period of time, and they neither able to get the property generated, nor able to get the skill generated, nor able to get the education, and the cycle remains the same. What we want really is to have a break in the cycle. The cycle needs to be changed. Who can change it and how it can be changed is some of those questions or issues we would like to discuss here across the examples what my colleagues are having to share with you, and some of those I would like to also add upon those aspects of that. Coming back to the aspects of understanding about the particular dimensions, there are so many case studies, there are so many best practices, many brainstorming sessions like even this session is been organized and held. What is missing is governance, what is missing is a policy, what is missing is the action plan, management plan, and so on and so forth. Now question is, who are the stakeholders? Who are the one to whom we have to address, or who are the one we have to get into, like an inclusive planning? Are we getting them into the decision making processes in given their land and their space? Many of you must have seen the villages of India, and we see that Indian villages are still having lot of open land, gochar land, common places, panchayat building, and around that is just the people tree, and then people are sitting and sharing those places. If those are getting maintained, neither getting encroached nor getting the different typology of use, why can't we do that, extrapolate that to the larger level? Is that the scale is a matter and we try to avoid or escape ourselves that, okay, no, that's a very small scale, can be managed, and large scale we are not able to manage. I think this is not a right approach, and we have to really find out the approach. There are issues and questions and problems, but does not mean that every issues or question has answer immediately. It is collectively we need to think, collectively we have to thought about it, and then we can try to work across that. Urban area, when we talk about, there are water bodies, okay, and majority of the water bodies are getting encroached first by the lower income community and then by builders, and things happens, and we talk about urban flood or etc. Right now I'm not talking about those problems, but I'm talking about the land which is getting used for the purpose then the other purpose, and that creates a lot of environmental, ecological, and other aspect of those community and other community. Ahmedabad city has made a very nice approach to that, and what they did is that they have linked the lakes, like 100 lakes they linked with the help of stormwater drainage, and first time they fill with the rainfall as well as the stormwater, and then let it remains all the time the water there. but the planning of those water bodies are little bit of construction has been done. So you have a open air theater, you have a jogging ground, you have a people who are just eateries are there and all, and give license and you get the money from them, and it becomes a self-managed point. Now, if it is self-managed, financially, if it is not burden, it will always remain in a better shape, because people who have to pay the fees, they know that they can't litter around, otherwise they have to pay the fine. People who are living nearby, they will feel that, okay, they can get up in the morning and do the jogging and exercise and other thing, they get health better, other thing. But having the water remain there, the water table has also increase in surrounding areas, and those kind of research is coming out, the results are coming out. So this are several of those lakes have been developed in this fashion, and if this such one of those things I'm right now mentioning to you, there are several others. Some of those are failures, some of those are also successful. Even when I was reading something, Pashan Lake, which is in Pune city, that is also redeveloped and regrowth with the discussion with decision making process, where those people were included into the processes, and then it has happened, and now you see that it is getting a necklace of the city. So we have so many best practices, but my question is always that there are best practices are at a very insignificant scale, one or two, but those, why not those are getting replicated and duplicated? What stops us not to do the good thing, continue for that? Again, the question is always there that who can do this, who does it? And again, the governance must come into picture. Corporate social responsibilities. There are so many mechanisms we have to look into this aspect of those, and those are being handled at some level or the other. But here what we are trying to build is much more deeper questions and deeper aspects of these commons, to find out that the people, the other half who are living, why not they also equally beneficiary for the urban people who are living with all infrastructure and quote unquote whatever environment they are getting into that, but still there has a better standard of living, and the quality of living and everything is in the positive form. So having such kind of questions and issues, I would like to stop over here for a while, and I would like to ask Ritika to first introduce yourself and then share your experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you for setting up the context. You make my job very easy. My name is Ritika Rajput. I'm a PhD student at United Nations University Institute for the Advanced Study of Sustainability. It is situated in Tokyo. So what I'm going to do right now is to walk you through two specific examples from India and anchored this discussion into some materiality and the reality and the empirics that I have documented through my work. Okay. Okay. So while I'm talking about two cases, I will be first speaking about Delhi. And it's not the normal Delhi we usually talk about, but I will be speaking about rural Delhi that we rarely, get familiar with, because whenever we have slum issues and these issues that we normally talk about Delhi, right? So my first case is from Delhi and second is from a small town, and I will walk you through it one by one. Let's first talk about Delhi. And we have seen this map a lot of time, and what I'm going to talk about these light greens that is around it. So that is known as the green belt of rural Delhi, and there's actually a administrate, like, what do you call it, category of housing and the category of land that we have, like urban village, we have regularized, unregularized colonies. So likewise, we have rural villages, and all these peripheral villages which account like 49 of such settlements are these peripheral villages are considered as green belt. This green belt definition has been changed thrice, like from its inception in 1962 in first master plan. Its definition was like 1 miles, which is like 1.6 kilometer around the peripheries of that you see now, which changed to 2 kilometer, and now it is one peripheral village irrespective of the distance. So why I'm telling you this story, because it tells us how common land become the land of state. So what happened in late 1980s, specifically in 1989, the rural panchayat, like the gram panchayats were dissolved, and the whole of these villages now ruled under municipal corporation. With this dissolution of gram panchayat, all the common land automatically transferred to the state. And the state is now deploying big infrastructures and things. What is happening between that, because of green belt regulations, the people only allowed to do specific economic activities, and agriculture is the main. So, and previously these people used to have cattle and livestock, because these communities were like ahirs, the pastoral communities having 50 to 100 cattle. But as the land goes to the state, the grazing land is no more there. And in that transfer of, automatic transfer of common land, now there is no livestock in these villages, and that agriculture and livestock equation that we know is no more there. So that's like a very simple example how the common land become the state land, and how state appropriate and use it indifferently. And have another example from here that in 2017 the state tried to put waste to energy plant in one like lower end of the green belt, and people resist. They say that we are not your backyard to put your garbage from center of Delhi. And that resistance is still going. Now they are trying to put a scientific landfill, but that resistance is like it's back and forth and is still happening. So this example fundamentally shows us that common land, how common land is the state land in India. So that was my first example. And second example I'm going to talk about is specifically from rural urban transitions. When we think of these transitions, the first thing that came to in our heads are where this is actually happening in small and medium-sized towns, right? But when we talk about urban India, we speak about Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai, Hyderabad, and sometimes Kolkata, and it ends. We think about their problems, their issues. Oh, they are having urban flooding, they have these issues. But we rarely or sparsely talk about any issue happening in these small and medium-sized cities. And I think as we are all scholars and I don't know, but we know that India has how many cities? More than 7,900 cities, including census towns. And even if you exclude census towns, we have 4,000 cities. And we have just 53 million plus cities, and 300 cities having population more than 1 lakh. So what are we talking about when we're talking about urban? 5 urban centers. What is about these rest of these cities, like these thousands of cities that we never talked about, that we never think of having a master plan, that we never think to envision about these transitions and these stories? So I'm going to tell you about a small town in Bihar, and many of us would have heard its name. It's Bodh Gaya. Bodh Gaya is situated in the Gaya district. It is a small town. It is the place where Buddha got enlightened, and it is also a World Heritage Site. So it's sort of like a global city with a different locality that I will be talking about. I have this map down there having the rivers, and you can see Ganga, Falgu, and there are other seasonal rivers like Niranjana and Mohana. So why I'm giving you this context is to look at this map, and we can see that South Bihar is situated like there's a slope. There's the South Bihar and there's the North Bihar. There's like a valley, and this part of South Bihar is known for its traditional irrigation system that's called Ahar pine. And ahar pine is ahars are not like tanks in South India. They are fundamentally the agricultural land, and pines are the channels which connecting them to these seasonal rivers. And I give you so that's how it looks in this picture. So there are agriculture fields which are ahars, and these are the pines. But as I'm talking about Bodh Gaya, and in the last 2 decades, the town has been witnessing haphazard urbanization, fundamentally because of tourism. And if I give you a number, last year, 2.3 million tourists inflow this town has witnessed, and there are more than 150 hotels and monasteries in there to cater these touristic demands. But what is happening in there, that this traditional shared knowledge that has been there for like 5,000 years, it is first documented in Arthashastra, like Kautilya's Arthashastra. And what is happening because of this haphazard urbanization, and we do not have planning, and we do not think of it like in that sense, all this traditional knowledge has you can see that these ahar pine has turned into a sewage system into the town, because there is no sense of planning where you construct, where you look at these pines. And what is also interesting, that we think of flood and then we think of Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, but this town also witnessed lots of flood because of the morphological conditioning of this system. So whenever the seasonal river gets the water gets into these pines. But as these pines are now the sewerage channels, so the sewerage water get back with the more water, and it creates the issue of waterlogging and urban flooding. So these two cases where I'm talking about land and this tacit or implicit knowledge that has been like these common resources are facing the brunt of the urbanization that we are facing. So that was like my opening to these two cases, and later on we can speak about it. Thank you.
Of time taking place from the rural areas to urban area, and the typology of problems which occurs is with respect to largely the natural resources and the cultural heritage. So these are the two prominent point you have brought out in your presentations. And I would like to ask you, maybe you can think about or find out, have you come across some kind of solutions into this aspect other than the physical planning, or other than the kind of thing like small best practices happens in your observation has come across, or something where they really want to retain their own culture or own space and not allowing people like Chipko, right? We had those things. Even in, once again, I quote that in city of Ahmedabad, where I belong to, so I have a lot of things to talk about that. But around the Gujarat University, the area was widening, roads were widening. And then there are nicely, beautifully planted trees, big trees were there. And so trees has to be removed, okay? Otherwise, the road cannot be. And every student stood across the trees and they didn't allow. So it continued for 10 years, non-expansion of the road, but they can have another road which can link to this, and not having the wider road because the trees are not happening. So some such kind of awareness and the action are really very important, and those kind needs to be also published widely, meaning to say that word to mouth, people should know more and more about such kind of thing, especially young generation, especially the scientists who are also looking after the from the different perspective, the land utilization, disaster, and kind of other riverfront changing and those activities. They are also somewhere they have certain level of inputs to that. So maybe once Rishika, are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay, Rishika finishes, maybe you can try to give an answer.
I have a mic here. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Rishika, and I represent the Peri-Urban Initiative, which is a open network of researchers under the umbrella of the Indo-German Center for Sustainability at IIT Madras. And we kind of tend to focus on the out of focus areas around cities, and because we think that the next phase of planetary urbanization is actually around the peri-urban, and it is beyond the borders of the traditional administrative boundaries of cities. And these landscapes, not going, clicker is, sorry. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. But the peri-urban landscapes, as we see from the example of South Coastal Chennai, have these eclectic uh, features, even geographically, but also have even more a number of occupants that have inhabited it. And it's generally the space where the boundaries and the definitions of what is rural and what is urban blur. And that, kind of presents us with both challenges and opportunities in the face of urbanization, globalization, and environmental change. And at the Peri-Urban Initiative, we tend to kind of explore how peri-urbanization interacts with these other phenomena, especially around environmental changes in the, and we study this at multiple scales from, the local to the global. And we kind of insist that we should not stick to fixed definitions of administrative boundaries, but also adapt a very dynamic lens when we are looking at co-designing any of the sustainability pathways in trying to empower communities in the peri-urban for any equitable transitions. And yeah, so, and when we apply this dynamic lens in defining the peri-urban, we do have seen these applications even when we did the uh, case study for Chennai during the Periscene project, where we used a watershed approach at various scales, from the landscape to the bioregional scale, when we were trying to assess the impacts of peri-urbanization. And it also helps us in treating it as a fluid and evolving interface, and in trying to engage across different kinds of stakeholders at various scales, along with fostering these cross collaborations between the scales. And we would then be able to even think of any cohesive or resilient frameworks for the diverse needs that are occurring at these different scales of governance patterns. And just to kind of explain, when I mean scale, this is the larger Chennai bioregional scale, which probably extends into a bit into Karnataka and a bit into Andhra, which is probably a watershed that comprises of 4 non-perennial rivers of Chennai. But it's also dotted by numerous water bodies or cascading tanks that kind of dot this landscape. And they've all long been interconnected, and they've been central to this region's climate resilience, and also in terms of their food sovereignty and ecological balance of the entire watershed. And right now, with the urbanization pressures, we've seen numerous issues of them being left to like changes in their land use and into occupants, but also a lot of them have lost relevance in terms of um, the common usage by the peri-urbanizing villages especially. So when we envisaged an agroecological pathway where we kind of thought about if these regions could actually act as food sovereign spaces for the Chennai bioregion, and if there could be a local food system that can evolve to meet the city's nutritional needs per se. And I know, as we can see, even with a fraction of using a fraction of the land, that if it can be brought under any form of climate resilient foodscapes, it could easily feed the city and the larger bioregion as well. And however, this also requires reimagining your existing food system, uh, uh, landscape especially, and in terms of thinking about alternate supply chains and governance mechanisms that foster the stewardship with the local communities, the local landless. It could even be like self-help group driven FPO systems as alternate marketing channels. So that is when the locals have the need that arises from these waterscapes, that they will also look towards maintaining the ecological sanctity of these water bodies. And we kind of started looking at it from trying to implement a small pilot in the Sri Perumbadur catchment along in a Dalit hamlet within this taluk. And it is a small but a significant you know uh, a significant kind of pilot, because this particular hamlet has about 12 water bodies that have been lost to the peri-urbanization. The villages have lost connect to their water bodies, and they're almost all of them are in unrecognizable state. Like, you can see maybe just one or two actually having some water in it. So and to give you a tale about this village, I think it's better you hear it from one of those villagers, because it's a hamlet that has been slipped from the nets of the so-called development that this region has been incurred upon when it was trying to develop into a satellite town or as an industrial hub. Sorry for this. Does have subtitles
ஸ்ரீபெரும்புதூர் பக்கத்தில் கச்சிக்கோட்டுன்ற வில்லேஜில்
in Tamil.
என் பேர் வந்து அரவிந்தன். எங்கள் ஊரில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 25-30 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி விவசாயம் அவ்வளோ ஒரு சிறப்பாக இருக்கும், நல்லாயிருக்கும். மெயின் ரோட்லேயே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா புளிய மரங்கள் எல்லாம் லைன்லேயே சூப்பராக இருக்கும், நிழலாக இருக்கும், அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும். இப்போ வந்து அந்த மாதிரி எங்கள் ஊரில் ஒரு விவசாயமும் இல்லை, எதுவுமே இல்லை. ஏன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தண்ணி பத்தலை. தண்ணி பத்தாமல் அதான் நீர் பற்றாக்குறையால் பாதி பேர் விவசாயம் பண்ணுறதே விட்டாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் அவங்களுக்கு தண்ணி இல்லாதனால நம்மளால் விவசாயம் பண்ண முடியலன்ட்டு லேண்டை விற்றுட்டு கம்பெனி வேலைக்கு போக ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த ஜென்ரேஷனை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ ஏகப்பட்ட கம்பெனிங்க வந்துச்சு, சிப்காட்டுங்க அதிகமாக வரும், அந்த கம்பெனி வேலைக்காக போயிடுறாங்க. வேலைக்கு போனதுக்கப்புறம் அவங்களால என்ன பண்ண முடியுது, அது விவசாயம் பண்ணுறவங்க எப்படி வேலை செய்வாங்கன்னு உங்களுக்கே தெரியும். ஆனால் இப்போது விவசாயி வந்து ஒரு சராசரி மனுஷன் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 8 மணி நேரம் வேலை செய்வான். அந்த 8 மணி நேரத்துக்கு வேலை செய்யும்போது அவனுக்கு சம்பளம் வெறும் 7,000-8,000 தான் கிடைக்குது. அதுவும் இல்லாமல் இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போது ஒரு லோக்கல் ஆளுங்க யார் இருந்தாலுமே இப்போ லோக்கல் ஆளுங்களை எடுத்துட்டு, அதுவும் விவசாயிங்க வந்து வேலை செய்யும்போது எப்படி செய்கிறாங்கன்னா, இப்போ கம்பெனிக்கு போய் செய்கிறாங்கன்னு வச்சுங்களா, அந்த வேலை செய்யும்போது கான்ட்ராக்டில் தான் வேலை செய்கிறாங்க, கண்டி ஒரு பெனிஃபிட்டாக யாரும் வேலை செய்யலை, அவங்க கம்பெனி ஸ்டாஃப் ஆகவும் இல்லை. ஏன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ நல்லா வட இந்தியர்கள் நிறைய பேர் வந்துட்டாங்க. இந்த வட இந்தியர்கள் வந்ததுனால தமிழ் ஆளுங்களை பாதி பேரை நிறுத்திட்டாங்க வேலை விட்டு. அவங்களுக்கு நல்ல ஒரு இது கிடைக்கிறது இல்லை, சம்பளமும் இல்லை, எதுவும் இல்லை. ஏன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கொடுக்குற சேலரி வாங்குறான் இந்திக்காரனுங்க, போடுற சாப்பாடை சாப்பிட்றாங்க. ஆனால் தமிழ் ஆளுங்க விவசாயிங்க என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க, கேள்வி கேட்குறாங்க, ஏன் எனக்கு நான் இவ்வளோ வேலை செய்கிறேன், எனக்கு ஏன் சம்பளம் தர மாட்டேன்னு கேள்வி கேட்குறாங்க. அதனால் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வேலை விட்டு நிறுத்திடுறாங்க. இப்போ பத்தாததுக்கு இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் வேறு நிறையா வந்துச்சு, அதனால் பாதி பேருக்கு வேலை கிடையில. இப்போ ரியல் எஸ்டேட் வேறு பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. ரியல் எஸ்டேட்டு அது என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க, நம்மக்கிட்ட விவசாயமாக பண்ண முடியலன்றதுக்கோசம் லேண்டை கூறு போட்டு விற்று அதில் வர காசு வச்சு அவங்க ஃபேமிலியை ரன் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ இப்போ எப்படி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா விவசாயமே இல்லை, இப்போது இதை பார்த்து நிறைய பேர் விவசாயம் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல் பண்ணிங்கன்னா நல்லாயிருக்கும். இதோட முடிச்சுக்கிறேன். நன்றி.
Just to kind of yeah, just to kind of summarize what he was trying to say, that his community has all the traditional livelihoods in their community have been eroded with the whole urbanization processes that have happened there and the resulting environmental degradation, where the local tank per se has been cut off from the channel that brings water from the local tank there has been cut off, and that has affected the irrigation to the fields drastically. And but it has also led to them not actually translating into other alternate livelihoods right within the factories or anything, because it's also been a prejudiced community, and it has kind of reinforced the social unrest within the community. And despite a lot of them having these like the necessary qualifications to kind of acquire these jobs, it has been like a situation where they have not been able to actually translate into meaningful livelihoods. But also this kind of situations put us in trying to understand that we should also look at inclusive just transitions whenever we look at changing land use, or trying to bring in urbanization policies or any interventions for that matter. And sorry, it is in this context that we kind of looked into if we could develop a nutritional security model in the commons of one of the tank systems within the community. And we kind of looked at an urban gardening initiative where the stewardship is rests with the local self-help groups that live around the pond, and they not only meet the nutritional needs of those families, but there's also additional incomes that they've gotten from the excess produce. And there is then the added responsibility that they take in kind of maintaining the water body from the supplementary incomes as well. And these initiatives are kind of this was another initiative that we did in terms of trying to reconnect children in this landscape with the wilderness, and in rewilding the spaces. But these are all very small initiatives that when needed to upscale require policy innovation. And one of the key aspects of trying to do any kind of adaptive policy making is that we'll have to recognize the multi-scalar governance networks that are needed to exist to foster any kind of such cross-scale interactions. And they span from also incorporating the non-state policy actors within these networks to actively participate in the policy making processes. And they span from local communities to regional and national level actors with civil society, with other engaging the industry and the associated with these food systems, along with your other researchers as well. And they do need to come together if we had to actively manage the peri-urban areas. And this is kind of the current water governance actors that the state and different state government departments for managing water governance within Chennai. And you look at the number of players, you can't even like count, there's so many. And it's all polycentric governance. You have multi-level where you have state, local and national legislations. And also like multi-type where it's all overlapping, but it's also very fragmented and people are working in silos. As well as, each units do have specific roles, which also leads to certain gaps. Nobody knows where certain phenomena, nobody knows who is actually governing that. And it kind of creates a very uncoordinated methodology for decision making. And especially when already we don't know what is peri-urban, it kind of just doubles up the risk. And it leaves a lot of the communities in the peri-urban to degradation and neglect and encroachments that actively take place because there's multiple land use patterns that happen. And when we are talking about collectivizing intelligence and collaborating for co-evolutionary systems, we should also look at maybe some concrete examples where we have probably a nodal agency, not necessarily from the state, but it could also originate from there, that looks at coordinating these efforts. And yeah, I'm almost done. Coordinating these efforts to protect the commons, as well as, in kind of fostering the dialogue without undermining any local democratic institution, but also in bringing these state and non-state actors to actually talk together and have policies that reflect on the realities of these local communities. And yeah, and that is how I think we can move forward to any just a sustainable transitions in the barrier.
Thank you. Thank you,
Sorry.
Rishika. You have brought the issue basically on the people who are depriving, and they were having the age-old system or since long, but it didn't sustain because of certain things. And sustainable development, whatever we are talking about, is slowly diluting with respect to just happening and things like that. I also have one more point to add with respect to that. Most of the time we seek for somebody else to help, policy, government, corporate sector, so on and so forth. But one more important point is also added is a public participation. Inclusive planning, we do it, but public participation, that means their awareness. They must know that they have right to say. They can contribute, that they don't have, and hence things are just becoming, the boy who was talking that now he has nothing, but the time when things were happened, if they were knowing that they can still have certain say to do this collectively, they can do it. And there are certain things which are there, like for example, Gujarat coastal area is always having the water inclusion, which is a salt water is getting intruded in the lower area, and the agriculture land is getting salt encrusted, and the agriculture is not coming up. And now industry is coming up, and we have a big CRZ, coastal regulation zone, but then you can little bit manipulate with this and that and whatnot, and things happening. But in the Bhavnagar and Surendranagar district, they came up with, because of those industry which are coming up and clotting certain aspect, they were just getting the wastewater into their farms, as well as into the coastal water also getting into that. They went to find out, obviously they have some even local people who are knowledgeable, help them, and they went to Space Application Center, ISRO in Ahmedabad, and then they say, हमारे लिए कुछ करो आप, हमको पुराना क्या था वो दिखाओ, आज का क्या है वो दिखाओ. So see the changes between two, and we would able to do it. I don't know how they got this idea, but then those document, which is a satellite imagery, has then become very judicious. Now court of law is accepting that satellite imagery can help you what was there and now what is happening. Are you manipulating with CRZ, or things are worsening ecologically or things like that. So one more point is also we have to really think about is that make them understand that they are also human being and they can contribute in decision making processes, and they can, because they are the sufferer, or they are the one who are just getting benefit or like externalities of whatever in positive or negative manner. Yeah. So may I ask Arshia that you give your own thoughts and your experiences towards this rural-urban transition, and maybe the urban commons, if you think about, you have a great level of experience or working on that. Thank you, Arshia.
Good afternoon. I am an architect and urban designer. I run a small design and research practice, Studio Maqam, based in Hyderabad. The title of my talk is Neoliberal Spatial Transformation in Hyderabad, using the example of Neopolis, which is a suburban development, and Usman Sagar, which is a water reservoir in the suburban periphery of Hyderabad, to bring out the contradiction between economy and ecology. This work is supported by Question of Cities and CANSA to report on climate change and cities. This is a small section of my work which I did, and the approach to my work has been to shift the gaze from effects of climate change to the cause of climate change. Credit where due, thanks to Naveen and FES for this opportunity. To set the context, for far too long, we have been told that cities are engines of economic growth. Economic growth will sustain development, which is stimulate development first by creating employment opportunities and generating resources for government, which the government will invest in social development. While new cities have contributed to economic growth and improved life conditions of some people, they are often sites of breakdown under the impact of social and economic transformations. The consequences of such a development include social exclusion, spatial fragmentation, threats to democratic process, and environmental issues. So the argument that I am making is contemporary urbanization in India creates variegated and uneven geographies, serving capital accumulation led and deepened by state policies, by appropriating land as an asset for financial accumulation and commodification, rather than as a fundamental resource to construct affordable housing, markets, and industries to benefit the people. A recent study by WRI concluded that inefficient management of land use has resulted in 85% more conversion of urban land than the population it supports, and also that there is very little research on how newer developments interact and intersect with urban ecology. What is the meaning of neoliberalism? Here I use Noel Castric's condensed model to understand neoliberalization through his 3 Ps, which is philosophy, program, and practice. As a philosophy, it is an enforced worldview of individual liberty and right, which will be extended and intensified through market by the state. As a program, it is a set of values, not just of liberalization, privatization, and marketization, but also re-regulation towards market-oriented policies, civil society that serves as a shadow state, self-sufficient and self-governing individuals and communities, and market proxies in public sectors. As a practice, it puts philosophy and program into work by setting policies. For example, macroeconomics of taxation, macroeconomic policies of taxation, inflation, borrowing, etc., setting industrial and business policies, labor market policies, social policies, which are oriented towards workforce rather than welfare, law and order policies, education and training policies, governance policies, etc. While neoliberal ideals never mention natural resources or non-human world, the rise of environmental crises began with the success of neoliberalization. And to achieve sustained economic growth, a new rationale had to be developed. Here I again use Noel Castric's concept to understand how environment gets co-opted into economy, which he terms as economic fix. The first fix is economy, and economy contradiction can be bridged or overcome by integrating non-human world into the market, basically through privatization. Free market environmentalism that conserves resources and ecosystems by allowing them to be privatized and marketized. The second fix is extending the nature into the commodification without any eco-friendly motives. The third is the exact opposite of first, in which it intensifies the difference, intensifies the contradiction of economy and environment. It is about capitalist firm using neoliberal measures to extend their right to nature however it pleases them, while state, which he calls the logic of capital. While the state cannot just be a spectator and has to do something, what it does is what he calls offloading, which is shifting the responsibility to civil sector institutions like NGOs, charities, philanthropies, etc., and adopting a minimal state stance for itself. How has planning and policy shaped urban development? The current planning practice reveals a radical shift towards a city-centric development aligned to the neoliberal paradigm of 1990s and the adoption of new economic policy of 1990. which also necessitated the 74th Amendment, which is devolution of powers to local urban governance bodies. While it has done that, it has actually given more power to state and development authority rather than the municipal authorities to decide the future and fate of the cities. What is also instrumental in Hyderabad's development is that in late 1990s, McKinsey consultants were hired to create a vision plan for Andhra Pradesh, and they identified growth engines for the state of Andhra Pradesh of industries, agriculture, and service. And whatever has happened in the state in terms of development can actually be traced back to this holy grail. Right. And subsequently, what led to it was the Internet and Communication Technology Policy of 1999, sorry, which gave highly subsidized government land reserve for sector-specific industries, basically SEZs, giving zoning exemptions and allowing land use conversion, uninterrupted power supply tax breaks, registration refunds, and repeal of ULCRA to allow industries to hold excess land for future land transactions. At the same time, they did this a thing called system of self-regulation and ease of business to give permits to industries in a very short window duration, which allowed to mushrooming of industries. And 37 out of 70 SEZs lie in the urban periphery of Hyderabad. What was also simultaneous to this process was exemptions from inspection to industries were given under Factories Act, Maternity Benefit Act, Contract Labor Act, Payment of Wages Act, Minimum Wages, etc. Through these maps, at the bottom, we see that a logical progression of the city's growth would be towards the north and northeast. And also post-independence, post-independence, many of these industries and manufacturing lay on north and northeastern periphery of Hyderabad. That would be a logical progression of how the city should have or would have if it followed the same post-colonial building of city center, post-colonial nation building. However, new growth engines required new sites in new locations, and with the development of IT hub, which is here, the airport, which is here, and financial districts, which is there, and other SEZs, all connected by ORR, we see the influence of neoliberal ideology on the spatial transformation in Hyderabad. Between these two is a proposed map of 1970s with the same logic of an outer ring road, but only this time it is to control urban expansion, save peri-urban areas, but at the same time create multiple towns and towns around it, all connected by the ORR. So you have a city as a market and towns as a center of production. Multi-nuclei planning, basically, sorry. To put the policies in practice, the first master plan for in ITSEZ was Secunderabad. This seven. And later the bigger one, which is the Airport Development Authority Master Plan, this later became the de facto way to plan unregulated growth of certain areas and ensure development of infrastructure to attract foreign investments. This leads to a highly fragmented city with unequal geographies. Today, Hyderabad is governed by five different master plans, and it has 5 subsequent development authorities. Even when plans exist, there is no finance, legal, or administrative powers to enforce master plans, which differ from special urban development authorities like the Cyberabad or the Airport Development Authority or the Hyderabad growth corridor limited, which is 1 kilometer on both sides of the ORA, which becomes another authority, because they have special controls in high and get managerial inputs. Why Neopolis? Because Neopolis is symptomatic of what has happened in the last 30 years in Hyderabad, and it is in terms of whether be the different cities or smaller sub-cities which are getting created, whether be it high-tech city, fab city, pharma city, financial district, airport city, etc. But it is also coming at a juncture where there are proposals to create an economic development plan for Hyderabad with a vision for 2050, and it just intensifies the same contradiction between ecology and environment. I'm on 5 more minutes. Neopolis is a greenfield site in the western periphery of Hyderabad, which is a 533-acre greenfield development designed as the next central business district with 9 million square feet of workspace, creating employment for 5 people in the next decade. Its location and importance are basically because how it relates to the other cities which are created. In August last year, the Development Authority conducted a digital auction for sale of these lands, and 1 acre was sold at 100 crore, which set a highest land price in Hyderabad so far, which meant that Hyderabad's urban development trajectory is on par with what the state expects it to be. Land as a critical resource for development, IT and real estate as a core segment of the city's contribution to the state GDP. The Neopolis is also promoted as a benchmark of sustainable development through how it is planned, with basically a walk to work concept. However, to improve attractiveness for the developers, they have removed all regulations. So there are no height restrictions, there are no FSI restrictions, and the state indulges in creating car-centric infrastructure to create like an image of the city in an international architectural style. This serves two purposes. First, by directing IT and ITS towards southern western periphery in the plan that they have already, which inflates land prices all in that direction, and creating a dramatic skyline in the image of a global city driven by speculative urbanism. Some of the contradictions ingrained in such development is that it requires displacement, it creates, the state just acts like a land bank, and there's a very concerted effort by the government to create a marketing and advertising tool through which they say, okay, we're learning from Cyberabad floods which happened in October 2020, we're going to solve those problems. But basically what it does is place promotion, and the destruction of landscape can also be seen. And the practice of architecture and planning, which is supposed to be a creative process, becomes a destructive, especially because the kind of technology it uses in destroying the Deccan landscape. So what are some of the environmental contradictions of Neopolis? Neopolis lies on the full tank level of the Usman Sagar Reservoir in the western fringe of Hyderabad. A precondition to the auction was that these lands had to be declared to be encumbrance free, and the state had to eventually win, by extension, a 15-year-long legal battle over land title. And also it required the revoking of protective measures which save the lake and its catchment through Geo 111. The Geo 111 protected 132,000 acres of combined catchment areas of the two reservoirs, the national forest area between them, and also 84 villages. It also prohibits the building of industries within 10-kilometer top and bottom radius of the upstream and downstream, and 500 meters of the full tank level to keep pollution-free lakes. So the reservoirs function not just as a water supplying resource for the city, but also prevent flood. They also have agricultural and livelihoods attached to that. But now that the water is water for the city, because the city is expanded so much, and the lifestyles have changed and the industries have changed, which led to the creation of capital intensive projects from where the water, which is basically creation of new dams, and then thermal power plants to actually draw the water so that the water can be supplied. So basically it's just an investment in projects, which the other side of it is a digital certification system, which means that the process to get any building permission within the city that is through a single window, that is one, and that the timeline has been reduced so much that if that process is not done by the town and country planning department, it is assumed that the builders have the permission ready with them. On the flip side, on the flip side,
Arshia, you may have to stop now.
Okay, right, fine. There are proposals for Disneyland-like park in the vicinity of Usman Sagar, and there are cycling infrastructure already being made, and there's a highly concretized park which is already being built, which is a step towards privatization, which brings to my conclusion. The logic of neoliberal economy is focused on city developed primarily for economic purposes, with the state being an active participant in this process. Therefore, the solution lies in shifting the policy framework that governs urbanization and new development in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Arshia. Sorry to stop you in between because time is very important for us to keep in um, required pace. Arshia has given us a different dimension of urban planning, urban development, and how the physical planning can take place and has taken place with considering certain aspects of water body or environment and other things, and how those processes are happening with respect to the certification, so ease of the people to get their own credential or their own utilization for that purposes and all. We have been listening to Rishika and Ritika also. Rishika has brought very complex kind of a one governance structure, and then I had a really question about that. How so many of those governance connected structure for one department or relevant department, and how do they take care of the correspondence and communication? How does it impact on both decision making processes? Maybe budget and all is not our this session's point, but more with respect to the how the people are involved in the decision making processes. And likewise, when you have 148 places to go for one certification or something like that, for those people who are not aware about their own property rights and other things. You have any quick answer to that?
That is probably the core of the problem, that that each of these departments, while they have very intricate functions, they also have the missing middle. So there are things that slip through, and most of the time there's a lot of confusion in jurisdiction, just like how most of these departments are also confused about who's governing the commons in the peri-urban, whether it is the Nagar Panchayat system, or does it come under the town planning authority, or and it's the same thing when it comes to even the water bodies, right? So a lot of the water bodies we've seen in Sri Perumbadur are associated with the temple tanks, and then you have another added layer of the temple endowment boards also that come in. So yes, multiplicity. And I think for such large issues, having nodal agencies is a solution, as long as they don't surpass the democratic institutions that are there locally, like the panchayats, but actually collaborate with them and foster the dialogue between the state and the local authorities in building that missing middle.
Thank you. Before I go to you, I would request to the floor, if you have any questions or query or something to share, please raise your hands.
So, answering your question about some initiative or the best practices that we can notice there. So, I want to share something very interesting. Actually, two things. So, let me begin first thing. So, I showed you Niranjana. Like, Niranjana is one of the pious river for Buddhists as well as for Hindus, and it is a tributary to Falgu. Which is again a pious and important river in Hinduism. I don't know how many of you know, but there's something called Namami Niranjana Abhiyan notified in like this year February 2024, and this got like recognized by the like obviously notified by the central government, and this like behind the I want to tell you how it has become what it is now. There is something called Niranjana River Recharge Mission going on for the last 3 years, and they have been working in like South Bihar and Jharkhand for originating these ahar and pines with other body systems where communities are coming together with these initiatives and understanding the significance of this traditional knowledge for the people and for this particular region, which is surprisingly semi-arid area but produces the highest paddy growing region in India just because of this traditional knowledge that we have. And so this is like the one example where people are coming together and bringing change on land. The second example is quite tricky, but I really want to bring here to the conscious of people that Bodh Gaya was a JNNURM city in 2005, like under the, like they have A, B, C categories of the city, and under the C category, Bodh Gaya got JNNURM status. And there was a master plan, like city development plan happened for the city by HUDCO. An organization, a national organization in Delhi, and they had the provision to create buffer around the Mahabodhi temple, like the main temple where Buddha got enlightened, and that buffer zone is like 0.5 kilometer around the temple that ideally has no construction. And there was like a huge resistance by the people and these monasteries and hotels which are under that periphery. And there was a resistance against the local government, but that case went to Patna High Court. And the Patna High Court gave it verdict in 2010 by saying that कि तुम दिल्ली में बैठ के बोध गया का plan नहीं बना सकते. I mean, that's like normally happen if you haven't visited a site and you cannot see that 0.5 kilometer, like 500 meter is 99% built. You cannot ask people and come and then evict for the sake of a heritage site. So that's like sort of resistance happen, like you go to court. That's how it happened in our country. So that's unfortunate, but that's things happen in this way. Talking about commons, like we have been talking about commons for so long, and on the last 3 days, what I've understood so far that we need to bring commons in our consciousness, and that consciousness begins from us as individuals, as society, and then gets into the planning and like all the policy making things. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody? Okay, I think it must be very simple to understand, or you have something which you think it may be easier, or maybe the day is ending, whatever is the one. But thank you for being here with us. I have one more point to be talk here right now for just a minute or so, which is like we are talking about ICT. Couple of slides you find in that ICT, that is information and communication technology. People are talking about, there was a session on data marketing of the data, etc. I mean, database marketing in this during the course of sessions and all, which I happened to attend. What is those things? Why we are ignoring those things that, for example, that there are informations and there are data, and how those data can be put either onto the spatial framework, which is called geographical information systems, and that is another thing is to have the credentiality of the data, which means that that can be accessible to the people. If we start writing, and if I'm telling every one of you to give me 5 good example, whichever you are talking about, I think you will give not 5 but 15 of those, because every one of you know. But if we compile those things, we have 5,000 probably, if we go a little beyond. And where are those, how they are missing, is one of the important aspect of that. Every time we talk about is natural resources and land. Okay, both are I mean, scarce in nature. We cannot create or we cannot generate. So how do we play around within the given spectrum of time? If you are a student, you know linear programming, you do something in the condition 1 and condition 2, you are able to manage those things. If you are special analyst, you can talk about that, okay, I can do AI and ML and I can able to do that. If you are remote sensing and GIS person, you say I will create a map, and there are certain things which are already there, pre, post, and you can even predict for the future what's going to happen in the given period of time, where we can help these authorities to prepare the master plan or future plans about the people who are really dependent upon commons, like people who are living in forest area, people who are living in the city area where the water bodies are there, or they have no land but still they have to survive, etc., etc. Though we call in urban areas slums, but when we go across the suburban area, they are not slums. Basically, they are lower income group housing colonies, okay? And then how we can even take care of them. So here we are not putting a point about the kind of judiciary aspect of that, whether why they have encroached and what has happened, or why they are looking into this and all. If the same question, then it can also go to the government or industry or any other stakeholders about it. So here what we have to talk, I take from Ritika, is that we have to build the ecosystem for the commons. What is that is most important, and there are only stakeholders. If we understand those stakeholders properly with their credential and their need and their skills, everything, we can create 3 things. One is that we can have a policy directions, okay, we can have a structure of the governance, what you are talking about, and third one is that how we can get that capacity building to that. If we address these 3 major pillars, I think the top is the commons, and the commons are not, then I talk about is the grassland or water body, but the people who dependent upon commons, or people who are actually managing that aspect. Both they are dependent as well as they are managing, and if we can look into those aspects, and I think the organizer has certain things into their mind to go forward for this towards the policy documentation or certain things. I think policy is fine, I mean that is a legal document, but to go through that, this kind of things can be incorporated, where you have multi-stakeholder and multi people are partnering into the kind of compiling the document that and considering these aspects, I think that we can reach to some level of target what we think about it. And when we see about the sustainable development goal is reaching now 2030, and if you see there are certain aspect in sustainable development goals talk about poverty, but why we take the word poverty as that, but why, who are the poor, why are they poor, and why they, what are they dependent upon, and what is that we are talking about? Policies are there. When we are shifting them from one place to other, we have R&R policy, resettlement and rehabilitation strategy. We have policy, we are using the policy, but which way, how much it is getting benefited to them? And we have mega project, we have minor projects, everything we are doing. Economic development we must not put on the background, that is always there. The country will earn every credential on their economic development, but without any issue towards the social, cultural, and knowledge assets. And that is what is the message I think we as a panel member want to place before here, and we summarize this into this session. Yeah, please.
I have a question regarding the statement on the screen. I'm sorry, I wasn't here before, so if you've covered it before, I apologize for asking the question. But it says the solution lies in shifting the policy framework. Shifting from what to what is what I want to understand.
So I gave an example of the city of Hyderabad when there was a directive to develop cities post-independence. They had a certain idea, right, which was nation building through industries and manufacturing, and it had a direct impact or end result in how cities and towns were developed. And then what I'm trying to say is, in the last 30 years, we have this ideology which plays how urban development is happening in the country and cities right now. So that's the shift in policy. Thank you for um, asking that question, because I will rephrase it and say it's not the shifting in policy and uh, uh, institutions, it's the ideology that we have to change from neoliberalism to something which is probably post-growth or post-development society.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So thank you everyone for joining us, and thank you, ma'am, for she flew down from Ahmedabad just for this session, and she's going back. So thanks a lot for joining, and thank also to the panelists. And this is again something which we have been doing for a very long time now, starting a conversation around peri-urbanization, but also how do we get in different stakeholders, so working across scales, across disciplines, to have a conversation and keep the conversation going. Because something which is also coming out in the policy sphere is the Odisha Rural Urban Transition Policy. So that is also helping us work on how we can work with communities in the peri-urban sites and peri-urban areas.
Final session of the ILDC 2024. What an incredible 3 days this has been. As partners of the ILDC, it's been truly inspiring to see the active participation and the rich exchanges that have been taking place here. Thank you for all your engagement, your dedication, and the perspectives that you've brought to the discussions on land governance and development in India. Now, to kick off our concluding plenary, it is my great honor to invite Professor Venkatraman to the stage. Professor Venkatraman is the Pro-Vice Chancellor of the Flame University, whose work spans technology management, decision support systems, supply chain management, and enterprise resource planning. The impact of his work is also evident in the distinguished roles he's held, from his position as the Executive Vice Provost for Finance, Budget and Strategy at the Indiana University in Bloomington. Please join me in welcoming Professor Venkatraman to begin our session.
Well, thank you so much. What a great conference. Unfortunately, I was out of town for most of it. I just got in and had a great briefing from Professor Prasad here and Chaitanya Ravi about how successful it was. So I feel I missed out on some great things because this is the concluding session, but I'm so glad I was able to come to the concluding session. So instead of putting you to sleep, if I start falling asleep, that means that's my jet lag kicking in. But other than that, it's been wonderful. So to me, the land is always a pretty fascinating thing. Every human being is so connected to it. Even in my childhood, when my dad and mom's first proud moment was buying their plot of land in Chennai. And I didn't understand at that time. I asked my mother, what is the big deal? We are already renting a place. She said, no, owning a piece of land is your identity. And later I realized how important it is. I mean, I know you study this in a very high level, great context about how it should be managed and this and that. But I want to start with that because that's like a massive emotional stuff people have. It's same for the countries and other thing. I just got back from Singapore, and I don't know whether it is right or wrong. They were reclaiming more lands as I was walking by their bay. In an interesting way, they are doing it. And then the gentleman who was with me said, it is so important. It is such a highly valuable thing for a small island like us. This is the engine for our economy is the land. I mean, obviously land and the people in that. So I know this is an extremely important conference, and I know, having grown up in India, I know it's a very complex place in the sense that where I lived in US, it's so easy, you don't even worry about it. You say, I bought this land or I bought this house, some title company, and we all sign and nobody ever, mostly 99% of the time, disputes this is right or this is wrong. But I do remember my family is wondering, like, okay, is this people who own the land or they have authority to build on it and other things. So it's complex because we are a complex country with a lot more languages, a lot more systems, and our states are empowered. I mean, just like somewhat in the United States, but at the same time, I mean, these are the two countries I know well. But at the same time there, the federal government says, okay, this is the final word, and all of you follow with respect to what it is. So, and also we have enormous historical context to deal with, and it's a great thing, and it's also a challenging thing. In a sense, if you really want your economy to grow, you shouldn't have any doubts about who owns the land or what it is. It allows the development of the place in a very, very big way. In fact, I'm jealous of all the people who ruled us had the advantage of being ahead of us in this regard. And that's very, very critical. And ILDC is doing a very commendable job. And I know people tell me when I come back that India is not the same India you left, and it is very different, and I'm admiring it after 4 decades of being away. But at the same time, I do see this conference, when I look through the various material in it, it really addresses the whole gamut of it. And it's even interesting to see this time they had artists involved in this ILDC conference about their perception of the land. And that session is what thought of my young age. I mean, the reason I want to relate to that story is because there was a lot of what we call it as trees with thorns in it. And they were very careful to fence the land because they are afraid somebody will put a tent or something. So my mom and dad said, "You are the smallest." I was the youngest of the 3 boys. So they are proudly showing 3 sons. This is going to be our future home and this is our land. Then they looked at me and said, "Okay, you are the tiny and smallest, so crawl underneath and wave it from there." So I was doing it. So, I mean, it's just that pure joy was just amazing. And you know, at the same time, if you really think of industrial development, they play a massive, massive role. And India is blessed with a lot of land compared to Europe or other countries. It's small, but it's not as endowed as my adopted country of US is, which can even feed all its people with their surface waters up to now, and they're also getting into it. So the reason this is a complex and ILDC, this conference, the 8th conference is important, the type of subject it covers is, it's complex in the sense you can see the emotional aspect, you can see the business aspect. Being a faculty in the business school, people always talk about real estate development program, and every university has a big one, and because they all realize it is critical. Real estate development is not just house alone, it is all aspects of businesses, entertainment districts, to you name it, they worry about all those aspects of that. But at the same time, it is environmentally extremely important place to preserve too, because people will say like we are taking away wetlands and putting houses in it, to the farms declining in the US. All those things are massive issues. It's such a complex issue, and we had amazing participation, probably about 450 to 500 unique individuals attending a lot of sessions, and a lot of great work being done. And I would like to thank the organizers for it, especially FLAME faculty who played a lead role in that. And also I'm very proud of the FLAME students who made a lot of presentations in this. And when I was talking to one of the panelists, the 3 panelists in this meeting are going to be Dr. Sudhir Krishnamurthy, Vice Chancellor of NLSIU, Nivedita Haran, advisor to ILDC, and she was telling me about the exciting things she sees in the land world. And then Mr. Kunal Satyatri, Joint Secretary, Department of Land Resources. So it's such a distinguished panel. I'm proud to kick off this, and I wish you all the great success going forward in making this a bigger and better conference. And in fact, my wish will be the FLAME name will be also associated with it in a big way to say, hey, these people made a big impact to make Indian land management, commercialization, communitization of this to the greatest level. I wish you success, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Venkatraman. We now turn to our esteemed panel for today's plenary discussion, for which we're honored to have with us some of India's foremost experts, like Professor also mentioned. Chairing this plenary is Dr. Nivedita Haran, former Additional Chief Secretary of Kerala and advisor to the ILDC, and also a guiding force behind the conversations we've been having at the conference the past 3 days. Please join us in welcoming Professor Sudhir Krishnaswamy, Vice Chancellor of the National Law School of India, University, Bangalore, as well as the co-founder of the Center for Law and Policy Research, and whose leadership in legal education is bringing critical perspectives to the field of legal policy. Professor Krishnaswamy, whenever you're ready, we can start the presentation. Could we turn this around so that we can see? No, not possible. Okay. Yes, Dr. Krishnaswamy, we can start. Yeah.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah, no, sorry, your voice faded in and out. Thank you for the introduction and good evening, and thank you for the invitation to deliver a keynote address at the 8th India Land Development Conference at Flame University. Pranab Chaudhary and Narayana invited me to deliver this address, and I'm deeply honored by the invitation. And first and foremost, let me apologize for not being able to make it there in person. It's the first week of term, a new term at the law school here in Bangalore, and for better or for worse, things tend to get a little more hectic and busy than we'd like it. And so I'm stuck here, but I'm glad that I can participate online, especially because I've had the opportunity to participate and learn from the Indian Land Development Conferences in the past. And I trust that I will be able to engage more actively and in person in the years ahead. The theme of the 8th edition of the India Land Development Conference is Land Tenure Transitions, Climatization, or Communitization. The conference aims to study the emerging and changing relationships between land and people in the context of climate change and adaptation strategies that have emerged in the recent decades. I have not researched and published on this issue at any length, and so I will use this keynote to pull together some early reflections on these issues as I've encountered them. So I haven't worked exactly on the question of what climate change effects there might be on land tenurial systems. So I take it that the technical sessions that I've missed have dealt with this issue, and I'd look to catch up on that with the proceedings of the conference. So I'm going to do this in 3 parts. I'm going to briefly go over recent Supreme Court positioning on the question of climate change and what that can tell us about the nature of land, land issues, should they arise. Second, I'm going to spend a brief amount of time on the possibility of a decolonizing move on land laws, and I'm going to refer to some recent work in the field that should give us some pause should we go in that direction. And then I'll conclude with reasons why I think we're in an exciting moment, because land law and land tenurial issues, which are in a sense perpetual backwaters in intellectual and political terms, somehow seem to have moved center stage. And I'll conclude with that. So I think most members, colleagues present at this conference would be familiar with the position that the Indian Supreme Court took in a recent case called Ranjit Singh and versus Union of India. This is a 2024 Supreme Court case where the court had to consider whether overhead transmission electricity cables followed for a solar power project that affected the habitat of a critically endangered species, namely the great Indian bustard and the lesser florican, should be forced to go underground. This was the narrow question: overground cables versus underground transmission cables. There are other reliefs that are being pleaded in the case, some directions relating to the breeding of the species and so on and so forth. I won't go into all of that. I just want to focus on this question of climate change and how the court approached the question of climate change and development. I suspect that this case gives us clues about how the court might adjudicate on climate change issues in the way in the way it relates to other natural resources, including land. So the court has 2 parts to this case. There are 2 aspects of this case that are worth emphasizing. First, the court's conclusions in this case, which are relatively modest. And second, the court's analysis of how climate change might fit into Supreme Court adjudication on the Constitution, which has much larger and longer range ramifications in the years to come. So let me begin with the more modest point, which is that the court finally concluded that while balancing 2 equally crucial goals, in this case, the conservation of the great Indian bustard with the conservation of the environment as a whole, because please understand that on the other side of this question, was a solar power project transmission lines. So there was a green argument on both sides. The court's view was that it could not sacrifice either of these two goals. It said a delicate balance must be maintained. You can't compromise one for the other, so no single issue trumps the other. And then it suggested that if you constrain solar power projects, that its climate change impacts might be so dramatic that other endangered species may suffer, that rising temperatures might lead to other disastrous environmental consequences. And hence, it couldn't be that the conservation goal of the Great Indian Bustard, in this case, could trump the question of transmission lines. So it also took the view that this rather technical question of whether transmission lines at 220 kV should be underground or overground is not a question where the court must interfere without expert guidance. So it took the view that an expert committee should be appointed, while the preservation of the Great Indian Bustard is not negotiable, that it should be reconciled in a sustainable development context with the other international commitments that the country has made on renewable energy and so on, and that this is a matter that should be left to the experts to devise a reasonable solution. So in some sense, in a case like this, the court adopts a model of cost-benefit analysis that is not very different from what the court does in other environmental cases. What is significant here is that on one side of the scale is the argument relating to climate change, but as I will point out as I conclude, there might be some peculiar circumstances to this case that make it less amenable to an outright decision. Let me now move to the right that the court recognized, because this is the part of the decision that might well have a long impact in the years to come. So the Indian Supreme Court has at a much earlier stage recognized the idea that a clean environment, that we have a fundamental right to a clean environment. This happened in the late 80s and early 90s, and the court has consistently upheld that position. Now, what does this have to do with climate change? Now, the court recognizes in this case that climate change is a threat to a clean environment. And it seems to suggest that the right to clean environment must entail a commitment to stop climate change. So it now repositions that this right, or rather re-articulates this right as a distinct right, that we almost have a right against the impacts of climate change, which it locates in Articles 14 and 21, the equality and the right to life articles of the Constitution. And it seems to suggest that the state has an obligation to protect its citizens against the vagaries of climate change. So the significant move in this case is to take climate change and re-articulate it as a separate concern under Article 21 and Article 14. Why Article 14? Because the court makes it clear that while we are all concerned with the ill effects of climate change, that we must particularly focus on underserved communities which have acute food and water shortages arising out of environmental degradation. So the emphasis that there is an equity dimension to the climate change question, or the climate change right, is one that is significant, and it's in para 25 of the opinion. So we don't see it primarily as a liberty right that the state is obliged to protect against climate change, but there's an equity dimension that is baked in to the climate change right in the Ranjit Singh case. Now, this case is quite rightly celebrated as the first substantive decision recognizing a right against climate change. But we noticed in the earlier part of what I shared that the remedy in this case was far from categorical. So if you have a right against climate change, does it mean that climate change wins at the bar at every occasion? Clearly not, because even in a case like this, the court called for a balancing approach. Now this, maybe we can understand this relief to be particular to the peculiar facts of the case, because climate change was argued on both sides. What matters and what must be keenly looked out for is whether the Supreme Court will categorically enforce climate change interests against other development interests more generally. In other words, if the Great Indian Bustard or the conservation, preservation of the Great Indian Bustard was ranged against a coal project, would the court understand the Article 14 and 21 right against climate change to automatically mean that a coal project cannot proceed in this manner? This is a moot question, a question that no doubt will arise in the court sooner than later. Some of the land tenurial issues that arise out of large solar power projects, which take up large amounts of land, might raise similar questions, and we must closely watch how high courts and the Supreme Court might deal with an issue like this. Let me move now to my second point about decolonization. Currently, we are caught up in a national mood of decolonizing our laws and the legal system. We have already witnessed the enactment of new criminal laws. Is land law next? And if so, how should we think through this possibility? Rather than engage particularly with each of the land laws and their forms of codification, I would recommend to all colleagues at the conference a recent book by Rob Travers titled The Empires of Complaints, Mughal Law and the Making of British India, 1765 to 1793. This was published by the Cambridge University Press in 2022. Why this book? The book explores two important themes. First, the British colonization and transformation of Mughal Persianate forms of governance in 18th century India. Secondly, the Indian practices of petitioning and claims making in relation to disputes about land, debt, and taxation using English and Persian language sources. So, two main concerns: forms of governance and forms of petitioning. Notably, it points out how the early company courts adopted to the high volumes of arzis or petitions filed by Indian petitioners litigating land disputes. So what the book describes, and quite evocatively, is that the volume of these petitions and disputes entering initially the British administrative system and then quietly being pushed out into a revenue court system is staggering. So for those of us who are concerned about the large flood of land litigation in contemporary Indian courts, we gain a quiet comfort knowing that this is a problem that we first encountered more than 200 years ago. The second aspect of the argument in the book shows the essential continuity and adaptation of legal forms of Mughal land law into early company law. The adoption of tenurial systems and methods of petitioning and settling land claims from the Mughal period gave the practice of land law in India a distinct flavor from that in England. The argument here is not to show that the British rulers were benign in their motivations, but instead to clarify how an imperial and colonial system of civil law was built through selective adaptations and reworkings of Mughal norms and precedents. As contemporary law and policy practitioners in the field, we learn valuable lessons. Let me at least highlight two. First, the claim that the colonial origins of land laws, that land laws have colonial origins, is one that we should be cautious to make. The British system, for sure, was vicarious on the pre-existing Mughal systems. And for those of us who have spent time looking at early land law, understand that the Mughal systems were parasitic, built on pre-existing land revenue systems, both Persian and Indian, that predated the Mughal system. So essentially, we see a remarkable continuity around land law and land norms in the Indian subcontinent over 200 years for sure, but arguably for 400 to 500 years. Secondly, and more humorously, that the problem of land litigation has exceptionally deep cultural resonances in the subcontinent. The British surprise at the sophistication and the care with which land-related petitioning occurs in the early company law period is one that is striking in its detail in this book. And for those of us who travel into the land revenue courts and into the appellate court system, looking at land law litigation can recognize these deep cultural resonances which seem to stay with us after such a long period of time. So having and embracing this idea of continuity of land law governance issues over a period of time, I think responds to this question of colonial origin in a slightly different way that we might do if we were hasty about our conclusions. Let me now conclude. Many of us working in the field of land law and regulation are used to working in a slow-moving field where decades of research and intervention yield modest results at best. However, this appears now to be beginning to change. When Y.S. Jagannath Reddy government brought in the Andhra Pradesh Land Titling Act of 2023, one might have been inclined to view it as a daring effort at land reform and land governance reform. Quickly, though, this statute became a highly contested part of the 2024 Lok Sabha and Legislative Assembly elections, and unfortunately, not one that had a favorable impact on the election prospects of the incumbent government. Suddenly, land titling and land revenue has come center stage. So I think that in the context of the 8th India Land Development Conference, it's fair to say that we live in more interesting times. Land law and land revenue systems now seem to occupy the center stage of political attention. Those of us following these issues in the various states understand that these issues have now emerged as potential areas for reform and legislation, significant changes after years of attention and research on these questions. So interesting for that reason. It's also interesting that the theme of this conference suggests that tectonic shifts in politics, economy, and ecology that climate change promises seems to change the very foundations of how we might think about land ownership, land tenure, and land governance. So we have these two, foundational shifts occurring in our field at the same time. And I think that makes both the timing of this conference and all of your work exciting and important. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here this afternoon. And I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I hand back to the MC and the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Krishnaswamy. You're right, we do definitely miss your presence here. And we're hopeful that we'll get to see you at the 9th ILDC. And for now, please join us in welcoming Shri Kunal Satyarthi for the next keynote speech. It will take him a minute. He will also be connecting virtually. Mr. Satyarthi is an IFS officer and the Joint Secretary of the Department of Land Resources at in the Government of India. He'll be sharing his insights regarding the modernization of land records and offer some pathways into what lies ahead. Video. Where is it, you know? The video, where is the video? Okay. So we apologize for the slight interruptions. Shri Satyarthi will be joining us within a few moments. He's having some technical issues. In the meantime, we'd like to present a video that was made during the past 3 days. And some views and insights from the participants have been compiled in it. So kindly, please, we can.
Land. It's more than just earth and territory. It's the heart of civilizations, the grade of culture, and the promise of sustenance.
Land as such, we all know, is one of the most basic asset for any country or any individual for their economic, social, even emotional development. And for that reason, one has to make sure that the land management has to be up to the mark.
Throughout history, land has been the silent witness to human evolution, conflict, and triumph. Land is crucial for realizing social and economic realities while maintaining cultural identity.
For tribal people, nature is not just a resource but a living entity, deeply intertwined with their spiritual and cultural identity.
The intricate nature of India's land ecosystem, characterized by administrative divisions, extensive geographic diversity, socio-cultural variations, and fragmented sectors with isolated stakeholders, highlights the critical importance of effective coordination on these matters.
A discussion can never be in the absence of land, forest, environment, or gender.
The need for a platform to address these multifaceted issues has never been more urgent. The India Land and Development Conference was conceived as a response to this pressing need.
This conference will provide a platform for students, young researchers, policymakers, and even artists to voice their experience about land.
The ILDC 2024 explored these critical transformations, focusing on the intricate dynamics between land tenure, climate resilience, and community stewardship.
Community stewardship of forest and land is a holistic approach that empowers local communities to manage and protect their shared natural resources. In community stewardship, the communities are convicted that every action taken has a ripple effect, impacting the delicate balance of nature. Communities' role as stewards of forest and land is to understand the essence that the community is intrinsically linked with forest and land, and it cannot stand as a separate entity.
The theme of the 8th edition, Land Tenure Transitions, Climatization or Communitization, highlighted the surge in global climate initiatives impacting land and nature.
Whole issue of climate change, sorry, I call it climate crisis, and because the change is a reversible process while the crisis is an irreversible process.
We delved into the evolving dynamics of land use changes and administrative innovations, examining how they affect local communities' roles in managing, preserving, and caring for the land.
Land is a vital resource for the food security of the communities.
Women have emerged as a pivotal agent of change in these discussions. Their connection to land is not merely economic, but deeply personal and cultural.
Land for women can have multi-dimensional impact, not only for the women and her family, but also for the community and environment at large.
So the women should hold the land. If women hold the land, the entire family and the entire community will grow. So
the link between climate, land and development has certainly been a focus at previous sessions, and the upcoming one as well is something that will take this forward.
Thank you.
मेरा नाम सुमेर सिंह भाटी है और मैं जैसलमेर राजस्थान से बिलोंग करता हूँ.
So my name is Balbir. I'm a PhD student at TEST Mumbai. I'm mostly working around urban land transformations.
I'm Sukriti Vats. I'm from Land Conflict Watch, which is an organization that covers issues around land and forest governance.
Yes, my name is Ababa Ababa. I am from Ethiopia. So I work for the Ministry of Agriculture in Ethiopia.
So my name is Sonam Chodin and I am from Bhutan. So I work as an assistant land registrar.
मेरा नाम बुरी भाई है, ग्राम पंचायत तुलसीगढ़, जिला उदयपुर गिरवा.
ILDC एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है और ये एक हिंदुस्तान को डेवलपमेंट करवाने में बहुत अहम भूमिका निभाएगा.
It has provided a platform for exchange of information, exchange of experiences, lessons learned.
Land tenure security, and a conference like this is very important because there are many dimensions of land that are being discussed here.
मेरे लिए तो बड़ी बात यही है कि यहाँ पे प्रशासनिक अधिकारी, एक्टिविस्ट और देश के बाहर के भी लोग हैं. तो ये जो जमीन पे चल रहा है उसे इस मंच पे रखना वो मेरे लिए बड़ी बात है.
स्टाफ है बड़ा बड़ा, इसके साथ में भी बैठी हूँ, बहुत अच्छा सुंदर लग रहा है. अटे सीखें और आगे जाएंगे, गांव में और काम करेंगे, फील्ड में और काम करेंगे, बहुत अच्छा सुंदर लगे सर.
The message will be sort of to bring out the stories, the grassroots stories that we have, and sort of probably write about them and make videos and have a conversation in the local media.
So a fit for purpose approach is very important in bringing tenure security. So every country should follow a fit for purpose approach in terms of bringing tenure security.
We would be to focus on similar, framing similar policies that are climate resilient and environmentally sustainable.
in everything there should be participatory governance. Means the slum dwellers, they should be included in the government process.
I'd like to pass this message that land right is your responsibility as well as you have to participate, you have to interact with others for your land.
We take a step back and remember that why we're doing this is not to advance our careers, but to advance the outcomes for the communities that we work with.
As ILDC turns 8, it is heartening to see not only how ILDC is triggering conversations, collaborations among intersectoral actors, but also germinating thoughts and conviction among communities and students and other actors to take the idea forward in their own ways. I think all this will enrich the whole idea of expanding the land ecosystem, for which we had initiated this whole process of ILDC convening.
Land.
Firstly, congratulations to the Landstack team for putting such a wonderful video together. Please give them a big round of applause for the same. Also doing it in such a Okay, Milind and his team. Sorry. Yes. And it also sort of calls back to what Professor Krishnaswamy was also talking about, particularly regarding decolonization. So it calls for that reform that we're all hoping for as well. And I'm also now pleased to welcome Shri Satyarthi ji. Like I said, Shri Kunal Satyarthi is an IFS officer. He's a joint secretary at the Department of Land Resources, and he will be sharing regarding the modernization of land records. Sir, if you're able to hear us, then we can maybe start whenever you're ready. Sir, can you hear me? If you're trying to speak, I think it will be, you're on mute, so you'll have to check the option. Sir, can you hear us? I think we're still facing some challenges. Yes. Maybe we can call that. Yeah. So as we continue to figure out what the issue is, we would like to invite Dr. Prasad Pathak to share a little bit about the ILDC. Yeah.
A lot? Okay. So thank you everyone. I think it's a great event. It was fabulous. Wonderful experiences. I think all of us were able to connect to a lot of different people. So to do my job, what has been assigned by Pranavda, I'll try to summarize this dense 3 days into a few paragraphs. Well, not. Okay. बोलूं बात करूं let him figure it out. Okay. So bear with me for a few more minutes while I try to summarize what has happened in the last 3 days so far. So the major takeaways which I would like to present, this particular conference, India Land and Development 2024, it covered a wide array of critical land-related issues with around 43 sessions highlighting topics such as land rights, digitalization, women's land rights, indigenous communities, land governance, climate action, migration, and many, many more. We saw a total participants of close to around 450, and delegates, they came definitely from India, but out of India, the countries were Ethiopia, Bhutan, UK, Zimbabwe, Kenya, and South Africa, if I remember all of them correctly. These discussions, they were enriched with personal anecdotes from different communities, shedding light on the real-world experiences with land governance and tenure rights. We tried to divide the conversations into 6 themes. The first theme is land governance itself. Land governance remains deeply influenced by gender, caste, class dynamics. There is a notable gap between land laws and their practical applications. Property rights, inaccurate land maps, and boundary issues are some of the key concerns. Addressing these requires a strong integration of climate change into policy planning and a focus on local governance to ensure effective climate resilience. The second theme which we experienced was urban and rural land dynamics. Urbanization exacerbated by climate change increases risk for vulnerable populations. Solutions must be collaborative, involving communities, government, private sectors, and academia. Geospatial technologies especially, they can be useful in domains like real estate for urban land digitization, and they can play a vital role in improving land records, transparency of those, and accountability as well. Climate change and displacement need to be addressed in both urban and rural setting through integrated multi-sectoral solutions. The third theme was land tenure and climate resilience, and what we learned in that is land tenure systems, particularly in agriculture, need to be aligned with sustainability goals. Strengthening carbon markets, promoting biochar for soil restoration, institutionalizing Gram Panchayat's role in climate action are critical. Community stewardship must be central to these efforts, ensuring that local knowledge and practices contribute to carbon markets in a way that protects land tenure rights. Engaging women and children in climate projects and promoting climate literacy is essential for community resilience. The fourth theme is labor migration and land relations, where the major findings were labor migrants, particularly women and ethnic minorities, face significant barriers to accessing secure housing and public services. Developing inclusive, affordable housing policies that cater both temporary and long-term migrants, it's a need and it's crucial for their integration into urban life. The fifth theme was women land rights. The major findings are the gender inclusivity requires addressing the right to use versus own land, securing joint land titles and empowering women to participate in climate resilience strategies can enhance women's role in sustainable development. Preserving indigenous knowledge and techniques is vital for climate adaptation. And the final theme is commons and common land. A shift in perspective is needed to recognize and protect commons as cultural and social entities, not just physical assets. Clear management frameworks for common lands are necessary to address the legal and institutional ambiguities that hinder their proper utilization. In conclusion, ILDC 2024 underscored the need for collaborative efforts across all sectors to tackle the challenges of land governance, climate change, social inclusion, especially in the context of migration and women's rights. Integrating diverse stakeholders and perspectives will be key to achieving sustainable land governance and climate resilience. So with this, I will hand over it back to you, Pooja, and maybe you can ask Satyarthi sir to continue.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pathak, for the very difficult task of even trying to summarize the length and breadth of the conversations that have taken place over the past 3 days. Thank you so much. And with that, I invite Mr. Kunal Satyarthi. Sir, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I am able to hear you. I'm extremely sorry for the delay. I was told that the keynote speaker is speaking.
Oh, yeah. No, that's not an issue at all, sir. We have a very patient audience here as well. So, so whenever you're ready, then maybe we can start the discussion. So, you can hear us, right?
I could hear you initially, but not now in the middle, so I don't know.
Okay. So, I was just saying that if you're ready to begin, then we can start right away.
Okay, sure. So thank you. Thanks for this invitation, and thanks to the team at the conference, India Land and Development Conference. I think I'm extremely sorry at the onset to not being able to present myself there, although I had promised to the organizer. Thanks to Pranav for reposing the trust despite the problems that are there here in the government offices. But thanks for the opportunity to talk to you. I was told there are more than 350 participants in this conference, and a lot of participants have come from abroad, including the speakers. And I was looking at the day 1, day 2, and day 3 schedule, and the kind of topics that have been covered looks enormous. So I know the audience and the participants must have gone through extremely heavy dose of topics on land administration, on land records, and also on everything that happens on land, including common property resources, rooted resilience. I was seeing the topic Forest Rights Act. I think my colleague and senior Alok Nagar has spoken about Swamitva program and Panchayati Raj. So it looks like a full 3 days of deliberations that have happened. I would like to just congratulate the organizers on successful organization of this conference at Pune, Flame University. Having said that, what I like to highlight from my ministry and department are a few points which I like to speak for the next 10-15 minutes, and if it is possible, I like to take some questions, but it is towards the end of the day. But in the Department of Land Resources, as you're all aware, or if some are not aware, last 15 years of efforts have gone into various kind of strategies and programs. And initially the program was started in 2008. It was called the NLRMP program, so National Land Records Modernization Program. It had various components. It started slowly, picked up, and had various contributions that it offered. In 2016, this was converted into a digital, under the Digital India program. It was converted into a DI-LRMP program, as we call it. 2 more components were added. I'll elaborate the components and the progress, and I'll also highlight the journey we are going to take shortly, or already taking in the Department of Land Resources. So one of the main components that was added in the second phase of the LMP was consent-based Aadhaar integration and authentication with the record of rights and cadastral maps. The second important parameter that was also kind of highlighted and added was looking at various integrations. So what happened in the NLMP program and the LMP program was a very important work, very important piece of work. We can't deny those work, but one of the major factors that happened was all the record of rights, whether you call it FMBs, field measurement book, or TIPPAN, or cadastral map, or village survey map, they were all digitized. Now, they were all digitized and also vectorized, and those large traditional maps were kept in modern record rooms. So 2 important components, a lot of progress. It took a lot of time to start, a lot of time, because land is a state subject. It is not a subject by the central government. We did push, my predecessor here on this chair have pushed this program, and we have successfully been able to do all the digitization and vectorization of all the cadastral maps. And there's so much variation in the country. As I talk about this, the place we are sitting in Maharashtra, you have the phenomena of village survey map, and then you have phenomena of field measurement books, and they call it TIPPAN. While this phenomena is not prevalent anything above Narmada, if you move north, there are no TIPPAN's phenomena. But in the mountains, phenomena has become different, in the same that the same record of rights will have 10 brothers as owners and 10 cadastral maps inserted into the same record of rights. So a lot of variations. But in spite of all those variations, over a period of time, the Bhu Naksha, as it is called, has a repository of all the cadastral maps of the country. Other movement that happened was digitization of all the record of rights. Now, record of rights, as the English word, has so many connotations, Khatiyan, Jamabandi, and so on and so forth. That's basically textual and numerical record. So who is the owner, who and how much does he own, and what are the cadastral maps which are owned? That is what is called record of rights. So all the record of rights, which are basically tabular formats, and there's so much variation. I just saw, I'll be having a committee to look at all the record of rights. There is a record of rights in a state of 6 columns. There is a record of rights in a state of 37 columns. So it is as complicated as that. So every state has a different phenomena. A lot of columns are towards agriculture. We talk about irrigated land, non-irrigated land, because the idea of creation of record of rights and cadastral maps, whether during the Mughal time by Todarmal or by the Britishers, was basically to generate revenue. The idea was not to look at ownership or possession. That was incidental. The idea was to measure what the land is, whether it is irrigated or non-irrigated, what grows on that land, and how much is the revenue that could be collected from this piece of land. I used that a lot in my last posting as in the National Disaster Management Authority. But these two have been great work. Almost 98% of the record of rights have been digitized in the country. The similar amount of cadastral maps, which are of good quality, have been digitized. Now the problem is of bad quality maps and the problem of non-cadastral. We are just having a discussion with UP just before this. I logged in here. They have 12,000 villages without a map. So 12,877 villages in Uttar Pradesh, they don't have a map. They never created a map. Map has been lost a long time back. So those are non-cadastral areas. A lot of areas in Assam are non-cadastral. Almost whole of Northeast is non-cadastral, never measured on the ground zero. So for the areas that have been measured and textural records created and numerical records created, they have all been digitized. Now, what do you do with all these old land records? You put them in a compactor, put it in a safe location in all the tehsils of the country, and those are called modern record rooms. The progress of modern record room has also been phenomenal. The records have been indexed, digitized, put into safe zones, because now that the whole thing is digital, you don't require these records to come out all the time. They have been preserved. We also just launched a program with the National Archives of India to look at what are the good quality of documents that needs to be preserved for longer durations, and what after digitization could just be destroyed. Why keep everything in the modern record room? So that we have agreement now with the National Archives of India. We have also hired a few consultants to look at how do we preserve very valuable documents and how do you destroy things that are not required. We keep most of them with the fear of judicial courts asking for the original records. They not believe in the digital records, but that's the idea. So three components: record of rights, digitization and computerization, cadastral maps digitized and vectorized, both of them interlinked. A lot of states are moving in that direction. So that is the progress we have happened. MRR have been created. All the physical records have been put there. Now, having done that, later part of the NLMP program and DLP program went into under the Dunn secretary. They realized that registration is a very important parameter of land records. Although you could register a marriage with the registrars, but a lot of property, whether land or anything above the land, flat or apartment or a shop, is being registered. So very later part, almost 10 years, a decade later, after the NLP programs were launched, registration department was included in the program. So currently, almost similar figures, around 96, except some states which are laggards, 95% of the states, 95% of the states, registration department has been totally computerized, has been digitized. So you can take a date and an online time slot for your work. So that is a great progress. Although yesterday I was appearing before a standing committee, and the doubt was that these offices are rented buildings, the offices are dilapidated. You have a great system within this building, but anyway. So SRO offices digitization has been a great success. We also have a national platform called NGDRS, in which we maintain a dashboard and an API and a database of all the states. So we know how many registries are happening in the country. So registration department also became computerized and digitized. Thereafter, you look at the incidentals. I call them incidentals. So you have a core GIS software. Some of the states have amazing GIS labs where they interpret maps. We also had, in those days, established state-level data centers in all the states. So where do you keep the data? And land is a state subject. We don't have a national repository of land. So anybody believes that in this building or in Delhi, we have a repository in which all the land records are available. That's not the true situation. Every state has a state-level data center. We also supported PMU. We supported cells and training programs in those cells in the training institutions, various ATIs and all that. So if I'm not missing any of them, this is the main journey that happened. Thereafter, we went into Aadhaar linkage and all that, which also started, and georeferencing and ULPIN generation, two important points that evolved 5 years back. So it was also realized that if you look at a land record, it will say such and such district, such tehsil, such Kanungo, such Padwari, such village. And in the village, you have to find for a particular name. And then you get a record of that person's ownership, ROR or cadastral map, both. So it was decided that every land in this country, every land parcel, not land, every land parcel in the country should have a unique identity. And that is like a 14-digit number. So 6 digits for the latitude, 6 for the longitude, and 2 digits for the height. Now, around 28 crores currently without subdivision. I'll come to that topic a bit later. But without subdivision, there are almost 28 crore land parcels in the country. Around 14 crore land parcels have been georeferenced by satellite imagery, and unique numbers have been generated for those land parcels. So that progress is also happening quite quickly. Now, this is the success story. This is the kind of success story. What we realized in the last, not that I don't know about the predecessors, but we realized after the new team changed in DLR that these are all separate work that happened and good work that happened. But we forgot to interlink all of them together. So now our emphasis on some points which I'll highlight. So one emphasis that for a lot of urban areas in the country, registration is the only land record that people have. And registration document is only a buyer-seller agreement that the government has witnessed as per the Registration Act 1908. Now, these registration documents are extremely valuable because at a lot of point of time, this is the only ownership document if you're living in an urban area or peri-urban area. So registration system, online system should be linked with the land record system. Now, this is our new impetus, and a lot of states are moving very quickly. Madhya Pradesh has totally integrated land record with registration system. So the moment you want to buy a particular piece of land, the moment registrar opens the system or you open a system, the ROR and the cadastral map automatically gets embedded into the registration document. And the moment the registration process is complete and the SRO is fine with the registration and he registers the document is transferred to the Tehsil office for auto mutation in the land records. So this marriage of registration department with the land record department is extremely critical, which is the important impetus for us right now. The second thing that we realized is all the cadastral maps in the country, when you have a mutation of a land or a flat or apartment, the record of rights are updated across the country very quickly. If you deem so, there's a backlog. There is a backlog of registrations which have not led to mutations. There's a backlog of mutations that have not been reflected in the cadastral maps. So two huge backlogs are which we are trying to target now, which is a difficult journey, but there's a backlog. So you will have your name updated in the record of rights in the textual records, but similar reflection will not happen on the cadastral map. Cadastral maps currently in the country, depending on state to state, is frozen by 70 years or 50 years or 30 years, and some states 100 years. The cadastral maps have not been updated at all, and that's a huge problem. So you know that in a particular, this room that I'm sitting in, you have a piece of land, you have ownership of 1/4 of this room, but where is this 1/4 located is extremely difficult to put on the map because the maps have not been updated. So a large emphasis now in this phase of DLMP program is next year onwards and this year onwards is how do you do a complete survey and resurvey of all the land records, all the land parcels, and either make this subdivision happen or many states are following different phenomena. I can name a state and tell you what is happening there. Andhra Pradesh has gone to position-based ownership. So you make a drone fly, take out all the burns of the agricultural land, send a team below with rovers, and then ask people that this is your land and this is your brother's land, and then give the ownership on the property card to that particular person, and forget about putting up those ORI sheets onto the cadastral maps. That's the journey of Andhra Pradesh. That's the journey that Assam is taking with some modifications of putting cadastral maps below the ORI sheets. But this would be the futuristic integration of land records with registration system, scanning and metadata creation of all the land records, all the orders of land records, all the mutation orders, all the registration orders. A registration document is 30 to 40 page document. All of them, we are encouraging the states to scan, create a metadata, make the registration document not available to the government, but also to every citizen. Searchable, downloadable, a legally valid piece of document. Registration is a legally valid piece of document, except registration documents which are protected because of third party. So my will would be protected and should not be diverged till the time I extinguish from this planet. But that is an important movement. So putting all this database onto a searchable platform, being sure that these are digitally downloadable, being sure that these are QR coded, being sure that this could be produced in a court of law, whether it is land record documents or it is registration documents, is a new phenomena, is a large phenomena we're getting into, and we are incentivizing them. I'll come to that towards the last 5 minutes of my talk. So this is important. The second is we are also aware that there's an AgriStack program in the country which is trying to find on the same land records who is the farmer and where is his farm. So farm ID and farmer ID. So we are in consonance, and we are with the Ministry of Agriculture. We are working in tandem that please go ahead and find the farmer and the farm and what he's growing on that farm. But incidentally, also integrate the Aadhaar number on the AgriStack document. Also integrate the Aadhaar into the record of rights. That is the third one. The fourth is important thing that we have gone into is when the agricultural land is converted to non-agricultural land, no, NA, normally it is in normal parlance, it is called NA. So when it is conversion, after conversion, 1 acre land becomes 300 plots. And it is extremely difficult on a traditional piece of cloth or butter paper to maintain 300 plots of land within 1 acre of land, which is a small dimension of land on the cadastral map. Now that is a challenge. So for the urban areas and peri-urban areas, that was a silent sector for a pretty long time. We have launched a new program called Naksha. We are trying to do urban land record generation in 150 towns and cities in the country. Everything is available on the DLR website. We will also be activating a lot of social media platforms now. But all these orders, all the documents, all the cities that we have taken, how much area they have, how much population they have, is all online. For the interest of all the participants who are attending offline or online, for the urban land records, everything is coming on the DLR website. Now, in these 150 towns and cities in 28 states in the country which have volunteered to participate in the program, we are looking at building up a GIS software end-to-end, which digests the ORI sheets, we digest the cadastral maps if there are any in Raipur's and Chennai's, which have cadastral maps. Other cities, Delhi, where I am sitting, has no ROR or cadastral map for the city, except registration document. The whole city is surviving on registration document, which is fine. But there's no geospatially enabling of those registration document. So that would be important to do. We will be flying drones or drones with 2D nadir cameras, drones with oblique cameras, and drones with LiDAR and oblique camera, because we are not sure. And Survey of India or anybody internationally, we just had an international conference on urban survey and resurvey, and the confusion is prevalent across the world as to what technology will be the best to create a baseline system of a generation of urban land record, and also a GIS software that digests all the document that's already available. You know, there might be a layout plan of your land, there would be a registration document of your land, there might be property tax that you pay on that piece of land, there might be inheritance document, there might be a degree of the code, there might be a deed document. All these documents should be, and the ORI sheet. And if you have a record of right and cadastral map for the urban area, like Raipur has or Chennai has or Guwahati has, you will have to digest that record of rights also. And then produce something. I say always that you should produce two answers: who is the owner and what is his ownership area spatially. And we will go vertically also in this phenomena. And wherever the states have gone ahead and done this, we are not the first one to do it, but they did for property tax perspective. Raipur, Guwahati, Bhopal is doing right now. They've all, the property taxation has become more robust. It has become 3 times or 4 times or 10 times the value that they're getting right now. And the change detection model becomes very important. 10 years later or 5 years later or 2 years later, when you have a repeated survey, you find what the building changes are happening in the city. This phenomenon is particularly important in the peri-urban areas of growing cities. Majestic growth is happening all across. Agricultural lands are being converted quickly, and flats and apartments are being built. So Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Goa, 3 states which maintain city survey records. Bombay has, Pune has, Ahmedabad has. I visited the states. So they had traditionally in British time a whole department of city survey. Although the city survey department and the property tax department, I think there's still marriage to happen between these 2 departments, and data should flow from each other. But that is a phenomena we're getting into. The last point, in the 20 minutes that Pranav had given me, I'm just timing my speech for the 20 minutes and not bore the participants. The last thing that we did is that a scheme, land being a state subject, we can't force things on the state government. So a scheme of the government of India would be easier to implement if you incentivize reforms happening. And we're writing the reforms for the next year also. And the Honorable Finance Minister had 2 sets of incentives program, and that is 5,000 crore rupees each. So there's a 5,000 crore rupees program for the rural land records modernization and all the things that I told. I don't want to repeat. So you integrate systems, you make systems online, you make systems paperless, and every system should have an impact on the other system. I'm not going to blockchain right now, but if you did this and if you have non-cadastral villages, you please, any ROR, any map, any information with the government should be downloadable by the citizen. You don't need to go to the Tahsil office to get it stamped. A private citizen of the country should not meet a government officer as the kind of input. So 5,000 crore rupees is the incentive depending on the size of the state. And we are reviewing that. In fact, I've got the incentive document from all the states of the country. We are reviewing that and trying to figure out how much we will incentivize. And that's driving the program very quickly because states want to capitalize on that, and this program is under CAPEX program. So there's an untied fund, so you can do a particular work and use for your own capital infrastructure. If you do subdivision and cadastral map complete for large state like Bihar or UP, you get 1,000 crore rupees to Secretary of Finance who can use it on capital assets. Similarly, 5,000 crore rupees we have incentivized for urban land records, which are important to get into fully. So there's a program called Naksha, which implements urban land records in 150 cities in the country. We want to do for all the 4,912 urban local bodies in the country eventually after learning from 1 year and looking at how the program behaved and how politically, bureaucratically, citizen-centric, how did the whole thing evolve, how effective it was, and how it has helped urban planning and urban property tax generation. We have also incentivized the urban land record program. So if you have an ORI sheet and you have extracted all the features of all the building footprint in the town by flying your own drones or by flying drones through the Survey of India, we give you a certain amount of money per city depending on the population of the city. If you have started doing ground truthing, a lot of states are doing ground truthing right now. Andhra Pradesh, 10 cities are, I was having a meeting 3 o'clock with the urban secretary. So they are already moving in 10 cities and trying to do urban ground truthing. If you do ground truthing and publish the maps for hearing objections from the people, if there are any, regarding ownership, regarding shape of the area, regarding the total area that they hold and all that, we incentivize that. So we are also engaging with all the industry partners. We presume that we can't do this work, technology portion. So we are engaging with all the industry partners. We're also trying to look at all the international possibilities that are there and engaging with all the people who know about land administration. Parallelly, we are working on revising the Registration Act 1908, making it more pragmatic, more contemporary, more talking about, because honorable courts read the Registration Act, say where it is written that it should be integrated with land record, where it is written that SRO would apply mind about, he should blindly register. There's a buyer, there's a seller who looks at value of the, how much is his ownership, how much is his share. This is not provided in the Act. So we are providing all that in the Act. Hope the Parliament passes it. So Registration Act 1908 is under revision right now. We have the zero draft available with us. We are also looking at how do you make a national land repository system. So all these complicated record of rights with 32 columns should have talked about only 10 columns or 12 columns across the country. And we can fetch those data and you can, and making the boundaries of language go blank. So we are looking at if you have a ROR or cadastral map in Tamil Nadu or Agartala, if you can download in any language in the country, it would be amazing for ease of living, also for ease of business. We're also looking at complicated revenue acts in the country. That's the most difficult thing we are getting into. We can't force the states to change, but surely next year we'll have a large incentive program to make sure that the states reduce the hierarchy of normal mutation. I am selling a land, I have the complete ownership. Pranav is buying the piece of land, but the mutation takes years. It provides timelines, but any mutation case or any ownership change case or any of these civil revenue court cases takes years and years. The biggest fear or biggest hobby of people in the small Mufassil towns is go to a court, go to a Tahsil court or a SDM court and spend years together. SDMs don't have time anyway today. So we're trying to look at how the Revenue Act and revenue manuals and these documents and these processes and the hierarchy could be smoothened. A lot of states are moving very quickly and trying to make sense of process re-engineering and not being frozen and 100 years back. So these are some of the important issues we are handling in the DOLR, and we are working on this. So that's all from my side to the organizers. And if there are any questions, they could be asked. Otherwise, that's all I had to say, if I remember correctly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Satyarthi, for the illuminating keynote and also for demonstrating that modernization of land records, it's not just a technical exercise, but it's a multi-dimensional effort. As I'd mentioned earlier, Mr. Satyarthi is the Joint Secretary of the Department of Land Resources and also a seasoned expert in natural resource management, planning, management, as well as environment sustainability. Thank you again, sir, for joining us today. We now invite Dr. Nivedita Haran, who's our session chair, and we request her to conclude this session with her guidance as well as her insights on the way forward. switch on the video.
Good evening to all of you. I think we heard the panelists just now, Professors Venkat, Professor Krishnaswamy, the Joint Secretary Kunal. Thank you, Kunal, for explaining the background of the entire land record modernization work that is happening in the government of India, through the states, of course. I want to spend a few minutes, as I have been asked to do as the chair of this session, to give my little feedback on the last 3 days. So we had a fabulous 3 days. It is an honor and a privilege to be able to give my feedback on that. Let me start by thanking our hosts. I cannot but do that. Professor Chaitanya is there, Professor Prasad and his team, for making it such a pleasant stay here. It was pleasant not just because the infrastructure was so comfortable. It is also pleasant because a lot of things that one would expect to happen in a conference of this nature, the quality of the participants, the nature of discussions, the kind of technology available in the classrooms, ambience. I think everything was really, really good, and we truly enjoyed it. And therefore, I thank the Flame University organizers for this. I think they deserve a hand for that. Of course, ILDC arrangements, Landstack now under Pranab has been the main force, I should say, not just the guiding force, but the main force organizing this conference now in its 8th year. It's not a joke to have a conference of this nature for 8 years, and he has done it. He and his team have done it. And I have to say, I have not been there from the beginning, but I have been there for the last 3 years plus this year. I find that it's become better and better. Things have become better and better. It's not just the arrangements part again, but the nature of participants, the quality of the papers being presented, the quality of the panelists who were present. I think everything has become has become a good quality. And I'm saying this not just in the context of this conference, but in comparison to other conferences. And therefore, I think Landstack will be heaving a sigh of relief that it's finally over and get a good night's sleep today. But thank you, Pranab and the team. Again, a big hand for them. Briefly, the hands-on engagement of the other partners was also fantastic. Some of them were so engaged and so interested that they want to continue the engagement in future, which is all very good, and I hope it goes on. Let me, from my point of view, very briefly, mention the few main takeaways and what I will be taking back from here, and the highlights as I see them. I think the first and the most important, and that will probably make Pranab wake up, is the promise that the selected good papers from this conference will be published in a special issue of an international journal in the near future. I hope that really happens, because that is something that will enthuse the participants. It will also enthuse those who are coming from a distant place to come and make the effort to put in their best. that there will be something at the end of it, something tangible. As you know, paper writing and paper publishing is an important part of especially the academicians. And therefore, this is one of the very important things that I would like you to note. The second highlight that I would like to bring to your notice is that some of the sessions this time were indeed, I would say, they were a revelation, because many of them were not there in the previous years, but they were also of a quality that makes one think that it should not be allowed to just go in vain. Something more should happen beyond that. So some of the topics and some of the areas and sectors that I am referring to are gender parity in land tenure. I think that's something we have been discussing ad nauseum now. And as I said, while I was chairing one of the panel discussions, I will not allow it to just die off in this manner. We come here, we talk about it, the lack of gender parity in land tenure rights, which has become so almost routinized now, so much so that there was a participant who mentioned that the women who have the property in their name, they did not even know that the property was in their name, leave alone the fact that they had any ownership feeling or any right, they enjoyed any rights. So I think we have to take this very, very seriously now. And I'm sure some of the papers from this section will be published as part of the special journal. The second one was the participation of youth and the role of youth in land management. The third was affordable housing. As you know, nothing can happen without land, and therefore housing also cannot happen without land. And some of the presenters, the possibility that our country is dreaming of, that by 2029 there would be no one without a home. And that's a very tall claim. How will we do it? Where will the land come from? What about the price of the properties, of the land where the house will be set up? What about the possibility of affordable housing loans? The interest, is it affordable? I think all these things will have to be worked out, and that only shows that land is so it cuts across disciplines. It's transdisciplinary, that one has to deal with housing, with the technology, as was mentioned by the Joint Secretary just now, with the legal part, which was mentioned earlier by the legal expert. I think we have to take them and put them all into a holistic and into a multidisciplinary perspective. The other important ones that came up this time, one was which was mentioned by Professor Prasad, the issue of migration and the impact of the land ownership and land tenure in the source states when migrants migrate to other states. What happens to that land? Is the family able to hold on to that land? Is the family forced to sell that land? What is the impact that it's happening on climate change? I think it was a very important discussion we had, and I hope this will again go forward. Similarly, issues on not just the land, the economics and the technology part of it, but I was happy that this year we had also the art and culture behind land. How land and land ownership has been depicted in Indian cinema. I don't know if it was world cinema, but I think Indian cinema, at least as far as I know. I'm not a movie buff, but I know that the way it is depicted in through Bollywood films and the regional films, that can make a huge impact. And therefore, session of this nature was extremely important. Something that's very close to my heart, where an area, a sector where I've been working a lot and trying to work a lot, is the focus on the public properties and the commons. A lot of discussions happened, a lot of ideas came up, and many of us are going home with a lot of these thoughts in our heads, but we have to take them forward, because in a nutshell, if our commons don't last, I don't think our societies can last. We cannot live in a civilized urban setting if there are no commons, if there are no greens, if there are no places to set up our infrastructures, because the land acquisition part is becoming more and more difficult. And as that happens, the pressure on the lands is becoming even more. And therefore, the pressure on our public servants, on our district authorities and downwards to protect these lands, to inventorize these lands, and to ensure that these lands are kept for in public trust for the future generations, quote unquote. I'm quoting from the order of Justice Kuldeep Nair. There were a few others also. The absence of government representatives was a bit jarring, but then I think presence of Kunal now has sort of made up for it. I wish the government representatives, and I'm saying this with no malice, I'm saying it as a senior of theirs, they would know their plans, and if they make a promise, they should come for it. After all, the reason they did not come was something that they would have planned it much earlier. A daughter's wedding or their own wedding, it could not have been happening overnight. So when they had promised to come even up to a week ago, they should have come. If they have not come, I think our strategy to deal with them should also be worked out in the future, Professor Prasad and Pranab. Some of the very interesting things that happened, and I would not like to miss on that, is we got to meet certain very interesting participants. We got to meet Adivasi lady from Jharkhand, who has been fighting for a long years to get herself and all her village, she said she's working in 8 or 10 villages, to ensure that all of them get the property rights and the ROR under the FRA. And I think, Kunal, you will relate to that, being a forest officer. This is something that cannot brook further delay. We have to ensure, and this was a Government of India project, through the states, of course. States had to do it. If it has not happened, I think it has to be taken very, very seriously, and we should get this done. We also got to meet Sumerji, I hope I've got the name right, who's the owner of the largest number of camels in our country. I don't know if any of you met him or you know this fact. He has 300 camels, and he's, again, working for greening of the area. He's from Rajasthan. He's working for the greening of that area to ensure that there is no deforestation and the people can pursue their vocation there in a peaceful manner. There were a couple of other ideas also. I will not go into it any further, but I have a few suggestions, very briefly, 3 or 4 of them. Land management and land administration has been one of the most neglected areas of our administration and governance for some reason. Why we are not going into it, this is not the right forum. It's often gone on by default. Our first posting is an SDM, as an SDM. And the SDM's main work is to manage land, to ensure that the STs get their land, to ensure that the SC land rights are not violated. If violated, to take criminal action against the violators. And yet, somehow land governance has not gone to the extent, has not grown and been, how should I put it, has not been as effective as it should have been, which is a pity. But I think it cannot brook further delay. If we are to grow into a developed country, our land management and land governance has to be good and pakka. We cannot let it remain in this twilight zone where somebody says that I have to go and get something done and therefore I need a contact. This is not how it works. We need to have a system where everything should work, and we have to work towards that. And that is why we have to work very closely with the government officials who are in position now. Now, ILDC is, its landmark is that it gets together stakeholders from all land-related agencies, anyone connected to land. Now, if you ask me, I would say every citizen in this country, 1.4 billion people, are actually our stakeholders, because everyone needs a property. Everyone needs to be maybe selling his property, maybe transferring his property, and therefore the fact that we get all these stakeholders on board, their representatives at one place, I think this is the right forum where we should also ensure that the gap that exists between the different strata of our society, so between academicians and administrators on the one hand, between the activists and NGOs and administrators on the other hand, you know, there are these gaps. And I often find when I sit in these conferences that we like to blame each other. We say, usne nahi kiya, isliye nahi hua. Let us now take an attitude that it has to be done and it has to work. Who has not done is not the issue. It has to be done. And it's only then, if we can fill these gaps, if we can fill these lack of trust between the different stakeholders, I think we'll be able to take the ideas forward. So whether it is having land records that are tamper-proof, land records that are transparent, I think at the end of the day, it should be the citizen who should be at the center, at the focus of all our projects, whether he is benefiting or not, he or she is benefiting or not. The second suggestion I have, which I would like you to take home with you when you go, it's a rare situation in our country, and I say this after having gone and visited and spoken at quite a few higher centers of higher learning in other countries. In our country, we don't have land as a subject taught in our colleges and universities. So the only time land comes into the academic focus is when it's taken up as a subject for research, by a PhD doctoral thesis. Now, I think that's too late. We have to start teaching land and land matters to our students right at the initial stages of college. In fact, I would go to the extent of saying even in the +2 stage, we should teach them the basics of land rights, the basics of what it means for a woman to claim her land, claim her name in a property where she is a joint title holder. I think these are things that need to be taught. And when this was raised with a couple of agencies and centers that are here, including the Flame University and including the Pro-Vice Chancellor who was present here just now, I think it's heartening to note the significant amount of interest that they all took. And they all promised that we would like to do something in this area. And I truly hope that something in this area happens before our next conference. The third suggestion I have is that we had a lot of discussions that on the modernization part of land record digitization. There were a lot of presentation, there were plenary sessions. We had the Joint Secretary now giving us a background and a clear direction in which the way that they are working. But a lot of other questions were raised. And these questions were really, some of them were very valid. And I would like that the people who raised the questions, people who were at the receiving end of the questions, I would like ILDC to take this forward, the dialogue forward. Let it not die off. Because, having dealt with land records modernization, as was being mentioned, from my days as collector, and I was collector in 1991, imagine. So it's more than 20 years now, but this, 30 years now, but this has been going on and on and on. So I think a time has come where we look at it in a manner, and we look at it in a way that we understand that we have, one, a timeline. Khatam kab hoga? When will it get over? Will it ever get over? Yesterday there was a presentation where somebody was saying that if we go at this speed, it's going to take us another 300 years. You remember that? So that it cannot happen. If it is going to take 300 years, it's a joke. So therefore, I think this dialogue has to go on, and it has to go on in a very serious manner, and it has to go on engaging with DOLR. And since Kalyan is present here, I would like him to note this point and understand, after all, in the government you're working for the benefit of the citizens, not for the benefit of the any NGO or any corporates or any academic institution. It's the people who are at the central focus of the benefit of land record modernization. So will they get this benefit? And if they will get the benefit, what will be the benefit? I think that kind of a discussion is extremely essential. The conference took deep dive into many other sectors, many other ideas came up. Some of the often discussed areas that require a revisit are labor migration, the impact that is having on climate change. I mentioned it earlier. Affordable housing, protecting our water bodies. I was extremely happy as part of the advisory board of ILDC for the last few years. I have always been religiously bringing up this point at the first meeting of the advisory board that we have to discuss water bodies. This year, it gladdened my heart to see, to find that there were a number of panel discussions, and some of them were extremely important and extremely extremely deep. They went into the issue of how filling up our water bodies is the cause of urban floods, our cities are getting flooded, how the issue of the mixing up of the stormwater drains and the sewage lines is causing immense problems in the quality of the water in our lakes. So a lot of these discussions happened, and they need to be taken forward. There were also discussions, and I would like to mention, I can't but mention the presence of the foreign delegates who had come from Ethiopia, from Bhutan, and from many other countries that Professor Prasad mentioned. I hope they are going back home with some ideas, some learning, and I think that would be a true test for our ILDC. The conference also took a deep dive into land and its various facades, its connection and centrality to our many other departments. So whether it is tribal, whether it is housing, whether it is finance, whether it is the center-state relations. So we did all these discussions. Now, these are some of the ideas that I had. It is not that the ILDC is the be-all and end-all. It's only a forum that gets us all together. And therefore, let us not expect too much from it. However, ILDC is a forum that can become a very, very powerful tool. And we need to use it in the right manner. So whether after this we sit tight and come back next year and do the same thing again, or whether we start working from today onwards on what is it that we need to do to ensure that the discussions that took place, they will now move forward and they will be taken forward, that the choice is ours. The success and the impact of the 8th ILDC will be gauged on what happens next, how the ideas and the hypotheses are taken forward, and starting today, in my view. As I've always said, and I repeat that sentence always, and my apologies if others have heard it, for me, land governance forms the bedrock of any good governance. There cannot be a good governance in a country without good land governance. And therefore, let us take it forward, use ILDC as a source of taking these ideas and these thoughts forward, and to make our country and the world a better place. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haran, for your reflections as we conclude the 8th ILDC, and also for sharing the thought-provoking insights that we will all take back from here today. That said, it's also time for me to my shoes because my role has also come to an end. I once again congratulate everyone for the space that we've created and nurtured together. I'm also confident that we will continue to build on these insights and support one another in our work towards more inclusive and sustainable policies as well as practices. So here's to the continued support and impact of the ILDC community. So with that, I'll pass it back to the ILDC team and to guide us through the final proceedings. Over to you, Mr. Prasad.
So thank you, everyone. I'm here to do the formality on the flame side, to say thank you to our classroom and IT team. Without you guys, these things, live streaming and any of these things wouldn't have been possible. Thank you to our classroom program office team, which helped us arranging everything, every classroom. Thank you, dining team. I guess the food was really, different and well organized for us. Thank you, the logistics team, which did everything which we see, including from standees to the food stall to everything. So thanks a lot for that. And thank you, transport team and the other teams which, the team members which have endlessly worked for getting certificates done or many other things or emailers done. Thank you all the student volunteers which helped us. Thank you the website team which helped us building the website and taking snapshots of our events and putting it on social media, and camera team as well. So thank you, everyone. These are the real people who worked for us, but I want to thank the foundation, Flame Foundation, our founders, Nimesh sir, Tejas sir, Kritat sir, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Dishan Kamdar, and Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Venkat. And definitely these thanks are from the organizing team, Chaitanya, Anup, and me from Flame side. After that, I would like to thank Pranav sir, Landstack team, amazing coordination like every year. I know it's a daunting task to pull this off. Richa, Jasmine, Himanshu, the great newlywed couple here. Amazing job. Thank you so much for everything. And all the partners and all of you who stayed till the last moment here. So thank you, everyone. Without you, this conference wouldn't have been possible. And looking forward to meet you again next year. Over to you, Pranavda. Thank you. Done? Okay. Thank you so much. Shall we declare this as the end of the conference? Thank you, everyone. Have a safe trip back. I hope even the last buses are arranged for you. If not, please let me know.